Two, one. All right. Good evening, gamers, and welcome to episode 35 of Games with Dave. Tonight, I am joined by the Neon Lord himself, Brian Shutter from Super Savage Games. And actually, no, I got that wrong, didn't I? Super Savage Systems. Brian
Yep.
created Neon Lords of the Toxic Wasteland, a totally rad post-apocalyptic gonzo game that mixes old school RPGs with heavy metal, punk rock, and 80s pop culture into one super rad and radioactive RPG right here. And welcome to the show, Brian. Lord Randy be
Oh,
praised.
hell yeah. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. It's been a long time coming, and it's about time we got together, Dave, and talked all everything Neon
It is
Lords.
indeed. It has been a long time. We were supposed to initially get together back in what, like March or April? And
March or April around there. Yeah, it was just like one reschedule after another. I think for a couple of them too.
yeah. And then I kind of fell off the map and then I reappeared and here we are finally.
Finally made it.
So,
Made it.
so how's your Saturday been?
Good. It was a good Saturday, hanging out, just relaxing. It's a little cold and rainy, so it makes for a good hangout day.
Nice. I did about the same thing. I watched Turbo Kid
Oh,
and then
perfect.
another one of your favorites, Attack the Block.
Yeah, Attack the
So
Block and Turbo Kid. That's a good double feature right
yeah,
there.
that was a good Saturday, like you said, good Saturday double feature. So
hmm
um,
Yeah, that's a good lead up to hanging out with Turbo Kid. That's a huge influence for sure.
I love that movie. Like,
Yeah.
and I love how, like Apple comes off kind of super creepy until you realize
Yeah, she's
what's
not.
up.
Well, spoiler alert. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said until you realize what's up. So I
Yeah,
didn't
I
want to.
almost said it.
Yeah,
I almost
so
said
did
it.
I.
She's got a comic book, so like kind of side quest. It's pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah, I like it.
So to get into Neon Lords, in the
hmm
beginning of the book, you said it started as a brain fart.
Yeah.
How do you go from a brain fart to 298 pages of awesome sauce?
So it originally started as 5E fatigue. We were at 10th level. I'm forever DM, so we were just like 10th level, and I'm just like, I'm over this, right? So I was like, I woke up one morning and I'm like, I'm gonna make a He-Man Master Universe RPG, just for fun, just a palate cleanser from 5E, and then it was just like, okay, well, cool, like, so like on a like a balanced game test gameplay level, like you can't all be He-Man, right? So you can't have a party of He-Man because it's just like not gonna work out. And not everybody wants to be a He-Man, so it's like, okay, well, Man at Arms is there, so then add in Man at Arms, add in, it just compiled into like actual classes, and then it was like, okay, well, He-Man's cool, but I like Ninja Turtles too, so let's add in some mutants. Like I love Judge Dredd, so let's put it in like Mega Cities versus Wastelands, like Italian post-apocalyptic movies. So add that in. So it was just like literally taking like everything I love from every single like genre, every single piece of fiction or everything, any like IP, and I just put a little bit of it in it, kind of like
Nice.
a giant what would be like a salad, I guess. I don't know,
Yeah.
or like some kind of pot or a stew. A stew. There you go. It's like a neon stew.
And it is a delicious stew.
I appreciate it. I have fun with it for sure.
Yeah, I love the Brutacorn. Like
Yep.
that would give me an excuse to go and find a unicorn mask to wear at the table if we ever are
Oh,
able
that'd
to
be
get
creepy.
together and play.
Yeah. Yeah, Bruticorn is definitely a fan favorite. It's very cool. Yeah, Gumbo in
Gumbo,
the
yep.
chat. Thank you.
Yep.
Yep. That's the word I was looking for. I wanted to make it something Joey would appreciate, but I couldn't think of an Italian dish that is like that off the top of my head.
Let me
So
see.
gumbo works.
Yeah, I can't think of any Italian dishes like that right off the top of my head either. So
I mean, you could essentially pizza toppings, right?
yeah, that works actually, especially with Joey.
Yeah.
You can say it's a
Yeah.
pizza. So
Yeah.
um and speaking of Neon Lords, you've got something pretty awesome coming up here. I
Yeah.
don't remember the exact launch date, but you've got a new Kickstarter coming up for, it looks like 2 books.
Yep. So it is August 15th. It's technically, well, yeah, 2 books for that, but there's some add-on books. But yeah, so it is Riders of the Burp Warp, which is like brings 10-ish, depending on stretch goals, 10, 11-ish new classes to the game. So you
Wow.
can play a bunch of different new different classes, and then what is it? Warp Shine Runners is a setting supplement slash adventure. So you got like the setting is an abandoned mining facility called Beggar's Ridge, and then like the adventure is based around cannibal humanoid mount or hill people who bottle portal juice off of stargates and get people drunk off
Nice.
it.
So it sounds kind of like The Hills Have Eyes, you're about to
Yeah.
say, meets like Shine Runners. Really
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah,
exactly
yeah.
what it
It's
is.
Hills Have Eyes, Shine Running, but it's like warp shine. So it's yeah, portal juice that they drink.
Now, do you want to reveal what drinking portal juice will do to people, or do you want to keep that under lock and key for now?
I wouldn't do it. I know that. I mean, they are cannibal mutants for a reason, right?
Yeah, very fair.
And a lot of nods to Texas Chainsaw Massacre too, of course.
Nice.
Yeah, gotta go with a classic.
So, how long will each, I guess you'd say, module be?
So 50 plus pages definitely, but it's looking more towards about 80 to 100 a piece
Wow, nice.
when it comes to books. Yeah, the Warp Shine Runners has 30. It's like a, so it's not a hex crawl, it's a Hicks crawl, right? So so there's 30 on top of this, like the whole area is 37 locations. They're gonna have their own adventure hooks, their own like what's going on in this area, like different NPCs that like kind of are hanging out there, and different monsters that would show up in that area and all that good stuff, and like, you know, items you could procure from there, and just kind of like a good DM's toolbox, like on the fly. Okay, we have to go to like the it's like the Knickerbocker Mystery Mansion is in there too, because
Oh, nice.
you gotta have like a haunted mansion. Because I kind of based the whole thing off of like a amusement park map. So like we were looking at Wild West amusement parks, and they all had like a spook house, right? So they all had like one of those. So it's like, well, you got to have a mystery mansion, horror mansion in there, so you can make adventures with that.
This sounds so awesome.
Yeah, it's a blast to write. I keep having fun. That's the problem. That's why I keep getting so many pages. Keep having too much fun writing it.
Well, keep on having fun, because I
Yeah,
like
I mean that's all it's
the more
about.
book, the better. So
Exactly. Yeah, pack it full of some cool art and some fun stuff.
nice. And one of the other things I like is now where you've got, what was it, 100 followers that you wanted to get for the Kickstarter, and that
Yeah.
unlocked the
Day one scratch and sniff
That's right.
stickers.
day one.
Yeah.
Have you decided on the scent?
So this is a long story. So I've been wanting to do scratch and sniff stickers for a couple years now, right? So then I did a poll on Facebook, maybe, I mean, before the last Kickstarter. So before Total Carnage Edition, it's probably 2 years ago, and like what scent we wanted, right? And of course they were all absolutely like disgusting smells that people wanted. So I got a hold of the scratch and sniff people, and they sent me all the scents, right? So then they sent all the nice ones, and each bad scent came in an individually wrapped package, and they were gross. So I sent an email, and I was like, hey, like, yes, this is great. Mix all the bad ones together in one sticker, and then they never wrote back to me.
Oh, man.
I think they thought I was trolling them. So like it didn't happen, which is good, because now I have a little bit more like I don't know, wherewithal, I guess, and more to, I'd be like, hey, like I'm serious, like this is what I got. And they're not like they're relatively not expensive to make, so it's not like, that hard to get done. But it's weird because like there's one company that dominates the smell industry, but then like they don't they make their own proprietary stickers, but they don't make any, like, you can't custom. I mean, I'm gonna talk to them too. I think I'm just gonna send them an email and see if I can get some custom smells from them too. Because I mean, like we were talking about before, trying to do a scratch sniff adventure where everyone gets a card and like have different scents. Like somebody's got to do that, like to be able to do that.
Yeah, I would think so. And that would be really cool if you could get the folks with all the proprietary scents.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I'll definitely get a hold of them. Who cares, a cold email, right? But like, hey, this is what I got going on. Let's see what's the worst they're gonna say. They're just not gonna say anything.
Right.
So
or they say no, or best case scenario, they say yes, and
it's just a weird. So like making Pogs was easy, right? I making Pogs and Slammers was easy. I found the perfect guy. Making 3D glasses, I found the perfect company and everything. I mean, where are my 3D? Show them off. But anyway, but smell was the hardest to track down, like an actual. There's a lot of different companies that do it, but they're not. It's just weird. It's a weird industry.
Saying scratch and sniff makes me, and where you brought up He-Man earlier when we were talking, makes me think it's Mossman and Skunkor. I think was it Skunkor? Was that
Skunkor was patchouli.
Yes.
Soaked in patchouli, and Mossman was just the pine smell.
Yeah, like it's like they went and bought a bunch of car fresheners and just ground them up and.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's funny you bring that up because Little Trees is based in Watertown, New York, where I'm at.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so maybe I could go down to the factory and get some scents too.
That would be cool.
Yeah, that might be an option.
Yeah,
I didn't think of that. See, that's why I got you, Dave.
See, brainstorming together, we're marvelous.
Yeah, yeah, because that's another thing. Like, so you always had the gimmicks on toys. And so that's like, I want to bring the gimmick to the RPG to where it's not like schlocky or hokey, but it like, brings it, like accentuates Daka Flame. Hello. Accentuates
what's up, Daka Flocka?
Accentuates the project, right? So like, I didn't overly do the 3D glasses, but like it's functional and it's cool,
3D glasses are always cool.
Well, I had to actually I think I got them right here. Yeah, so I had to sit here. They're like Neon Lords branded 3D glasses and everything.
Nice.
Yeah, so I had to sit here on my computer and do it, like, and lay the book out with 3D glasses on and hope to God that it would transfer over to print the right way. Because
oh man.
Because I mean it could like, I mean I did do everything in like CMYK, like in the actual like I know this is boring. Nobody wants to hear about printing stuff. But like but I mean there's still that factor, right? Of like, well, what if the colors don't look right on the paper when you get them?
Right.
Compared to it. But yeah, it worked out, thankfully. So kind of know what I'm doing a little bit.
That must have been hard to do, like lay out like a 3D layout, because you've got your blue, your red, and what other colors do you have to throw in there to make it?
So it's blue and red, and you have to offset them like a certain spot to where the effect like pops. So it was hard because it kind of gave me a headache for a long time.
I bet.
And so like I would have to like, work on it, throw the glasses on, make sure it looked okay, then, not wear them for a long time. Because when I was a kid, I wore them watching TV for like a long prolonged period of time. And now if I close my eyes, and I look at something pure white, this is red and that's blue. Like a tint
Weird.
to it. Yeah.
Wow.
I've scarred my cones and rods for the rest of my life with 3D glasses.
Wow. But it was worth it for Creature of the Black Lagoon and stuff like that when we were kids, when they had it on TV, I guess.
Oh, I mean, like Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare 3D scene.
Yep.
And you got like Halloween 3D, or not Halloween 3D.
Friday the 13th.
Friday the 13th 3D, yeah.
Yeah, that was some fun stuff, like the harpoon gun when you shoots it.
Yeah, right through. That was a weird time because Jaws 3D too. So like, there's always every so often there's a resurgence of 3D movies.
Yeah. Yep. You're absolutely right. Now that I think about it, because I tried it with what was it, Avatar and stuff like that
Yeah,
did 3D.
Avatar had it. I don't think they do those anymore. It was a weird thing. So they were really getting good with the 3D tech. Avatar, I thought looked fantastic because like you would see like they had like the digital screens like in the spaceships. They were like see through ish, and they looked like they were like actually there. Like I thought it looked really good.
Yeah, I
And
didn't
then
see it in 3D. So,
oh, it was awesome in 3D. I
and
was oh yeah, go
which
ahead.
one of us is an actual mutant? Both of us?
Probably I would assume me with my I
Oh,
ruined
yeah,
my
that makes
eyes.
sense. I didn't catch when that popped in.
Yeah, it popped in like kind of after that. But yeah,
Okay.
like yeah, I regretted it, but it worked out I guess in the long run. I made a 3D book.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, I mean I'll definitely do it again cuz I overly bought the glasses so I could make more of them on purpose.
Nice.
Yeah.
um, Train of thought just went right out of my ear. Another thing that I know you're really into is VHS tapes, where we've been talking about
Yes.
movies and 3D stuff.
Yeah.
Um, and talking about stuff coming back, do you think you'll ever see a VHS renaissance?
So we're kind of in one now. I've noticed online, like a lot of I've bought in actually like new movies on VHS. There was one. See now I can't remember the name of the movie. I've got it. It was a package. It was never released. It was like some Australian post-apocalyptic like semi-musical. It's like something of the steel.
Hmm.
Like and I talked about it. I'll have to look it up and I'll send it. It's awesome. It's actually really good. And I ended up buying it on VHS like and Blu-ray at the same time. A nice little package. So like yeah, some things come out on VHS, and then you got like Lunch Meat. They like Ben from or Ted from Don't Tell Mom and Dad. He works over at Lunch Meat. They put out movies on VHS all the time and like stuff like that. But like and then some modern movies are coming out on VHS. You're definitely seeing a revival of it, especially like now that vinyl is outselling like CDs.
Crazy.
Yeah,
And cassettes are
wild
making a
times.
comeback too.
Yeah, I got tons of cassettes.
Yeah, I've still got
Like,
boxes in my basement. It's like that. Like I'm almost scared to play if I get my hands on a tape player, just from them being like maybe stuck from sitting over the years. Even though,
it should be okay. It's just like a VHS.
what's up, Anthony? How are you, buddy? Um, yeah, I have the original releases of all the Star Wars movies on VHS. So
Oh,
I need
like
to
the
get my,
yeah,
like pre-special edition.
yeah. That's the gold right there.
And I've got to get a VHS player so that I can watch those again.
Yeah,
I know I'm
that would be
bouncing
worth
back and
it.
forth between
Oh, it's fine.
cassettes and everything, but
No, no, yeah. It's really hard to find too. That they like the non added special effects ones. Even the ones in the '90s. You know when they did the was a stormtrooper on A New Hope, Vader was on Empire, and Yoda was on Return. It's
yep,
like the half profile
yep.
face ones. Those ones, I believe they were even like remastered a little bit. So
Yeah, I
like
think at
the
that
ones,
point they had touched up like the X-Wings and some of the boxes around the TIE fighters and everything.
yeah, yeah, probably a little less intrusive than Greedo shooting first, but
Yeah. Ugh. Or Jabba.
oh, the Jabba scene, that was like pre Phantom Menace when they released them back in the theaters.
Yeah.
And then everybody was like freaking out about that Jabba scene, how awesome it was, and I was just like, "Nah,
No.
I'm okay."
Like when he steps on over his tail and everything, and they like played it like he stepped on it. I was like, come on, you can do better
Yeah,
than
it's
that.
yeah. Well, no, they weren't, and then we saw Jar Jar Binks after that.
Yeah.
It was a precursor to
Yep.
what we know now as the Jar Jar incident.
At least Ahmed Best got his redemption from Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah,
So I was glad to see that. What was that? Yeah, that was Mando, right? That,
Yep.
yeah. God, so many Star Wars shows and everything out now. I just kind of lose track of what's what.
I'm an original trilogy guy. That's all I really care about. Like the Lucas prequels aren't bad, and the Disney new trilogy's too bad, awful. So like I'm just like trilogy, original trilogy, Shadows of the Empire, um, like that era, and then Dark Forces, the first person shooter. That's all I need in my life for Star Wars.
Yeah, I can't lie. I'm probably right there with you because, like, there are some bits of Attack of the Clones that I like.
Well, I'm a huge fan. In the book, I do it too. Throwaway lines, right? So like Obi-Wan talks about fighting with his father in the Clone Wars, and it's like your mind's like, what were these Clone Wars? Like how awesome
Yeah.
was this, right? And then you see it and you're like, well, this sucks. Like this is nowhere. This is not what I was expecting for a Clone War.
No.
It's lore building with just like a passive line, right? So it's like, oh yeah, like I do this big thing about the goblin accords, right? So like you can't like eat a goblin anymore because of the goblin accords. But I'm never gonna explain anything about it. It's just like an in game joke. And I wish that like they just kept Clone Wars at that for sure.
Yeah, because it took away a lot of the mysticism,
Yeah,
like
exactly. That was
surrounding it
like,
of like what did they do in the Clone Wars and everything, and it's
well, it's like the mysticism of Boba Fett
gone.
too. Yeah,
Just gone.
one of the greatest characters ever.
And that's what I think as kids drew us to him was the fact that he only had like 5 minutes of
3
screen
lines.
time, and 3 lines. Like, who is this masked man?
Yeah, but
And
then
now we
like
know.
yeah, but then like I mean we should have known better because of the Christmas special.
Yeah. Oh God.
But we pretend like that didn't happen. I didn't add that in my Star Wars likes,
Yeah.
like
Just lift up the corner of the rug and brush it
yeah.
under there,
Ewoks movies and Halloween. No, Ewoks movies aren't that bad. Obviously they're for kids, but
I don't
they're
know
like
though, for kids, man, that one was kinda like a 6-year-old watching the family get killed had to have been like
I mean like that's the best part
traumatizing.
about I mean, that brings in like 80s, 90s kids movies, like Neverending Story, how freaky that was. Like Labyrinth, Dark Crystal, like all these like kids movies, but they were like so creepy.
Yeah,
Like
and dark.
Return to Oz. Yeah, Jared, that's why you have third parties to explain stuff so you can deny it later. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's like yeah, all the extra Star Wars bits that they like. Oh yeah, that's not canon anymore. Even though like what 30+ years of stuff that
Yeah.
George Lucas approved of, and then they just said nah. That's like
Legends.
yeah, Legends. That's what it's called.
Yep. And they're just like, yeah, throw it over the shoulder and it's just gone. And then they cherry pick what they want to bring back. That's the other thing that kind of.
Yeah, so that's kind of cool if they were doing it right.
I am excited for Ahsoka though, what they do with Thrawn.
So Ahsoka, I think I'm a huge Rosario Dawson fan, and she could do no wrong in my eyes. So like I like how she's Ahsoka, and that's awesome. And her scenes in Mando were fantastic. So I am excited for that. But other than that, like I'm not. I'm Star Wars out. I'm Marveled out. Star Wars out. I'm
Yep.
ready to move on with my life.
Yeah, like I haven't trying to think of before Guardians 3 what the last Marvel movie.
I didn't even Thor: Love and Thunder
Yeah,
probably.
but I was just like meh when I watched it because it's the same thing. It's like we've just been saturated with what I think 28 or 25 Marvel movies over the last 10 years.
Oh, that's awful to hear.
Yeah, but it's up there around that count.
Oh yeah, it's huge. But then it's like I think what they really did is they shouldn't have done Infinity Wars off the bat. Should have saved it. Kept it in the back pocket and had it, like Infinity Stones and all that was cool, but like save that for this phase, right? Like do some kind of like low level stuff. Like where's Doctor Doom? How are they not hitting like on like the greats?
Well, I don't think before they had bought Fox that they owned
Oh, that's
Doom.
true. Doom, yeah, Doom would fall under the Fantastic Four IP
Yep.
then.
Which I can't
Yeah.
wait to see what they do with that now that they've got
Well,
that and the X-Men. That's gonna be
if
too
they
hard to pass up.
if they actually do it justice now, I think it's too little, too late for both of them.
Oh, I don't know. I love those comics so much as a kid
Oh, I
that
mean,
it's
yeah, I
gonna
mean that. Well, hopefully, I mean X Men '90s X Men is like massive. That's like changed people's lives massive.
yeah. Rob Liefeld and his weird feet.
Hey, I'm a massive Liefeld
Oh, so am I.
stan, and I will die on the hill that I love Rob Liefeld. I love all those Image guys,
Oh,
like what
yeah.
they brought to the table. Changed. I mean, they changed the industry.
Yep. Yeah, when they were just like up and we're gonna go start our own company now, and they basically got laughed at, and
Yeah, and then they made more money in a lot of those number ones.
yep,
They made Marvel look like crap.
yep,
And then they're comic book bad boys. The
yeah.
bad boys of comics. Yeah, and then like what really on the air? I know I don't want to harp on Rob Liefeld, but that Captain America picture that he always gets tagged for, that was never printed. That was drawn as a concept, like late night for like to show somebody like that next morning, and it got leaked into like a Wizard magazine or something. It was never meant for print. Well,
Yeah.
everyone thinks it was like a Captain America cover, and it was never printed.
No. And plus he made freaking like pockets popular.
Pouches.
Pouches,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. He's the pouch king. There's like a pouches here like superhero like concept that somebody drew for Rob. That's like all just the pouches, like a whole guy made out of pouches. That would be cool.
Yeah, that is so funny though that that's what he's known for, pouches in his feet. But, you know, he is amazing. I'm with you on like
Hmm.
and I'll be right there on the hill with you.
I
So
appreciate that. He's cool. He seems like a cool guy too. I heard he's probably not, but
yeah, I've seen a couple
whatever.
things where they've talked about how he can be a little bit abrasive, but
Yeah, I think, and he definitely got the Hollywood. Like they all wanted to go to Hollywood with their comics towards like the end of Image and stuff. And then I think he got the Hollywood bug pretty hard to try to like make some kind of like movie or something.
yeah. Yeah.
So,
But still look at what Todd McFarlane's done with McFarlane
oh,
Toys.
fantastic! He's somebody that seems genuinely nice, and I would like want to meet because I watch a lot of his live streams and stuff, and he's a cool dude. Like just having a blast with life, right? So just making toys, bringing back Spawn, like redid Spawn. That was like made a couple million on Indiegogo,
Yeah.
or even might have been Kickstarter or something.
Now, is that for the new movie or rebooting the comic?
No, that was for the comic book. A reboot movie would be awesome.
Yeah. Well, there's been talk of it. I know that.
Oh, forever, yeah.
Yeah.
Like it definitely suffered from like the '90s, right? So that suffered from the '90s obsession with that pre CGI,
Yeah.
that pre CGI cape, and then Michael Jai White was perfect
I would
for
agree.
Spawn.
He was.
Simmons, I forgot his first name. I don't remember the guy who's turns into Spawn. Simmons, Al Simmons. I don't remember, but yeah, like Michael Jai White still could do it. He's in like super shape. He's got like a Wild West movie coming out.
I didn't know that. I'll have to check that
Oh
out.
yeah, did you ever see Black Dynamite?
No. I have to write that
So
one
Michael
down.
Jai White did like a faux black exploitation movie in like like 2014, 2015, 2016 maybe, around that era. I would say 2015 to 27, whatever, in
Yep.
that time frame. He did a movie called Black Dynamite, and it is phenomenal, so hilarious. Michael Jai White, peak fitness, like some great fight scenes, and then those guys are doing a Wild West with Michael Jai White as kind of like a Black Dynamite character.
Nice. That sounds
Yeah, I
pretty
just saw a
rad.
preview for it. Yeah, he's awesome.
Makes me think of that other movie that was around the same time that Andy Dick was in. Hebrew Hammer. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah. Oh man, I saw that once forever ago. So I definitely got to revisit the Hebrew Hammer. Yeah, that.
I'm trying to remember who played the hammer. I can see his face clear as day.
Wasn't it 2003?
Wow.
Adam Goldberg.
Yes, that's who it was, Adam Goldberg.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Hebrew Hammer. Man, I completely forgot about that movie. That's definitely one I gotta revisit.
That's one of those movies because Andy Dick is just Andy Dick in that movie,
Yeah.
and funny as shizzle.
Yeah, yeah. Andy Dick's good. He's a good guy too.
Yeah.
Definitely like peak 2000s. If Andy Dick's in the movie, you know it's gonna be funny.
Yeah, for
like
sure.
Grandma's Boy. Was he in that or no? That was the other
David
one.
Spade, wasn't it?
Yeah, David Spade, Andy Dick. They're like the same to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Geez, my brain keeps doing that to me tonight. So I had a follow-up question there, and it just went. Oh, speaking of VHS movies, have you gotten to check out that movie I showed you, Enemy Territory?
Enemy Territory.
From 1987. So. It's got Tony Todd and Ray Parker Jr. in it, the guy that wrote the Ghostbusters theme song. And it's about this insurance agent that gets trapped in a project tower. And Tony Todd, he's the guy that played Candyman, plays the leader of this gang called the Vampires, and his name is the Count. And they're like hunting down Ray Parker Jr. and this insurance agent. And they've got to get from like the 35th floor down to the lobby. And that's basically the movie. It's like the Raid in reverse almost.
It's like Dread, 2012 Dread.
Oh, that is such an excellent movie. I wish they would get Carl Urban back for another Dread.
So I have the I just Googled it and I got Enemy Territory full movie up and ready. I'm gonna watch it after we're done.
Nice. It's one of my favorite movies from when I was a kid.
I love a siege movie, right? Like what it's like it's an adventure. It's like a role-playing game adventure in a movie, right? So you got to get from the top to the bottom and survive. And then the Raid Redemption, like it's the same thing. And speaking of that, I know another tangent, the Arkham Asylum movie that Ben Affleck was supposed to write direct star in for Batman was exactly Raid Redemption in Arkham Asylum.
Ooh.
How cool would that be?
That would be freaking amazing.
Yeah, but then he had some issues, and the Batman character was going to kill him. He said he was like reverting back to drinking and stuff, so that's why he had to quit.
It's too bad because I thought he was a great Batman.
I loved him. I'm a Batfleck fan.
Yep.
You know, like Frank Miller's Dark Knight is like my favorite Batman like series, and he had that look. He had that huge chest. You know, like the older, grizzled Bruce Wayne, like who's been around the block a few times. Like I love that. And then like the post-apocalyptic Batmobile, like the in the Dark Knight Returns, like oh my god. And then like the Gotham mutant like gang that he fights in that one.
I don't remember that part, but that's not surprising.
Well, the Batman animated series in the 90s, they did it was like a creep show anthology episode, right? So where they do a couple Batman stories, and one of them is Adam West style Batman adventure animated, and then one of them was a Frank Miller Dark Knight one, and the mutants were in that one. They might, I don't know, I might be getting it mixed up with the cartoon in the book, but like that was awesome. That's how I first saw it, because I was like, man, what is this Batman? He's like huge, right? He's like old and like the beefiest Batman ever in this massive war wagon of a Batmobile. I was like, I gotta find out what this is. So that was my intro to it, was the cartoon episode. But yeah, like nothing beats Frank Miller either. Like that's another, like Rob Liefeld, Frank Miller, like the greats to me.
I'm trying to think, did Miller do Killing Joke or
No, that
no?
was Alan Moore.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Killing Joke, another fantastic book. Like 4 panels in, Barbara, what's her name, Gordon is like shot in the spine off the rip. It's like, damn, what a way to start a book! Like knocks on the door, shoots her.
Yeah. It was just like no holds barred mayhem,
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
comic.
That's Joker. That's peak Joker too, right there.
Yep. Now, speaking of Joker, how did you like Heath Ledger's Joker?
So I'm not a huge Heath Ledger Joker fan.
Huh. I liked it. I thought he did
No, I
pretty
mean,
good.
okay, so I liked it, and it's fine for what it is, but like, may he rest in peace. He did unfortunately die, but like, I feel like a lot of credit is given to him for dying for it, which is shitty to say. Well, pardon my swears, but he I feel like he wasn't as good as like, I don't know. I kind of like the chaos aspect is cool, but I like more of like the Clown Prince of Crime, more like the cartoony Joker for me personally, like especially from the Dark Knight cartoon when Mark Hamill did the
Yep.
voice. Like that Joker to me is better.
Yeah, I really liked Heath Ledger, but I do, to a sense, agree with you that had he not passed away after that role, it wouldn't have been as lauded.
Well, yeah, especially
Because I
because
feel like,
now.
oh, go ahead.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I just feel like, and I'm the same thing as you, rest in peace, man. It's horrible how he passed,
Mm-hmm.
but it just wouldn't have gotten the attention had that tragedy not happened.
I agree. I
I
think
feel
like,
bad saying it, but
I mean, here we are. It's been a long time since that movie came
yeah,
out. So like, and then in retrospect, a lot of people are going back to Christopher Nolan Batman and saying like that they're not all that anymore. Like they're not really standing the test of time, especially the last one. I only watched it once in the theater and I never watched it again. Like they're okay, but even like I'm not a huge whatever his name was there, American Psycho as Bruce
oh,
Wayne.
I just lost his name.
Yeah, I did too. Christian Bale.
Yes.
So he's a fantastic actor in a lot of other things. I mean, I love American Psycho. It's phenomenal in that. But yeah, he's just, I don't know. He's not as Ben Affleck to me. I guess I don't know. I'm just
No,
weird. I'm weird when it comes to a lot of that stuff.
I am too. So we can
And
start
I'll
our own
probably,
little fan club because
yeah, the
I'm a
Rob
total
Liefeld.
Batfleck
Oh,
guy like you. It's
same.
like, a lot of people complained about the voice modulator that he had. Excuse me. And I loved that.
Yeah, it makes sense though.
Yeah, because otherwise you're going to hear Bruce Wayne.
Bruce Wayne, exactly. Because
And
like, yeah, especially like being in the forefront of like politics and like the limelight of Gotham City, they're gonna know what Bruce Wayne sounds like.
right, exactly. And Jared says Jack Nicholson is his favorite Joker, and that's a hard one to not agree with. Like Nicholson was I would say the
Oh yeah,
closest we've gotten to the clown prince of crime.
absolutely. I mean, he was already a gangster before. He was like in the like with the Falcones or what Carmine Falcone, I think maybe. I don't
Yeah,
remember. It's been a while. And then yeah, and then he like falls into the vat of chemicals. Still a gangster when he came out, like, and he still had his henchmen. It was awesome, and he had like the henchman match suits matched like a
yeah,
actual like Batman villain, and it was fantastic. '89 Batman. Me and Joey just talked about it in the last ravioli. How like that was like the hype. Like no movie has ever touched that hype. Like everyone had bat fever in '89.
yeah. But the thing is, if you go back, and it's funny to say go back to '89, they complained about Michael Keaton getting cast as Batman.
Yeah,
They ripped him
every
apart, and now
yeah
he's like
every
everyone's favorite.
Yep. That's like the thing. Everyone who's played Bruce Wayne has gotten flack for playing Bruce Wayne.
Yep.
Maybe not Adam West because like nobody probably really cared back then. Who's like the nerds were like all up in arms about Adam West
Right.
playing Batman. But I mean that's still phenomenal. What a show that is.
Yeah, the old 60s Batman with Cesar
Yeah.
Romero playing
Yep.
the
I mean
Joker,
and
Burgess Meredith. I mean,
yeah, and you got I mean even how Vincent Price shows up in it.
Vincent Price show. Oh,
Yeah, he's like the
I
egg.
was my brain went 89 Batman, and I'm like,
Oh,
Vincent
that would have
Price
been
in
cool.
89. That would have been cool.
I mean, technically, right? So like he had that Burton. I think he might have been. I think he might have died before '89 Batman. But he was in Edward Scissorhands, so he had that Burton connection there where he could have shown up in '89.
Yeah, yeah. I don't remember when he passed away.
I think he did right after Edward Scissorhands. But that was after. I don't remember. It all blends. He died in '93. So yeah, he could have been an '89 Batman.
That would have been pretty cool.
Oh, could you imagine? He could have been Alfred.
Yeah, he would have been made.
That would have been sick.
Great Alfred. Yeah. Jared said, and DeVito was born to play the Penguin. I would have to agree. I really liked him as the Penguin.
Yeah, Batman Returns is a whole nother. We could do a whole Joe Stone. What up, homie?
What's going on?
That he's a fantastic Neon Maniac. Joe Stone.
Nice.
Definitely an OG fan. We could do a whole episode on Batman Returns, the controversy about that and everything.
Yeah.
Like,
yep.
a lot happened on that movie, and like just how like Burton was burnt out after that.
Like, hard to blame him with what he had to put into making those, and then everything else.
And all the fights that he had to do with studios to get stuff made, and like 3 was just
atrocious,
wild. Oh yeah, I mean because they wanted to go back to the campy feel,
and it just
didn't work.
Mr.
Fat
nipples.
Oh
that was 3, wasn't it?
No, that was Batman and Robin.
Okay, that's the one I'm thinking of as a
Batman Forever would have been the 3rd one. But yeah,
was that
Joel
Val
Schumacher
or
Val Kilmer, was Batman Forever. You had Riddler, Two-Face.
So Tommy Lee Jones and
Jim Carrey. Yeah, and then I mean, Mr. Arnold Schwarzenegger's Mr. Freeze could be the wildest casting in the history of casting.
Yeah,
like talk about the total 90s. So that's bat nipples, right? So you got like George Clooney, awful Bruce Wayne, like did not fit the role as the worst Batman ever. A weird Bruce Wayne. You got Alicia Silverstone. I mean, it's the 90s the movie, right? Like Batman
really
Returns. Poison Ivy, Bane, Mr. Freeze. It's good now to watch because of how ridiculous it is, but back then, what a disappointment.
Yeah, I remember walking out of the theater being like, what did I just watch?
Yeah. But then they just the whole point of trying to get it campy again. It wasn't you couldn't do it after '89 Batman. You just couldn't do it. Like Tim Burton and the animated series painted the Gotham City as a dark film noir style setting, and you can't. That was it. That was what Batman on film was going to be forever.
Yep.
But then they ruined it.
They did. What is your take on like Battinson?
What was it?
The new Batman, Battinson. I guess would be what people. Oh,
Shovel Face.
Yeah.
So old Shovel Face. I honestly liked it. I really did like it. I know, like they talk about it. Last one was all right. Didn't need to be 3 hours. I tend to agree. I'm a 90-minute movie guy, but I don't know. It wasn't bad. It really wasn't like awfully bad. It was a nice, like, it reminded me a lot of Daredevil, like back to like the crime, like the dirty underbelly of Gotham, fighting, breaking fingers, like breaking ribs and stuff to get the information out of people. Definitely like, and the detective, like he's the world's greatest detective. So like bringing that back to it.
Yep.
And like I definitely liked it. It was an interesting take, and then the old the Riddler everything was more grounded in reality. was a fresh view.
Yeah,
Like,
I just took a
like,
couple naps during it because it was
oh
so
yeah, I
long,
mean,
and it
three
was so
hour,
dark. Like visually,
yeah,
it was just such a
yeah,
darkly shot movie that I'm
yeah,
sitting there and I'd catch my head snapping down and back up. Be like, all right, let's watch the movie.
yeah. I mean, it wasn't like it. I completely forgot about it after. So like, that's a testament to the movie too. Was it fantastic? No. Was it bad? No. It was just like it was all right.
Yep. What about
Unfortunately,
Joaquin Phoenix's Joker?
so I never saw. I never saw it.
Oh, I really like it.
Is it worth a watch?
I think so.
It's like a lot of people were like talk about it as being like Taxi Driver, like the
It is very Taxi Driver-ish.
so like, and Taxi Driver is one of my favorite movies of all time, and I don't want to go in and
Holding
be
it up on that
disappointed.
pedestal already, and
Yeah.
So being a huge Taxi Driver fan, do I think you would dislike? I think you would enjoy it because it's the best way to say it, I guess, to compare it to Taxi Driver is it's a different character study of Travis Bickle or Brickle
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
than Taxi Driver. It's a different approach to a very similar character.
I'll give it a watch. I feel like after all this time, I could give it a shot. It's good, but not worth as much hype as it got.
I
Yeah,
would agree with that. That's for sure,
yeah,
Jared.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I'll put it on my list of movies to watch for sure. I wrote it down.
Nice.
Yeah.
And I got to watch
On
Black
my
Dynamite. That might be my stay up late where I've got the monster going here at
nice.
9 o'clock at night that I'll probably be up late. So I might have to watch Black Dynamite.
Definitely Black Dynamite, and then I mean, you've seen Hobo with a Shotgun.
No, I've heard good things about it.
You should watch Hobo with a Shotgun. That's like one of my all-time movies. And because that guy just made another movie, it's on my list to watch. It's Kids versus Aliens. So it's got that Attack the Block. I haven't even watched it yet, so I honestly don't know. But I assume it's like Attack the Block. It's Kids versus Aliens, right? That's literally Attack the Block?
Or could it be more Monster Squad?
It's probably. Honestly, I don't know. Like, I watched a couple trailers for it. I bought it. I have it like literally sitting here. We'll see. We'll see how late I want to go tonight. I might. So I'm definitely gonna watch. I'm definitely gonna watch Enemy Territory first because I got some. When we're done, I got some work I want to do, and then I'll pop on Enemy Territory. Maybe if I'm feeling lucky, I'll maybe pop it in. Probably not though. But I have it. I bought it.
Jared says the Joker doesn't touch Taxi Driver, and that I definitely agree with. Taxi Driver's an American classic.
Oh, it's an institution.
Whereas, yeah, absolutely. And the Joker's just, I think, a different approach to Travis.
Yeah.
And it definitely, with you saying that, there's definitely a lot of parallels to the two, but yeah, it doesn't touch Taxi Driver by any.
Interesting. I mean, it's worth the watch. It's not like
It's
that's
weird,
a good thing about.
but I think it's good. I think Joaquin Phoenix did a very good job of getting into character. I would say.
Very cool. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Why not? It is what it is.
So you've a couple times you've talked about stuff you talked about with Joey. I'm going off on a tangent here because it just
You're
happened to
good.
pop into my head.
Let's do it.
How did Ravioli for Randy become a thing?
So me and Joey have this weird past, right? So he did a Kickstarter called Darkest Dice, the chick track. Yeah, mine are in a weird spot. Yeah, he did the Darkest Dice, and then I think just kind of in passing, one Kickstarter creator to the next, we were actually like chit chatting on through Kickstarter in the messages, which is very strange to do. And then I was like, hey, cool, awesome. Like we talked about it, and then like he backed the first Neon Lords, and then we talked about it there. And then oh, here comes Mandy. Yeah, I always talk about the same movies. And then he did Ninja City, and then we talked. Oh, cool, Ninja City, blah blah, blah. Awesome. And then all of a sudden, there was the Pizza Party show popped up, and then I watched Pizza Party. And I was like, this guy gets it. Like he is like my kindred spirit. So after Pizza Party, I went back to it, got a hold of him. I said, we need to do our own show. Like let's talk. Like let's sit and talk. So we got on a phone call. We talked for probably 4 hours about like the smell of VHS like rental stores all the way down to like, everything, right? So like the nitty-gritty of life that we got to, and then it just clicked from there, and then we did a show, and then we just kept trugging along with raviolis.
That it's a great show. So
thank you. I mean I have fun. Like, I could talk forever. Like he has to put a limit on the show. Like tonight, like I could literally sit here probably for 5 hours just talking, right?
It's on.
So
I'm
like,
in the same boat. So.
Yeah, so I mean, we might be stuck if people are watching, and then like, but he's like the
Grab
last
your
one.
energy drinks.
Yeah,
Buckle
he's
up.
like, he was like, oh, can we are we gonna do like 90 minutes or 2 hours? It's like, yeah, well, I'll cut it at 2. I'll cut it at 2. So yeah, we've been cutting it at 2 hours because it's just he's a busy man. He's got a lot going on, so. And he probably doesn't want to sit down in his basement for 4 hours deep into the night.
It's got to be pretty hot down there too. So
in the Mozzarella Mausoleum,
yeah.
I got to take a tour of it, but when I went, it was February, so it was very cold.
Oh, that's fun.
But I'll be back. I'll be back to the Mozzarella Mausoleum in September for ShireCon, I believe. Is the next time me and Joey meet up.
Where is ShireCon?
ShireCon is in Connecticut.
And it's in September. I don't have any PTO left. Gladly burn it and join the two of you down.
Where are you like generally located?
I'm in Maine.
I don't remember. Maine. Where in Maine?
Like Windham. It's up near Sebago Lake.
Sure.
So it's you know Portland? I'm sure you've heard of Portland. It's about a half hour outside of Portland.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I've been to Maine. My wife's from New Hampshire, so we've been up and around. And I've been up to the Navy base that used to be up there. I think it's used to be.
Oh, Brunswick Naval Air Station that they've turned into.
Yeah.
It's like a business park and everything.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, they decommissioned the base, and it's now like a business park and all kinds of stuff in there.
Be interested to go up and see what it is now that it's not a post anymore. So that's in North Canaan, Connecticut, which is on the border of Mass and Connecticut and New York technically, and it's like the Berkshires.
I wish I had the time off to take because that would be a blast to get together with the two of you and play some games.
Yeah, that would be awesome. So like, and then I have one coming up in it's like up by Lake George in New York. That's still kind of far from Maine.
Yeah, I think my next con, unfortunately, is not going to be until Total Con next year.
I'll be there for Total Con again.
Nice. Yeah, I was supposed to go this year, and unfortunately, my dad got really sick and was in the hospital most of February, and I didn't really dare to go anywhere with his condition, so I ended up having to scrap it, and then I booked whatever it was, like 22 interviews for the month of February, and that's where I used all my PTO, is taking care of my dad.
Yeah.
But hey, he's healthy and is a horse now and everything, so.
Hell yeah, that's good to hear.
Yep.
Scary. I hate listening to all those stories because, my parents thankfully are still around and very healthy, so I don't want to lose. I hate to hear any stories of loss, especially on a fun time talking about 80s and 90s awesomeness.
Yeah. Well, we don't have any downers coming along here, so.
Speaking of downers, have you ever seen this movie? No, just kidding.
Yeah.
Like, there's some downer movies for sure.
There sure are. Let me see here. Oh, one of the things I asked you before we got going, too, is whether or not you were a horror fan. And I had you check out the trailer for the new Exorcist Believer.
Yeah.
And I cannot wait for that movie.
It's very interesting, too, because it's kind of like a new modern twist on like the old exorcism story trope, right? So generally you had like in the first one, the Ouija board, right? With the Ouija board was like the gateway that she got her possessed with Pazuzu, I believe,
Yep,
right?
it was
So
Pazuzu.
now you got like the modern day kind of like it kind of reminded me of like Slender Man stories. If you're familiar, I know that's like
Oh man, my youngest was obsessed with the Slender Man stuff, and got to the point where I had to be like, this isn't real.
yeah,
It's like,
it's like SCPs, right? I think that's
yeah,
like what the kids are into. They reminded me of that, so that's cool to like take like the old style because I mean Exorcists, there are tons of them, right? And tons of different exorcism style movies, so it's kind of cool to see a fresh take on like especially like a Missing 411 style where
yeah,
the kids think this, yeah, I mean it's just lines in with that too. You ever look into those Missing 411s?
yeah. Those I've watched some of the YouTube videos around those, and it's just
Crazy.
insane. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. So and then especially the time lapse, right? So they thought they were only gone for a
three
couple
hours.
hours, and it was 3 days.
Yeah,
So like, yeah. So already like intrigue into that, and then they come out possessed.
yep.
So like, what happened in those 3 days, right? Like,
And I love the fact that they're bringing the mother from the original Exorcist back in this. And the one scene in the trailer I really love is when she's like, "I've dealt with this one before," and it looks up and it's like, "Mother," and it's like, "Ooh."
yeah, especially if it's Pazuzu back.
Yeah. And it looks like the trailer shows it, so I'm not spoiling anything. It shows that there's two of them possessed. So
Hmm.
I'm wondering if it's like Pazuzu and like Beelzebub or something, like who this second demon's gonna be, or if he's somehow possessed them both.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the take. I didn't even realize there was a new Exorcist coming out.
I didn't until about a week ago. One of my buddies comes running into my office at work. He's like, "Dude, you got to check this trailer out." Or no, it wasn't the trailer. He's like, "Did you see they've got a trailer coming out for the new Exorcist?" And I'm like, "Same thing as you." I was like, "I didn't know there was a new Exorcist coming out." And he's like,
Yeah,
"Yeah." And then we watched that trailer together, and I was just like, "I cannot wait."
it's awesome. Very very rare do I ever get to ever like see a modern movie. So it's very rare for me to be able to watch one, especially the kids dominate the TV and I get to generally just watch stuff up here at night, but then it's usually a VHS or a movie I have. With that being said, though, August is the 50th anniversary of Enter the Dragon, and it is coming back to the theaters, fully restored
Ooh,
in 4K. Me and my
ooh.
dad are going to see it in August, so I'm very excited for that, especially to watch Enter the Dragon. Because like my dad's like huge into Taekwondo and stuff. He's like a black belt and everything. It's very strange. And then he said like he was talking about he's like that's the movie. That's the movie that like I wanted to learn martial arts off of. So I was like, well, we're going to see it, especially like being a movie head, like the Shaw Brothers, all the kung fu stuff. Like get to watch it in the theater 4K is going to be an experience for sure.
That will be. I'm definitely gonna have to check that out myself because I mean, Bruce Lee in the theater. I never got to experience that.
Yeah, me
It's
neither. Yep. But yeah, but like and it's got Bolo Young, my one of my favorites, one of my favorite villains, Bolo Young.
Was he the one that was in Bloodsport?
He sure
Yes.
was.
Okay, that's what I thought.
He did a movie called TC 2000 with Billy Blanks where he's actually a good guy.
Weird. I can't
It's
picture him being a good guy, like,
I
ever.
know. That's why it's awesome. Like I like especially Billy Blanks had a nice little run of like some like low budget like kung fu karate action movies in like the 90s.
What was his workout program called? I can't remember.
Tybo.
Taibo, that's right.
Yeah, I got a few Billy Blanks movies in the behind me.
Nice.
Yeah, I love TC 2000. It's like it's a Terminator, it's a budget Terminator movie.
That sounds pretty rad. TC 2000. I gotta find.
Yeah, like of course, yeah, 93 film. It is awesome. It's worth a watch. There might be it might be on YouTube. I don't know, but
I'm
it's
writing
definitely
down all the movies. Hobo with a Shotgun.
yeah. I'll bring you all the hits. So I can give you the elevator pitch for TC. It says somewhere in apocalyptic future, where the rich live underground and the poor are left to fend for themselves on the surface by forming gangs. Corrupt members of underground security force plot to destroy the surface. And like the TC 2000s are like RoboCop style, cyborg cops.
Interesting.
Yeah, yeah. Gangsters Survive. Jason Storm, great, phenomenal character name for a 90s action movie. Jason Storm, an underworld guard, gets knowledge of a conspiracy to kill all the people on the surface. He needs to flee to the surface and win Sumai, a respected martial arts master, as his ally to fight to stop the dirty plot.
It's too good.
I don't even know why they don't talk about like the robot aspect of it, but whatever.
They don't want to spoil anything.
I guess it's like so many good like aliens Terminator ripoffs. Just great fodder for adventures.
Yeah, I'm trying to think
Predator.
of some of the Predator is. Did you see the new one?
No.
Prey, I think it was.
I heard it was really good. It was
amazing.
It's on my list to eventually watch, but it's really hard, like really hard to watch anything, especially because it's like a lot of times if I'm like with my free time, I have to like write and work on book stuff. So like either if I listen to the music or if I feel like watching a movie, I have to like really pick. So it's like, well, Prey's streaming, so it'll be kind of a pain in the butt to get it on the. I'll just put on a DVD.
So going back
Blu-ray.
to VHS stuff, if I wanted to get a player this day and age, what route should I go to find one? I know you mentioned the combo.
Yeah. So I got lucky, and this is an awful story how I acquired. My grandma ended up passing, and then my grandpa had to go and he couldn't stay in the house by himself. So I acquired some VCRs and a combo from him leaving. So I acquired a bunch of his stuff, and that's how I got mine. So like a VCR wise, I mean, they still make VCRs.
Oh, I didn't think they made them anymore.
They still make 8-track players. You just got to know where to look.
Huh.
But like generally, it's hard because with this resurgence of VHS, I think people think that they're worth more than they are too. So like I've seen them for like you could probably find one for $20 here and there, like on a marketplace.
Yep.
That's probably what I would do. But I have the TV VCR combos a godsend, and then I have a backup VCR in the closet.
Nice. So of all your VHS tapes, which is your most prized of your collection?
Most prized, Chopping Mall. Chopping Mall because the cover. Chopping Mall is one of my favorite movies, but like, so most prized by cover, definitely Chopping Mall. Most prized other than that, all of them have like the reason why I own it. Like I don't like all these VHS people go out and they just amass a collection of VHSs just because it's on VHS. Like everything I own, like there's a reason why I have it, like I generally have interest in it, or it's something I like, or I've wanted to see, and then like it was only on VHS. So like a lot of movies, it's just like everything's like curated. The library is very curated to what I own, and it's very strange. Some weird stuff in there, and I got like another good one, Blood Diner.
I'm gonna write that one down.
It's a very good movie. I got all the Nemesis on VHS, I think 5 of them, and then they came out direct to video after that, but I don't have those ones. Those are good. I don't know, it's hard. I've got Garbage Pail Kids, the movie on VHS.
I remember that.
It's fantastically bad.
Yeah, it is. But it's one of those ones that you can't look away from.
Yeah.
And
then like yeah. Oh, I mean the rubber creature design in it is phenomenal. Like, how do you take a card and make a live action movie out of it? I feel like they did fine, even though it's very well hated among everybody. Nobody likes that movie. I think I'm the only one. And then obviously my Toxic Avenger, I got like the original Lightning video release rather than like a trauma release one.
Nice.
Yeah, it's still got some shrink wrap on it, but I mean that's irrelevant. It just looks cool.
What is it? 200 points at the Punk Kids pay they're going to give for hitting the guy on the bike.
Oh, it's a kid on a bike, isn't it?
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
it's 200 points. He's like, it's 200 points after he hits him.
Yeah. Absolutely bonkers movie. Started me down a spiral of weirdness for my whole life.
It's such a good movie, though. I like a lot of the Troma movies.
Oh, yeah. Trauma's fantastic. There was this place down by my house, like a couple blocks away, called Little Joe's. They were a video rental store and like TV, VCR, Nintendo repair place. And they were selling their VHS collection off. I mean, like I was still in high school, so in the 90s. And but there's no slip cases. It was all just blank, just black in the snap cases, the clear snap cases.
Yeah.
So you had to go off title alone, and they're like $1 a piece. So we would go in there. I got like the Phantasms out of there, and like Class of Nukem High and Trauma War, and like all of those movies. Unfortunately, I don't have them anymore. Of course, you'd be a dumb kid, get rid of VHS when DVDs came along, thinking it was the wave of the future.
Same thing I did.
I think everybody in our like age group probably did the exact same thing.
Yep. Like when CDs came out, all the vinyl went away.
Yeah.
But you mentioned Phantasm. Oh, I love that movie.
Oh yeah, that's a big Joey movie. Yeah, it's interesting. It's a very interesting like plot premise and everything about it. It's not your typical horror movie, The Phantasms.
No, but they're so good, and I can't think of the guy
Angus
that plays
Scrimm.
Reggie. Well, Angus Scrimm's amazing, but the tall man.
Yeah,
but,
tall man.
Is it Reggie, the guy that's the older? I think it's Reggie is his character's name.
Let's look it up. I'm bad with all this stuff.
I don't dare to try to pull anything up on my computer out of fear of my last time doing it.
I got it. We got Reggie. Yep, Reggie. Reggie Bannister.
Yep.
Played Reggie. So perfect. He nailed it. He got it. That's I always wonder, like guys who like are in a movie with their first name, so they don't have to like, like if somebody calls them by their character name, they already know it's for them.
Yeah, they're just like, hey, what's up?
Like one less thing they got to worry about.
Yep. But those flying balls that the tall man has, it's just I watched that. I think I was like probably 8 or 9 years old when I first saw Phantasm, and I was just terrified of the movie up until I was about 13, and then I just fell in love with it.
Yeah,
and
it's cool.
Yeah, and The Howling was another movie that as a kid scared the living crap out of me.
Yeah, and like a big one that me and Joey always talk about too is Return of the Living Dead, when they got the lady zombie on the table and they ask her what it's like to be dead. She's like, pain.
I don't remember that.
Scary. Like that movie scared me. And then like it was unsettling, especially like in the medical supply parts. Like the cadaver comes to life in the beginning and he's like that weird off color, like running around naked.
Yep.
That freaked me out. But yeah, Return of the Living Dead, that's another like classic, phenomenal movie.
Now, maybe I'm getting it confused with Night of the Living Dead. But which of the two is it with the waste where it dumps?
Well, so
I always get the movies confused.
It has to be so Return of the Living Dead is they open up Tar Man that's in the canister that's from Night of the Living Dead.
Okay.
And then they reanimate things and they cremate them. Then the cremation smoke goes up into the sky
and creates the rain.
The rain,
that's
that reanimates them.
That's
such an awesome premise.
Yeah. I remember we had when I was in the 8th grade, we had a media club, and the teacher's name, I think he passed a couple of years ago, but his name was Mr. Rolfe, and he would bring in, we watched The Evil Dead in the 8th grade, which I love that movie. Especially, I've got to check out Evil Dead Rise. I still haven't watched that, but I've heard that's pretty good, the new one.
Mm-hmm.
And
it was good.
Did you like the reboot, the 2013
Yeah,
one?
Yeah, I liked it. It was pretty dark.
Yeah, it was a lot more morbid than I was expecting, because
Hmm.
I had Bruce Campbell in my head going into
Yeah,
it, and I was watching it, and I was like, "Holy shit, this is brutal."
yeah, yeah. I mean, like the girl cuts her tongue with like a box cutter.
Oh, oh.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. I'd like to rewatch it. I have it on Blu-ray somewhere. I'd definitely like to rewatch that one. I mean, Evil Dead 2, I think I've seen probably a good like 1,000 times.
Probably the same with me. Like,
Yeah. I think I had the I don't know what I did with that. I had like the book, the rubber book floating around here. I just acquired one at
oh,
like
nice.
at a con. Like I had one, and I had a dog, a little Pembroke Welsh Corgi that ripped the face off the cover,
Oh no.
and I always wanted a replacement for it. And then I was at a con or a local thing, and a guy had one, so I ended up grabbing it off him.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so I was pretty happy. So of course it didn't make it to the shelf yet, but it's like uh, in stacks of something somewhere. It's cool. It doesn't scream anymore. I used to be able to press the eye and it would scream. The batteries are dead, but
That's neat.
yeah.
So, of cons, we've brought cons up a couple times here.
Yep.
And hopefully my tangents don't drive you wild. It's just when
That's
stuff
what I
pops
it's
into
what
my
I
head.
do. That's exactly how I function. So I'm in it's my wheelhouse. I go on tangents and down weird rabbit holes, and who knows what we're gonna talk about.
Yeah. What would you say are your top 3 cons you've been to?
I haven't been to like overly that many. So I have. This is the big year. So I got Game Hole Con coming up. I'll be there for that. I'm not going to Gen Con. Joey will be at Gen Con. I'm doing Game Hole Con, and I got PAX Unplugged again. This will be my third year at PAX, and then so Total Con Game and Total Con and PAX are the big ones that I've like really been to. So they were fun. I like a con. I do a lot of local ones too. Like we do like NoCo Con, which is here like North Country
Hmm.
Comic Con. And then a big one I do is I go home, like I'm from downstate a little bit,
Yep.
like about 3 hours from here, and they do this cool. It's like a pop market where like we go to the Legion on a Sunday, and like $20 table I set up, and then I just sling some books, and like I'll
Nice.
do anything. I'll go anywhere. I take the gumball machine and books, and I'll set up
Nice.
anywhere. I got like Twin Tier Con. I know like last year they had what's his name Butch Patrick, the Eddie Munster.
Oh, nice.
He was there last year. So Twin Tier Con's a big one. That's like down in my hometown too. They get like 6,000 people going through there.
Wow. In
Yeah,
one
so
day?
that's in November. I think it's two
Oh,
days.
I thought you had said one day, and I was like, dang, that's a lot of people in one day.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take it. So I got Wellsboro Comic Con. Which Wellsboro is the Pennsylvania Grand Canyon. If you've never been, it's a very nice place. So Wellsboro Comic Con in like 3 weeks, I'll be down there, slinging books, hanging out, and then I don't even remember my schedule. I just sign up for these cons, then they like show up, and I'm like, oh crap, I gotta go. But yeah, Game Hole Con and PAX Unplugged are like my big two hits this year.
Awesome. And
Yeah.
Joe Stone said he has to try to make it to PAX this year, and I'm in the same boat. I've wanted to go the last few years and have always had something pop up that stopped me from going.
Yeah, come to PAX and play some games. I generally so like I don't know if I'm getting. I don't like it's weird. There's a whole issue with tables with me and PAX right now because they are prohibitively expensive, and so like there's a whole issue. There's a lot of deal. I don't think I'm gonna get a table this year, but I will be going with the Alexandria RPG library like I do and run games for them. Like I'll
Nice.
just be running Neon Lords games the whole weekends.
That was
And I was running like
actually. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I cut you
no,
off.
like I was like running like 5 games like in 3 days.
Wow.
Yeah, that's all I do is I just sit, run a game Friday, two Saturday, and two Sunday.
Wow. I would be very, very tired after that.
Yeah. Well, the worst part was I didn't realize that Mike Pondsmith was going to be running a game right next to me on my last game on Sunday. and I really wanted to play that Cyberpunk game.
Uh,
With Mike Pondsmith would have been phenomenal,
it would have been.
but I was running the game.
Oh. Um,
Uh,
dang, I
yeah.
just had my next question fall out of
Oh,
my.
sorry.
It'll come back to me.
So Jared said, "When is that close to where my grandparents lived?" Oh, Wellsboro is, I believe it's August. August. So it's not this weekend coming up. It's the weekend after that. August 12th and 13th is Wellsboro Comic Con. Will be. So Wellsboro Comic Con's cool. I haven't done it yet, but I set up at that pop market. I set up next to the guy who runs it, and we've just been chit chatting the last few times I've been going down, and it's like the whole town gets involved. Like it's not just like a building. It's like 5 buildings where there's like a ton of people. There's like the whole like downtown like park areas filled with stuff to do and vendors and stuff. And so we're in like not a bad building. We're in with like a bunch of comic book creators and stuff because it's more of like a a nerd convention of just stuff. But Wellsboro is a good market because I've never really slung books down there, so hopefully I can get some new Neon Maniacs out of it.
That would be cool.
Yeah, it's always fun.
Now I know what my next question would be. How did you get? I know we kind of talked about it because I thought it was so cool. How did you get set up with the Alexandria Library? I remember seeing a post about you setting up in there at one point. I want to say it was back in like January or February. And I was like, that is the coolest thing that a library's letting him do this.
Yeah. Oh, so that's two separate things. I think you're talking about the selling books you're talking about, right?
I
The
don't remember if
library.
it was selling books or.
So there's two separate things. So my hometown library did their own uh, pop like Comic Con thing, and then I got invited to go sell books there, and because that was the thing I was gonna sneak. So I want like it's full circle. I wanted to donate a copy of the book
That's what
to
the
the
one I'm thinking
library.
of.
Yeah, so this was like my hometown one. I'll tell you about the Alexandria Library after this, in case the people watching aren't privy to my plot, right? So like I got a hold of my hometown library because like it's my hometown library. I'd like to donate a book. I'm from there. I'm just gonna pick up my pen so I can write stuff. So I'm from there, right? So like it'd be cool to have my book in my library as growing up. That was the epicenter of a lot of things for me, was getting books out and stuff. So I got a hold of them, and no one ever got back to me about donating a book, which is kind of sacrilegious as far as I'm concerned. So rather than going more channels, and actually like getting a hold of somebody, I got the idea of just like pirating a book onto the shelf. I was going to go and take pictures of all of their like Dewey Decimal System labels and everything, and Photoshop my own, put them on a book, and then just slide the book into like because they do have a role playing game section. Just slide a copy onto the shelf. But unfortunately, I have not done it yet because I was gonna do some recon when I was there, but I got busy selling books at the thing. But the Alexandria RPG Library, they are a collective of like they're trying to get every single role playing game and into the library, and they go con to con with a traveling library of different games that you can go and check out, and then like we could run any random old game and then look at it, check out the books, and then obviously it's a library, so you got to return it. And then they're always looking for volunteers. So I volunteer for the PAX. I was only doing PAX Unplugged because I was in the Army, so I couldn't. That's it. That's all I could do, because like time is very like rigid of what I'm allowed to do. And thankfully, I had a good command team that like was cool with me writing a role playing game book and like let me kind of get some leeway on some stuff. But well, that's neither here nor there. And then I got out of the Army in February, so I'm doing this full time. So now I can like dedicate more time to going to cons. So with that being said, David, who's also in the Guard, which it's whatever, the Guard, but he's the chief librarian. So I'm going to link up with him and do more. So I know I'm going to PAX. We're talking about going to PAX East, and it's in Boston. Going there, I should have figured out Gen Con because I would have been able to go to the library with Gen Con. So pretty much anybody can donate time. You can donate your books too if you have anything you want to donate to the library. That's whatever. But You can do that too, but you generally donate time. You can donate time by helping set up, like helping, like, be there to the library, like talk about role playing games all day to people, help sign out games or run games. So I go, I help set up and I help tear down and I just run games, and they pay for my ticket. They'll pay
Nice.
for anybody's ticket to help as long as you're donating, like volunteering for them.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's an interesting thing too, especially because like a lot of these games, like like all these like that resurgence of like independent kind of games in the 90s, like where like who remembers Hole, right? Human occupied landfill.
I do not.
You don't know Hole? Well, luckily for you, I got a copy right here. So yeah, so they they have all these books and all these games that have time have forgotten. And then yeah, so human occupied landfill. Oh, let me get it in the camera. It's
Huh.
this old school 90s, like it's all handwritten and all hand drawn
Oh, wow.
game. Yeah, it's very cool. And like, cause we always get everyone's like, oh, that like that's like Whole, like Neon Lords is like Whole. So I was like, I have to check it out. And of course, they have at the library they have the first printing, and then they did like a sequel, like a buttery wholesomeness. This is like the only two books, Butthole. It's the only two books they made for it. And then I got some. You ever see Battle Lords of the 23rd Century?
That I have heard of.
Yeah, so this is like another one that like, I mean, if you want high tech sci-fi gear ad nauseum, Battle Lords is where it's at. Like there's like gear upon weapons and weapons. It's very awesome. But it's like stuff like that, right? That you would never think of. You can go to the library at Gen Con PAX, all that, and then check out Paranoia, check out, like Call of Cthulhu First Edition. They got the box. Like you can get Battle Lords if they have it, and they always take a Neon Lords copy with them because they're true gentlemen and women and ladies as well too. But they're true Neon maniacs, so they always have a copy of Neon Lords on hand.
Nice. As everyone should.
Oh, yeah, and then Joe brought up Underground. Yeah, Mayfair Underground is another awesome '90s game that the library had. That it was on my radar because it's like it takes place in 2021, and like 2021 was like we're just coming out of the pandemic and everything. So like Chris Carmen, one of the artists that worked on Neon Lord, sent me. He's like, "Hey, have you ever heard of this game?" And then he sent me like pictures of the art and stuff, and it was like, wow, like this is on brand for Neon Lords. I got to find out about this game. So Underground is like Martial Law, the comic book. You ever seen that
No.
one? So essentially, it is 2021, and I wish I got my copy over there, but I can't. It's too far to walk. So essentially, it's in 2021, and the government makes like super soldiers, like superhero, like Captain America guys,
Yep.
to go fight these wars in South America, and then when they come back, the government just kicks them to the side, and they end up just being homeless superheroes that end up just like fighting. It's not really like it's not like Marvel like superheroes role playing game. It's not like that. It's more like gritty Judge Dreddy style like street
Sounds fun.
enforcement. The book is crazy. I couldn't even tell you how to play it. It's like that quintessential 90s role playing game where you have no idea like what you're supposed to even be doing.
Right.
So like that's the good thing. That's the good thing about modern games is how we've really come a long way in streamlining things and like, okay, this is how you play the game. Like I've like a lot of times I have a copy, a real copy, and I do have a PDF of Underground, which I mean, whatever. I didn't buy it, unfortunately, but I do have a real copy. If that makes any sense, if that helps anybody sleep tonight, I do have a fake copy, right? So I'll sit in bed and I'll read it just to fall asleep because but it's so interesting and there's so much lore, but I have yet to even get to like the game mechanics of it. It's just so much lore in the front. And that's like to me a role-playing faux pas. You never put like your lore in the like 100 pages of lore in the front. Like if you want to put lore in your book, I'm all for it. Just put it in the back.
Yeah, I would agree. Start out with your character creation and all that stuff at the
Yep.
beginning. And
Exactly. That was the biggest thing for me was being uh, cognizant of where things went in the book as well. So that's like there's a reason why everything is exactly where it is. It's because that's how I felt it should be, in a role playing game book. And I'm not, like it's my opinion. Everyone could vary different, but I feel this is how I feel like a role playing game book should set up, and that's what I did.
Yeah. Well, that's just like with me, I think when I finally get something designed, any maps I have need to be on the facing page for information so that you're not flipping around looking everywhere. There are a couple of
Yep.
companies that do that really well. One of them being, I'm going to screw the part of the name up, but it's Silver Boulet. I think I actually said it right. Ian
Yeah.
McGarity and Rocky.
hmm
And they have the little maps of each room by the room description so that you don't have to keep flipping around. And I love
Yep.
how they do that.
I did the exact same thing. It's like I'm old and I forget, so it was to help me as well. Like, yeah, put like so in Spacebulk was the latest like big adventure I did. Every part of the Spacebulk adventure, it's like a little CRT screen with like the readout on it of like that room and like the adjacent like corridors off of it and stuff.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's like you have to do it nowadays. That's
Yeah.
like the go-to.
Yep. And so speaking of design, that was something else I wanted to ask you. When you're starting with something, you like to start with, say, a name, an idea, a title. How does your brain
Yeah.
work in doing that?
So a lot of it is a little bit of both. The majority of it is top-down design, right? So like I come up with so last night I ran a game for this is my con game. So if you ever come to cons, this is my new con game for the year. It is called Festivus Maximus Slaughterfest, aka Revenge of the Mutant Cyborg Ninjas, right? So like I come up with these like crazy names and it's like, okay, so now what does that mean? So it's like building off of that, or I'll come up with like a name of like a weapon or item, and then like what does that mean? Like what does that weapon like what does that do? Or it comes to the opposite. It's like, okay, well, I need something to do this mechanic, right? So like how do I build that? So it's a little bit of both, but it's mostly top down design, especially because I have like a whole list of just ideas of names and stuff. And then if it's like, okay, well, I need this gun, okay, that name out of the list is good for it. Strike it off the list. It's in the book now.
I like that.
Yeah, so it's like I always have a running notes of ideas of like, okay, this is cool, yeah, and then I'll go back to that, and then kind of maybe spark some inspiration out of something that I put in there and I had no idea what it meant at the time, and then it comes out and it ends up being something.
Nice. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know where my brain clog comes from with trying to design stuff. Like the idea I threw out to you the other day about the music instruments, I'm just going to leave it
yeah,
at that. Like, I have no idea where to, granted, like I gave you a pretty good start of where I was
it's a
coming
great
from with
start.
it,
Yeah,
but I don't know where to go from there. That's where I get stuck all the time. Like I get the ideas laid out, and like I use a program called Evernote on my phone so that I can just type wherever I am, or Notepad
Mhm.
or whatever.
Yeah.
And I get all these ideas down, but then trying to take them from idea to the page is what screws me up.
So it really comes from so then you got to have a purpose too. So like what are you going to do with them? Right? So like is it going to be for your own game system? Is it going to be for another game system? Is it going to be like a system agnostic? Like I feel like that should be like your next step, right? Like
Gotcha.
figuring out the purpose of it, and then from there you can just be like, okay, well if it's going to be for Dungeon Crawl Classics or Mutant Crawl Classics, I need XYZ because that's what it's needed for that game, right? So
That makes sense.
yeah, I mean it's easy for me because it's I never write for anything but myself, so it's like
Right. And
easy.
I don't think I have a game system in my head yet, but
Yeah, I
I've
mean
got a
even
lot
then
of
you
ideas that would fit. Like I think that idea, and I feel bad like I'm teasing anyone listening, not really saying what we're talking about. I feel like that would fit well in Neon Lords and Mutant
Yeah.
Crawl Classics both.
So you could either stat it everything up in both and do it, or just do it system agnostic and then just kind of eluded stuff. Which like system agnostic's cool. It's just not for me. I like game design as well as much as world building. I feel like going in tandem with each other is always exciting. So I would pick a personally I would pick a game and make it for it, or both.
I think that's kind of the route that I'll wind up going because I like having the structure, I guess would be
Yeah.
the way to say it, of like knowing what confines I'm working within and whatnot, so that I don't just go all willy nilly and go off on one of my tangents in a game design, and people are going to be like, "What the hell is this guy talking about?"
Yeah, so like yeah, I mean I have some system agnostic stuff and it's great, but it's just not for my personal writing preferences, that's all.
Yeah, and I guess that's another thing I've got to figure out is how I want to write. There's so many different ways of doing it, and I try to do like five instead of like focusing on one.
Yeah, that's an interesting way. I don't know. I just try to write every day. Maybe it's like, I'm just not feeling it that day, and that's fine. You can have days like that. Everyone's human. Everyone needs like that brain recharge. And if I'm just writing like a sentence, right? Like or like just something on the notepad. As long as I have something on the page for the day, I'm happy. I mean, generally, like fortunately for me lately, it's just been pages and pages a day. So like I'm pretty blessed when it comes to being able to get past all that nowadays, because like I'm definitely deep within like I have so many like irons in the fire, I guess, right?
Yeah,
So like I got so much going on that like, and that's a big thing for me too, is a palate cleanser. Is like I got like um Joey, me and Joey got a few projects, that we work on. We meet up Monday nights, and we like actually that's a good actually I bring that up to you too. So like this is a big thing that I learned. I did some games with James Hutt from Artel Sorian, and then this is what he would teach me, because I was like, oh, wild eyed. I was coming right off the high of the first Kickstarter, and this like Artel Sorian guy comes. I was like, yeah, I want to make we'll make some mini games together and stuff. So I'm like, okay, cool. Like after Christmas, he's like, yeah, give me a call. So I'm like calling him up, and he's like, all right, we got 60 minutes. This is what we're gonna do. X, Y, Z. Every 15 minutes. He's like had it down to like game design down. I've learned a lot from him. So like, thanks, James, if you're ever listening. Appreciate you. I know we talk a little bit here and there still. He's a good man. Definitely taught me a lot.
that's
Really
awesome.
appreciate him being like there for me. And then yeah, so it's 60 minutes. And then like and it's all business up front, right? So like, and it's 60 minutes, like to a T. If we're done 45 minutes, we'll talk for 15 minutes about like what he's got going on, or he'd be interested in some what I got going on for Neon Lords and stuff. And then that was it. I think Sunday we were doing it. Every Sunday we an hour, and he'd be like, okay, and he had it down to like this, like week one, this is what we do. Week two, this is what we're gonna do. Week three, this is what we're gonna do. And he had it down every single week for an hour. What the topic of the game design was.
That's so cool.
Yeah, so like I took that and I tried to do it with Joey, but it's damn near impossible, because like I mean we're such good friends that you can't be like, this is what we're gonna do, because it's like, well, oh, how'd this go, or how'd this, or what, did
Right.
you see that, so it's like just so we do it a little bit more loose than what they do over at Artel Sorian, but we got it. We're
Nice.
okay. We're doing all
That's
right.
awesome. Yeah.
So yeah, so a big thing is palette cleansing, right? So like if like I'm burnt out on like a book, I'll just fire up a different game system or different thing I got work like in a project I'm working on, and get inspired on that, and then come back with some fresh eyes, and then pick up maybe something I didn't see before, and then just go from there.
Excellent. That's some good advice because
Yeah.
I I have this tendency to try to burrow in on one project and then get frustrated when I can't come up with ideas for said project. And then I'm just like, oh, forget this for now. I'm taking a break from design altogether.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Definitely. I mean, everyone's different. This is just what works for me, for the record, for a disclaimer out there. Anybody trying to get some sound advice, which I think it's sound advice, it works for me. It might work for you too, you never know. So, yeah, so don't get frustrated. Just walk away and try and like keep the creative juices flowing and try a different approach, right? Try everything. Like I even sometimes listen to like the megahertz. They have different like frequency like study sounds.
Yep.
And I do that sometimes. Like it might be a placebo. I know like I've talked about this a couple times, I think. It might be a placebo effect, but it works for me. Like especially with Facebook, right? So like it's a killer. It's a time killer, and it's awful. And unfortunately, we need it to market ourselves, like we were talking about before the show. So like, I will literally be typing, and then like it'll pop up, like I'll get a message from somebody, and then the next thing I know, I'm scrolling away, just like doom scrolling, right? Is that what they call it nowadays?
Yeah.
Just scrolling, and it's like, oh man, I was like literally writing. All right, so then I got to get back into it, and then it's like, but like when I got the meditation like music or study music or deep concentration like frequency music on, like I feel like I'm just more in tune, I'm just hyper laser focused, and like I could just stay at task at hand instead of getting scatterbrained and then just being like, oh well, what's this.
Yeah.
There's a time and place for the marketing, and there's a time and place to be creative, and like I have to like separate them two.
All right. So Joe Stone, first he said we should teach Watsy about design.
Well, they can pay me all they want, and I'll
Yep.
teach them whatever they want.
And then Jared said he carries around a little pocket-sized notebook around everywhere. That's a great idea.
That I have one because Joey talked about that too, was having a digital and an analog like station for notes. And I do have a notebook, but I never write in it. It's just not my style. I tried it. I tried the analog, and I do have the notebook and pens and stuff. And I take notes while I'm sitting here on these things. But I'm more of a I have to type it. That's just
I'm
so
kind of
like
the same way. Like, honestly, writing down the 5 movies I have is probably the most like analog writing I've done in a while, because everything else for me is either Word, Google Docs, or something.
Yep. Yep, got to stick. I keep everything in Google Docs so it's all there too. Because if I write a note in a notepad somewhere, like on a sheet, it's like, oh man, like I don't know where it is, so I have to keep it all together. And then Joe, yeah, said if I'm really burnt out, I'll just do a 5 minutes that day and just keep momentum. If I take a few days off, I might forget the project altogether due to ADHD. Exactly, like just keeping it fresh, always moving forward. Like a baby step is still a step forward, right? Like a crawl is still
Momentum, yeah.
Yeah, just always moving. That's like my big thing, is that I push that, like it worked for me. I mean, like I wrote, like I do both digital and analogs. Yeah, it makes sense. I'm just not that guy. Jared, sorry.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm the same way, Jared, because I do exactly what Brian was saying. Is I'll write in a notebook, throw it into a stack of other notebooks, and then I'm like, shit, where did I write that? And
Yep.
it's
Yep.
gone. And I'm also
Yep.
guilty of doing what Joe said, and like taking a few days off, which my instrument one is one of them, of that I just kind of walked away from it for a few days, and I didn't think about it until I had messaged you the other night saying, how the hell do I do this? And you said 1 word at a time. So I just started pumping out 1 word at a time.
Yeah, exactly. Even if it's 1 word at a time, just momentum. Just keep writing. Just keep writing. Just keep writing. Like words make sentences. Sentence makes paragraphs. Paragraphs make pages. Pages make books. Right.
Yep.
So that's how I look at it. And then that's like, even when making a book, I look at every single section. I don't look at the book, right? So I break it down by section, and I don't write it from page 1 to page X, whatever, I write it in today. Like today I'm going to do spells. Like I'm going to write 5 spells today. Like today I'm gonna write another monster. Today I'm gonna write like this or that. I'm all over the book, and then in different sections. And then once a section is good, then I start forming the book with the sections.
Yeah, that is definitely one problem I have, is trying to be too linear.
Never be linear. You'll never get anything done. That's why they don't make movies linear either.
That's true. They shoot scene 1 and then they'll shoot scene 62 and then 15,
Yeah.
whatever
Yep.
combo. But
So that's why I take that approach, and it works for me. Like I keep saying, I don't want to like sit here and say that like what I do is like the end all be all, but like just for me, it's easier, and it's just a puzzle trying to figure out like okay, and then it helps find gaps too, because then you might get stuck somewhere and you'll just never beat that bump. But if you kind of see the book at a different angle, you'll know what you're missing in certain spots, if that makes sense.
it does. Yeah, another thing I need to find, and you kind of do it, I try not to pester you too much, and it's probably
Yeah,
the
you can
wrong
pester
word to
me.
use,
No, you can hit me up anytime.
but is like a sounding board, because it sounds kind of like what you and Joey do for each other. Is each other's kind of sounding board with ideas.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you want to hit a meetings, I'm down to we can do an hour meeting and work something out too,
Yeah, that would be cool.
if you need the help. Yeah, just and then
If I get
you always
stuck or whatever, just because
yeah.
it's like my cat can only give me so much good advice on what to write.
You definitely need somebody to pitch. So like I write for myself. That's rule number one. I'm never gonna write for anybody else, because if you try to please everybody, you're gonna end up pleasing nobody, right?
Right.
So like I take with stride what people will obviously give me, like, oh, you should do this or that. It's like, yeah, no, like whatever I want. So I'll write for myself, end all be all. With that being said, I also do throw ideas at people and see if it sticks, right? Because like obviously like yeah, it's at the end of the day, I like people have to buy the books or else I won't be able to make like I can't. I'm trying to do it full time, right? So like nobody's buying the books, then obviously I've done something wrong, and like nobody, I can't sustain this life of trying to make books for a living, right? So people do have to enjoy it. So I do throw the ideas at people, like, oh, like how's this sound, or like what's this, and then it's like yeah, or like you should probably change that, or like yeah, with Joey and I with the ideas, like it's just like it'd be cool if we do this for this game or this, because like we do have a project, it's actually not Neon Lord's IP, it's like actual different IP. I don't it's not official, like we got the green light to work on it. It's for a band, but it's a cool band, so we're working on this game for this band. And so with their persona, it's not Guar yet. That's a whole nother story. But it's a band, so they're like pretty wild and party band and fun. Everything's fun about them. So it's like, all right, well, we're gonna write an RPG for this band. Let's make it a beat 'em up, like an old arcade style beat 'em up RPG. So me and Joey, like over like that an hour one day, we came up with the beat 'em up rules, like how we're gonna convert a beat 'em up arcade game into a tabletop role playing game.
Nice.
Yeah. So and then like those transferred over. So I did take those rules and put them. They're coming into an upcoming Neon Lords book. So then you can do Neon Lords beat 'em up.
Nice. So like a Smash TV type thing. Not really
Yeah.
Smash TV.
No, not Smash TV.
More
It's
like,
more like
I'm picturing more of a side scroll, kind of
yep,
like
side scroll
Hunt
beat 'em
Down.
up, Streets of Rage. Yeah, Hunt Down kind of. It's like Streets of Rage, the Turtles arcade game. What's another good one? What's another good one? There's tons of beat 'em ups, like Final Fight.
Dr.
Taylor
Flocka
Swift
says Taylor
RPG,
Swift
yeah.
RPG confirmed.
I did bring up another cool RPG that like I want to write. Actually, there's a whole wild one that I've pitched to Joey that like we'll get done, but this one I really want to do. So you remember Rock of Love and like a Flavor of Love and like all like the VH1 schlocky dating.
Yes.
So I want to do a role playing game like that where the DM is the celebrity and the players are the people trying to woo over the how cool, how awesome that no one was impressed. It was in a lot of times we'll do. Actually, are you in our you do Discord?
No.
You should jump if you ever jump on Discord. You should come over to the Neon Lords Discord because a lot of times we'll do community chats. Like we'll just like hang out and like shoot ideas around about different things.
Nice.
It's actually it might help you too. It's kind of like a like a Fight Club style like like sit around like one of those meetings that he always goes
Yep.
to in the beginning. And then but no, we just hang out. It's like a fireside chat, we call it. We just talk about stuff. And I did pitch it there and nobody was interested.
I think it sounds really funny.
I think it would be hilarious.
Yeah. I'm glad we have similar senses of humor.
Yeah, well that's the thing, like yeah, it's very nichey humor, but at least hey, like I was just talking to another guy, Slow Death Games. They do Wild in the Streets is like a punk gang skirmish tabletop game.
Now I've got that song Wild in the Streets running in my head.
Yeah, exactly. So they he nailed it on the head. Well, they I don't even know. So they nailed it on the head, and it's the same thing for me. Is I would rather have 10 fans who absolutely love what I do than 200 fans that think it's just okay.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah,
like,
so that's
that
like
that passionate fan base.
I
really,
would much
for me,
rather
what it's
have
all about.
Yeah. So like well, I forgot what I was even saying with it. But yeah. But like yeah, so like if 10 people are so obsessed with this like dating VH1 dating simulator role playing game, then I've achieved my goal of it, right? I really want to get into publishing side of RPG world. I really like merchant IP design. Brother, I will help you along the way. I've learned everything bootstrapped by myself. Like I've been lucky with some good, like Levi Combs helped me out through some things with some questions. And like I said, James helped me out with some of the design side. But like a lot of it is DIY. I learned it is definitely a cult. I love it. And that was there was a whole battle. There was the whole meme war of 2023 that just happened last week.
Yeah, with Messalonian
Arts
Society or whatever it is.
Whatever. Yeah, they anyway, but that's a whole nother story. So a lot of the stuff when it comes to publishing side and merch and stuff, I've taught myself. So, and with that, I'm always willing to part my wisdom of the industry to people who need it because I wish someone had that for me. So, like, when it comes to like dealing with factories, overseas factories and publishing and like printing, like stuff that I had no idea existed, and like terminologies and stuff, like I will definitely, if anybody needs help, I'm definitely there.
And that's another one of my big problems is always being afraid to ask for help. And especially in this industry, it's so weird to be that way because there are so many people that are willing to teach you different facets of the industry. Like that, I've got to get over my shyness. That's what a big goal of doing these interviews is I have like such social anxiety and everything that this is my way of pushing myself out of my comfort zone and just making myself get out there. So
yeah, Joe, Troika is good, but Neon Lords is the best. Neon Lords is for the children. Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, you got to get over shyness for sure, especially because it's on the internet, right?
Yeah.
So like I cold email everybody. What's the worst they're going to do? Like I said earlier, so they're just going to either say no or just not respond, right?
Right.
So, okay, cool.
Yeah. Who cares?
Move on to the next. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah. And then, like, I mean, you can always ask me, like, you're not shy. We talk a bit, Just ask me anything. Any time of the day. I don't care.
I don't think you sleep. I'll look, like, I get up to go to work at, like, 5 in the morning. You're on. I'm up. I'll wake up in the middle of the night and you're still on when I check because I'm
oh, man. Lately, like, it's been 2, 3 in the morning and getting up at 5.
Oof, I wish I could do that, but
I can't.
I need my beauty sleep, and it doesn't really help, but
Well,
I still need it.
I am essentially Batman, right? So I have my day life, which I'm a stay at home dad from, because I'm fortunate enough to be able to stay home with the kids during the day when my wife works and, like, retired from the army, blah blah. And then at night I come and do stuff like this. Come 8 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock is when I turn into Batman, and then I get up in the studio, either do a stream, do some writing, do mostly layout work, and I just and all that stuff. And then, like, a lot of times it goes till 2, 3 in the morning, and then it's like, well, I have to go to bed, or else these kids are gonna, like, murder
Rip
me in
you
the morning.
apart in the morning. Yeah, exactly.
And then it doesn't even stop there. Then in the morning, like, I mean, they're 2 and 4.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so it's a nightmare, but it's an awesome nightmare. It's like an awesome pile of chaos. But then it's like, because that's why, like, I mean, I still have books I got to mail out for the last Kickstarter before this one starts, because it's me and a 2-year-old, 4-year-old packing books in the morning and walking them down to the post office. So it does take me a little bit, and everybody's been gracious and understanding, because I wasn't expecting. I mean, I did get hurt in the army, so I wasn't expecting to get out as, like, early as I did. So, like, that wasn't a factor in this last Kickstarter, but people understand. Things happen.
Yeah.
So life. Like, great. Yeah, life gets in the way of,
yep.
like, your dream, your hopes and dreams, right?
On occasion, it does.
Yeah, but it's all about how you react to that situation.
Yeah, it's all about.
Not to get philosophical and deep about anything.
No. I'm all for it. So
I know we're all over the place, but yeah, I mean, so I'll get majority of them out. There's probably going to be some overlap, obviously, from August 15th, but I mean, it's whatever. There's a lot of people I've noticed that it's more that have definitely started Kickstarters with other ones going. I have the product, it's going out, it's just taking me a while. There's a world of difference between that and starting a Kickstarter with nothing. Like doing a Kickstarter and being like, okay, here's my next Kickstarter. Well, you haven't even got the product from the last one. That's a little different than what I think I got.
Yeah. I wish I lived closer, man. I'd come help you pack books.
I appreciate that. Yeah. It's like, I did go overzealous with this one too. So it's like the Black Rainbow stuff on top. So it's like, okay, this guy gets a book. This guy gets the Neon Maniac Eyes Only pack. He gets a slammer. He gets this hat. He gets this dice bag. So it's like, okay, like, trying to, like, assembly line it. So it does take me a little bit to pack boxes, but it's fine.
Yeah, the Black Rainbow stuff is great. I got to get one of those Neon Maniac shirts.
Yeah. I should have some extras after we're all packed up and ready, because, like, he did send me some extras just in case something happened. So
nice.
I have some available. Yeah, it's hectic. That's the other side of fulfillment. And the original intent was to have a company do the fulfillment, but then that kind of fell through. That's a whole nother story for something else too, like the falling out of a fulfillment company. So that didn't happen. So then I was stuck doing it myself again, which I obviously will do. I don't mind.
But you'd like to avoid it if you could.
Yeah, I would have liked to have not had to deal with it for sure. But the solace in that is this next Kickstarter, there's no frills to it. It's all books. So it's like boom, 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 out, boom, 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 out. Like, there's no frills, unfortunately. I love a frill, Scratch and sniff, I snuck by. I get to do the scratch and sniffs. That's as frilly as it gets. There is one physical stretch goal, and then the rest are just just added content. But it's cool content, and it's like some of it will be like actual physical printed, not just added to the book. So it will be there, but it's not like, I mean, we had temporary tattoos and the last one, glow in the dark temporary tattoos, and the last Kickstarter stretch goal.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and the fulfillment companies are getting extremely expensive. Yeah, so I mean, I got the means to do it myself. I just have to understand that I can't do everything awesome all the time. I have to pare it down a little bit, and then so this one, no pogs. Unfortunately, not until the next one. We'll do Series 3 pogs, but pogs are always fun.
I love how you just dive headfirst into, like, the pogs were 90s, so diving right into that 90s nostalgia with the pogs and the slammers. And
I was pog obsessed I mean, I got Pogs all over this table, but that's different. I was Pog obsessed as you know, like even though it was a flash in the pan. That like 2 years of Pogness, where I had Pog fever, right? So like, and it resonates still to this day, obviously, because I wrote about it and I make Pogs, you know. So like, yeah, it was a no brainer, right? If I was gonna do '90s nostalgia, Pogs had to be in it.
Agreed.
And like, I mean, like there's some like optional rules for Pogs in play, but like as I like start coming eventually, not anytime. Yeah, wait till you have to. Oh, I know. I'm not even like I haven't even started the international. Australia's a nightmare. It's like $100 a box.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so like it's a nightmare. And of course, I didn't charge that much because I will not charge somebody $100 to ship. I'll pay out of pocket, unfortunately, but it's whatever. That's a whole nother story too. But what was I talking about? Oh, Pogs, right?
Pogs,
So
yeah.
when I get narrowed down to a second Neon Lord second edition, which it's not coming out for probably 5 more years, right? So I don't want to like shove a second edition like right down everybody's throats so fast, right? So it's not coming for a while. It's still like something I like to work on. Neon Lords Extreme is what I'm calling it for right
Nice.
now. So I want to lean towards more of Pog use as an actual game mechanic, like using Pogs for initiative, where you take a bag, right? You take your dice bag, your Neon Lord's dice bag. Everyone has a Pog, which would be cool because you could, on the character sheet, you could have a circle, right? You can either draw the Pog that you have that represents you in the initiative order, or just write, like, say, like, I'm Reaper Skull with an 8-ball, right? Like, just write it on there. And then the DM, the Neon Lord, rather, pulls out, like, yeah, he pulls out your Pog. It's your time to go. And then the next one comes out, and it's the enemy Pog, right? And then we get branded Pogs that have all the characters on it and enemies on it, or like ones that say, player or whatever, you know? And then that's the initiative rather than
Neon
Neon
Lords
Lords
2, The
2, the
Revenge.
Revenge. Yeah.
All this
So that's
revenge
like,
talk has me thinking of Revenge of the Ninja.
oh, don't even get me started. Revenge
We'll
of the
have to, as you
Ninja.
and Joey say, we'll put a pin in that one
Put a
and
pin
come
in
back to
it.
it.
Yeah, so as I get closer to it, like doing more Pog related things actually in the game. And then we do this thing called Snotsy. Have you ever seen anything when I do a
No,
Snotsy?
no.
So Snotsy is the pick and flick mini game, right? So it's Yahtzee. It's Yahtzee rules, but the beauty thing about games is you cannot copyright game mechanics. So Snotsy is where you take 5 dice and like, so I use it a lot for hacking or door unlocking, right? So it's like, okay, so everyone starts off with 5 dice, and if your brains is like a minus, you take away dice, and if your brain says more, you get more dice. And then what you have to roll, with the, like, if it's like really hard, like maybe a full house, right, or like a flush, or a straight.
Yep.
So like, it's all depends. I have the rules somewhere, but it's all dependent on like the difficulty of the task at hand. So like, a skull jammer might get an extra dice from something too. And then like, say I make you, like, I got 5 dice, and it's an easy swoosh door locked, right? And you have to roll, a full house, so like two pairs and the threes, right? So you roll your first set. Okay, I got 2 5s. I'm gonna keep those. I'm gonna flick the rest. I know, I can't believe we're talking about Yahtzee Snotsy rules. Yeah, like 10Z for hacking or lock picking. I don't know what 10Z is.
Nor do
And
I.
so then I did that, and then I failed, right? So I failed the lock pick because I didn't make it in the amount of rolls. I mean, you know how to play Yahtzee,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Yep.
yeah, I'm not trying to insult anyone's intelligence. Just kind of going over. But so that's like an optional rule that I kind of use, especially at cons, for more like tactile play. But I want to make it to where that is how you hack and unlock doors.
I love both the POG idea for initiative and that idea.
Excellent.
All right. They're very unique. That's what I really like about them.
Yeah, like just mix it up a little bit. Like every game is the same essentially, right? So like
Yeah,
why not have some fun and just do things a little different?
yeah. That's why you got Gonzo out there, because it's for this
Yeah,
game,
we're
because it's
more yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, you're good. But that's like what the Gonzo's all about, is the uniqueness and the strangeness to it compared to other stuff. Not to say that those rules are strange, but I think you
Right.
know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. Just more non-linear, I guess. Not necessarily linear, but non like traditional, I guess. If you have to roll six sixes and five fives and so on before the other guy. Is that like an actual board game? Or a card or a dice game? I've never heard of it. Tenzi?
I've heard the name before, but I'm not familiar with what. For some reason, I'm picturing like a tube of dice. But
Tenzi. Now with Slapzy and Itzy. Tenzi dice game. Okay, I'm interested.
is it
It's
a
a
tube of
fast frenzy.
dice?
Yes.
That's
Yes, it
okay.
is.
So I have heard of it before.
Interesting. I'll have to look it up more. Thanks, Jared. But yeah, and then that's another thing I would do is like yeah, roll offs, right? Like yeah, like exactly like that Tenzi. Like if you like Gonzo, Gothic's Vertical Slums is good too. Yeah. That's like a setting material, right? Or is it its own game? Or is it for Troika? I don't remember. Joe will remember.
During
So
that
like yes,
vertical
so
slum makes me think of Kowloon Walled City.
so Kowloon Walled City is actually how I envisioned Detroit Prime slum
Nice.
sectors to look. So yeah, Kowloon. I always talk about Kowloon. Like yeah,
I've
that
got
is
so many pictures of Kowloon on my phone from, because it's the same thing as like, well, I had that my dread idea, my dread and chips combo that we had talked about a couple weeks
Mhm.
ago, that I was picturing them like patrolling something like Kowloon Walled City. And it's funny that we both have that same imagery of it in our head.
Yeah, I call it the slum sectors and the coffin apartments. Like literally, like that's how they live down there. It's for White Box. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I think Mike Evans puts it out, right? The Gothic's Vertical Slum. Um, I know he didn't write it, but I think like his publishing company does it. But yeah, Kowloon. Yeah, there's like an awesome. You probably have it. Like this, like it's like cut. It like shows like all the inside intricacies of what
Yeah.
Kowloon would look like.
It is so
Insane.
crazy. Because what
Yeah,
was
I
it,
said
like 500,000 people living in one block or something like that?
insane. That's Dread. Nothing says Judge Dredd more like real life Judge Dredd
Yeah.
than
And like
Kowloon City
a
to me.
mini mega city, it's,
Yeah, like a mega block right there, like a peach tree,
yeah.
but like way worse.
Yep. Yeah, it's crazy to
Yeah.
watch like the mailmen. I was watching a video about the mailmen of Kowloon Walled City. And it's just insane to watch all the staircase, the zigzaggy
Hmm.
staircases going everywhere. It was almost kind of like them being in the Winchester house, except for there were no dead ends like the Winchester house.
It's
It's
funny you
just this.
bring that up because that's the Knickerbock Mystery Mansion is in Warp Shine Runners is based off the Winchester Mystery House.
Nice. That's
Yeah.
awesome. That is one of the strangest places in the world. How it's just got.
Yeah, so that's a whole other story because like yeah, wild, right? So like it's technically not like nobody ever catches anything paranormal. It's not there's no paranormal evidence going on in it. It's just a rich old lady went crazy
After her husband died, and
after her husband died and said that the ghosts of the victims of her husband's rifles came to her and made her build a house.
yeah,
And then all the stairs that go nowhere, the everything goes nowhere to confuse the ghosts so they couldn't get her.
yep, yeah. Oh, I
Wild.
was just thinking of something that reminded me of, and it fell right out of my brain as quick as I thought of it.
So
It'll
there's
come
kind
back
of
to me.
there's something. So we're up at the like Alexandria Bay, Thousand Islands is like where we live. We're like 20 minutes away from all that, and then we like a lot of times when people come up, we do the boat tours of all the mansions out on the river. and like there's some wild stuff out there. Old money, like Macy's, like the guy who founded Macy's, like his family has like this mansion on the waterfront and everything. But there's one in particular that I don't remember who made it. There's somebody like kind of famous from back in that time. There's no corners in it because he thought the devil was gonna hide in the corner and get him. So there's no corners in the whole thing. It's all like circles.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah, very very weird, like rich people stuff. And then there's an island out there that Skull and Bones own, and then they send like every summer, like or like whatever the initiates would go out to this island and do God knows what, because like you take the boat tour by it, and all you see is like the dock, and then it's just nothing but like obviously trees. You can't see what's on the island and stuff.
Huh.
So it's very cool, very interesting.
That sounds very interesting because especially the Skull and Bones, where they're so secretive, you
Yeah.
can't help but wonder what the heck goes on the island.
Yeah, exactly. You don't like, who knows? It's probably like some Bohemian Grove wild.
That's what I was just gonna say.
Yeah.
It sounds like something like was it the Bilderberg group that does Bohemian Island? Or is that
So
something different?
That's yeah. So
Or
you're thinking
Bohemian
of
Grove. I mean,
Bohemian Grove is like the one that's in like the redwoods of California, where like they go and worship the giant owl.
yes,
And then Bilderberg meetings started on Jekyll Island.
that's just Jekyll Island sounds bad.
Yeah, I mean,
Jekyll and
you're
Hyde,
already.
you know, it's
So I mean, I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure it's Jekyll Island was the first Bilderberg meeting, but then they change it every year.
yeah, that's a
Now you're in trouble. Now you're talking about government conspiracies and
don't
weird,
get me. Let's
weird
not go down
esoteric.
that rabbit hole.
I know. I talk about it all the time. We did a conspiracy show.
Nice.
Like, it's just interesting, right? So like, it's not like I don't necessarily like, I don't get into the whole Q and the pizza stuff. That's just ridiculous. But like, I mean, they've gotten yearbooks from Bohemian Grove. It happens. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like the Bilderberg happens. Like it's like a thing that happens. Like, are they talking about world domination like Cobra in there? I don't know, but it's interesting, you know, to think about it, right?
And just picturing Cobra Commander sitting in front of the big owl being like, yes, bring me this.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like stuff like that. It's just interesting. It's just fun, you know. It's all good. It's like I'm not going and storming the Capitol as a shaman, water buffalo shaman. You know,
the memes are too much with that guy.
a morbid curiosity when it comes to conspiracies,
Yeah.
for sure.
Like, oh shoot, I just lost the name. The one where they were putting acid in the water in San Francisco for all the years. I can't remember. Blue Book was Aliens.
Yeah, Project Blue Book, Aliens.
What is the one that I'm thinking of?
I don't know. I'm not.
MK Ultra.
MK Ultra is a fact. It definitely happened.
And
Freedom
I'm
of
pretty sure
Information
that
Act.
part of that was them putting in San
Oh,
Francisco.
like
they were
LSD.
putting acid. Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
I
that
thought like
type
you
of
were.
acid. No, LSD in the water and like just seeing what it did to people. It's crazy.
Yeah, there's like that, but wasn't it? So you're in Maine, so you might know. Wasn't there a town in Maine where they turned on a frequency? Like, and there was this low vibration frequency that no one could pinpoint, and it made everybody crazy.
I don't know. If that happened in Maine, I should be ashamed of myself for not knowing it. Cause
It might not have been Maine, but there's like, I mean, yeah, I would assume you're
I'm
an
picturing the
Art Bell.
Kingsmen.
Yeah,
where
it was like
where
that.
where they play,
Yeah.
they have the sound that
church.
comes over and they all go ballistic. Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly. It's like it really happened, but like not to that extent to where I don't think they killed each other. I just think everybody turned irritable, and like read the book Behold the Pale Horse. It's nuts. Yeah, Jekyll Island was where the Federal Reserve was planned. So then where was Bilderberg? Oh, Bilderberg started in the Bilderberg Hotel, duh.
Oh yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, Jekyll Island was the Federal Reserve one, yeah. Duh. That makes sense. But yeah, so what were we talking about? Oh yeah, the low frequency thing. I'm pretty sure it was on an Art Bell episode. If you're an Art Bell coast to coast.
I'll have to check that out because he says Pale Horse is a trip.
I'll definitely have to check that out.
Yeah. I'll write that one down.
Yeah, so we're in. These are my people: Joe, Jared, Daka Daka. They're all neon maniacs, so they're accustomed to my serving up the weirdness. It was only a matter of time before we got to governmental
I'm all
conspiracies.
about it.
That was like I always was interested in like a government conspiracy role playing game, but like I don't know if it would be. I know there's like Delta Green is kind of like
that's
that.
a Call of Cthulhu spinoff.
Yeah, but I would want to do it more like
Top
I don't know.
secret with a twist.
Yeah,
Maybe.
but like maybe like Men in Black style would be kind of cool.
Coffin thing is in the skull is the skull and bones.
Coffin thing. Yeah, they put people in coffins probably. I mean that's part of the Freemasons too. That's initiation into the first order or the second.
My
second degree.
claustrophobia is too bad to let somebody lock me in a coffin.
One of the degrees they definitely go in a coffin, and it's like you're reborn from like this world into being like a Freemason. I do know that. It's wild. Wild. Well, I won't talk about it because I do know I know Freemason. See, like they're gonna get back, and I don't want to get into it because the Freemasons, they're gonna get us. I gotta look. Good thing I got a camera facing behind me.
Yeah, we both do, so we can see anyone coming.
Yeah. So it's just that'd be an interesting game, but I don't know how it would be implemented and how well it would be perceived. Like
a Men in Black style game, or
a Men in Black style game, I think would do pretty well because you're fighting aliens. Like this Men in Black movie would be cool. That kind of Men in Black.
Yeah, I knew what you meant.
Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, I was a kid. I was obsessed with Men in Black. Yeah. I had all those paranormal unexplained books, like Spontaneous Human Combustion. Like you don't really see that anymore.
No.
People stop combusting.
Jeez, both of our brains keep going. My brain's going in 100 different directions because you were talking about Men in Black is one of my favorite Vincent D'Onofrio roles of all time.
Oh, absolutely.
With him playing Edgar.
Yeah, Edgar. Edgar was awesome. It would be cool, I think, to do like a 90s style Men in Black Independence Day style XCOM. You ever play XCOM?
I know what it is. I've never played it.
It's worth the play. If you like turn-based like strategy kind of video games.
When you say turn-based strategy, do you mean like Command and Conquer?
No, it'd be more like Final Fantasy Tactics.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotcha. People stop passing out drunk and passing out.
Well, yeah. And they made cigarettes that like are self
extinguishing.
So like that's not necessarily Henry Daggs in the chat too, another neon maniac. That's not necessarily. I don't believe that was what happened with Spontaneous Human Combusting because there would be like there's the picture, that iconic picture of just the ladies like calves. Yeah. So how do you explain that one, Daka Flocka? So what was I talking about? Yeah. So like an Independence Day Men in Black conspiracy game, and you could even throw like Hellboy into it, right? So like he was kind of that Men in Black style.
Yeah, of hunting down other demons and stuff. And
yeah, so you could do maybe not necessarily demons, keep it like alien, but you could have like an alien as a class. You could do like an alien that hunts down other aliens in the Men in Black. Like, I mean, they do in the movie and stuff.
Yeah.
And then, you could be like a human Men in Black. I think it'd be kind of cool. I'm sure there's got to be a game. There's got to be a Men in Black role-playing game. Let me look it up. Jamie, put that on the screen. I always say that. Men in Black, the role-playing game, came out in 1997 from the movie. And you got the Men in Black, the Director's Guide, Alien Recognition Guide 1, and Introductory Adventure Game. Okay, I'm interested. Now we go to eBay.
Let's see if you can find it. See if it's super low priced or one of those uber rare ones.
I mean, it pops up with a Hercules and Xena role-playing game that I am interested in getting as well now that I saw that. $20.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
No, I would definitely. But like even then, so if that's all there is 46. It's a West End game. It's 30, 20. It's all over the place.
Well, you can still reverse engineer that into something new. And
Yeah, I mean that's easy, especially yeah. See, so here we go.
Conspiracy X, Jim Beam says, is also an RPG called Conspiracy.
Let me look that up.
Ooh, and then Jared said, there's a Crawl TTRPG. I did not
I
know
do.
that, but that is one of my favorite movies of all time.
I have a nice VHS copy of Crawl as well.
Nice.
Conspiracy X is role-playing game. Originally released by New Millennium Entertainment in 96, since released Steve Jackson Games, Eden Studios. It's like looks like X-Files. Obviously Conspiracy X, right?
I want to believe.
Yeah, it's very 90s. I love it. I'm definitely gonna look at that. I have to use the bathroom.
Yeah,
So,
go for it. I don't have a
break
we'll
thing.
be right back. So
That's
I'll just entertain
fine.
people.
Yeah, just entertain the masses real quick. I'll be right back.
So how's everybody in the chat doing? Having a good time, I hope. We might be here for a while. I like his Randy Savage that he's got back there. Lord Randy. But I'm going to have to look up that Crawl RPG. Nice. Painting art sounds fun. Thanks, Jim. I appreciate it. And thanks, Joe.
All right, I'm back.
All right. Feeling better?
I feel fantastic. That's I mean, we're on, what, 2 hours?
Yeah, 2 hours and 20 minutes.
I mean, I'm good to keep going if you want to keep chatting.
Yeah. Absolutely. I don't have.
Okay, cool.
I don't have anywhere to go.
Nah, me neither.
My fiance's probably passed out in bed with the laptop because.
Yeah, kids are asleep. The wife's asleep. Everyone's happy. We're gonna build this X-Files game overnight. Let's go. Man, this game looks cool as hell, though.
The Men in Black?
The Conspiracy X. It's got
Conspiracy X. Gotcha.
A Cyberpunk 2020 look on some of it.
This is going to be a good test because I'm usually in bed pretty early every night because I get up at 5 o'clock for work, and my eldest should be home at 11, and we'll see if he actually sticks to curfew or blows it because he's used to Dad being in bed, so I never really know if he's coming home on time because I trust the kid with until there's reason not to.
Exactly.
And, it'll be funny to have him come crawling into 11 and kind of be like, "What the hell are you still doing up, Dad?"
Hell yeah, I'm all about it. I'm here for the long run.
Yeah,
this is probably your longest run one, which I mean I was expecting because I talk a lot, and
so do I, especially when when it's random. Like I told you, tonight was really the first organic episode that I've tried of just having the bullet points, and I've had a friggin' blast.
A big thing too is like, some people need the bullet points because they're going to be like, well, some people don't like to talk about themselves or talk about their games, so like you kind of, as an interviewer, I feel, especially because I do interviews, for Ravioli sometimes, you kind of have to like help people, but like I don't need help, like I just like to have a conversation, like I'll talk about literally anything. What's next? Let's chat. What do you want to talk about? David Bryan, what RPG is one you love to play but never had you would love to play? Paranoia. That's my pick.
I would say Mork Borg. I've never had the chance to play it, but I've heard nothing but good things about it.
I played once. I got stabbed in the back by a goblin, and I think that was it. But it's not. I don't know. I like it. I like everything about it. I like the aesthetic, but I don't know.
But then there's Cyborg, Pirate Borg.
Yeah, I do have so many
derivatives of it that I'm just like, ooh. That
it's a lot to it, but yeah, Paranoia. I am dying to play Paranoia.
What is that all about?
You don't know about Paranoia?
No.
Oh. Well. Welcome to
Welcome to our next rabbit
Alpha
hole.
Complex, right? So you are troubleshooters in this post-apocalyptic world where the friendly computer has taken over Alpha Complex. Like Alpha Complex could be the size of a planet. Nobody really knows how big Alpha Complex is because if you had the security clearance to know, friendly computer will kill you. It's like so you are troubleshooter clones that Slavborg exists. Yep, that is true. So you are troubleshooting clones that do random jobs for friendly computer, finding mutants, finding commies, finding all these people. But every citizen friends, and then yeah, but you might. So if you're like infrared security clearance and you need to be like red security clearance just to get to the briefing room, like you can't even get to the briefing to start the mission without dying. So you have to figure out how to even like. There's just like it's just everybody's out to get everybody. No, like nobody's safe. The computer knows everything. Like the friendly computer, and then they imagine it as like a big thing. I always imagine because I never get to play it. I'm just like I have all the books. I have first edition, second edition, and the XP edition. I have like everything for it because I'm just obsessed with it. I never get to play it, but think of it like because like you see like hubs in your eyes, right? Because of the clones. Like the friendly computer will pop up like the old Windows paperclip guy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and then like just like bug you, right? And then it always thinks you're helping. So a big thing is like if you're like in obey the computer, trust no one. Yep, keep your laser. I got like the stupid stuff. Yeah, keep your laser handy. Yep, exactly. So like if you're like in a traumatic experience, like you're fighting like a mutant or something, right? And then like friendly computer will pop up and like, well, I've noticed that your heart rate is elevated. Let me distract you from the trauma that's going on, and then we'll like pixelate like what's going on, so then you can't see like your buddy that just got mauled and that monster's coming at you, but you can't see because friendly computer thinks it's helping you, but it just ended up killing you.
Oh man.
Yeah. It is like one of the best things. It was in first edition. Yeah. First edition, knowing the rules is treason. Yeah, that's the other thing is like friendly computer is always convinced that you're treasonous.
Interesting.
You made it home early.
Yep, he did. What's up, kiddo? Have fun? Cool. Chipotle? Yeah.
Awesome.
You all set? Oh. Yeah, I've just got an interview. We'll be done sometime in the next 2 hours or so.
Yeah,
We've
somewhere.
already been talking for what, 2.5 hours?
Two and a half.
2:22, yeah.
Yep. I mean, there's people chit chatting, like that's the thing. I always hate to see people go, right? So like if people are having fun and like talking, why stop the conversation?
Yeah.
When it's like when it dies down and there's like nobody around, that's when I'm like, okay, like we could call it, but like we're learning a lot. People are interested,
Yeah.
so you might
I
as
actually
well.
want to thank everyone in the chat because this is the most active chat I have had for an episode yet. So this is pretty awesome.
Awesome. Yeah, I bring the heat with me.
And thanks for the subscription, Joe Stone.
Oh, awesome. Good job, Joe. I appreciate it. Joe is a real class act. One of my favorites. He plays in.
Okay, if you pop
He's
it.
a real OG. Hey,
That's my son Quinn.
how's it going? He's like, get me out of here. These old weirdo gamers, like, tell me more about Paranoia. Okay, I will. Off. There's a lot going on in Paranoia. I got some cool adventures for it. There's actually a Paranoia Cyberpunk 2020 crossover adventure that you can do as well, Jared, where your troubleshooters end up in Night City, which is very interesting. It's a very cool read. I have to look. I got tons of Paranoia stuff. Like I gobble it up. I haven't. So the after XP edition, they came out with an edition that has cards that you use, like cards within the game, which I'm not really keen on. Which I want to do for some things, but like I don't know. I was scared away, and then they re-released it late. There's a latest Kickstarter for it where they took the cards out, but it's the same system. I think it's Mongoose Publishing, but I didn't back it because why? Because I want to play the editions I have. I don't want to play the new edition. I'm
Right.
like a sucker for the old stuff.
And actually, Jim, another game I have yet to play that I have a ton of books for, kind of like you with Paranoia, is Call of Cthulhu.
Yes. So have you never played Call of Cthulhu?
No, I've got all the books, and anytime I have tried to go to my friendly local game store to run anything, no one ever shows up for the games I want to. So,
Well, yeah, Call of Cthulhu is a weird one. So I've never played it. I really don't have an interest in it. Like personally, it's I don't know. It's just weird. It's a foreign idea to me. I mean, as I just went over Paranoia, which probably is like one of the crazy, but like so like I saw so PAX a few years ago. Yeah, I have XP. I cannot wait to play it. I've never played Call of Cthulhu, so I'm not a huge like. So I do like some Eldritch stuff and like H.P. Lovecraft a little bit. I'm not like crazy in H.P. Lovecraft like some people get, and like the whole idea of like 1940s romps around the world, archaeology digs, searching up like weird esoteric monuments to essentially go insane, right? Like
Yeah.
nobody makes it out of Call of Cthulhu alive. Just never appealed to me, right? So with that being said, the library 2 years ago at PAX Unplugged had first edition Call of Cthulhu, and that was the first time I saw the cover of it. It's like a haunted house looking thing,
Yep.
and it's got like a guy with the flashlight and stuff. And I said, well, that's the only version I'm going to play right there is that first edition, right? So little did I know that at that time it was very expensive to buy the first edition of Call of Cthulhu, which I mean, you know, I kind of assumed. Fast forward the next year, Chaosium. I never really go to the Chaosium booths at PAX because I'm not a Call of Cthulhu guy. So
Right.
I walked by it and I saw that they re-released the first edition box set, and it was like $15 at PAX. So I just walked up and I was like, "You don't have to tell me anything about it. Here's my credit card. I'm taking this box home with me."
That's awesome.
Yeah. So I do
paid
have
a lot more than 15 for my reboxed first edition.
no, you gotta hit it. It was like last day. I wonder if they were just trying to get home with less boxes because it was like I was literally walking the floor for the last time. I was like on my way out the door to leave, and I saw it.
Yeah, it's awesome. Like I got this prop set for it as well, which is super cool. It's got all these like newspaper clippings. I can't reach it from where I am, but prop set is super
Interesting.
cool. And Jim Beam was first actually. Let me go back here. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, there's a lot
Jared had
going on.
said he thought that the game that Paranoia was the game where you use Jenga, and then Jim Beam replied to him that it was Dread. Have you ever seen that one?
I
Where
have. I
That looks
saw
like
it
a
at
fun
PAX.
game.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, because what is it? Every time you make them, or every turn, you have to move a Jenga piece. There's something tied into what makes.
Yeah, it's
you
like a
pull
game
piece.
mechanic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess when the tower topples, basically, that's the end of the game, and everybody's basically dead, or the story resolves from that
Interesting.
point. So,
Hollow Earth Expeditions, the RPG sounds very interesting. That's very like what? There's like a it's like oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's like pulpy for sure. Reminds me of 1930s. It's like what is that? Oh, Dave Davenport wrote it? No, that's a review, my bad. So what's that guy? There's people. Oh, Deacon. He's the Jim Bean. He's another Neon Maniac. It's a Neon Maniac night in the chat. What's that guy? Jim Bean. There's this. It's like so. There's like the guy who wrote. I'm not a book guy. If you ever seen, I'm very like not. I don't read books, unfortunately. I probably should more. But there's the guy. God, I don't remember his name. So there's the guy who wrote like was it Ron or not Ron Howard, right? No, not Ron Howard. Rob, whatever. The guy who wrote Conan.
Robert E. Howard.
Yeah, Robert E. Howard, and then you got H.P. Lovecraft, and then there was the other guy that did like the Carcosa.
Oh, damn! Now you're gonna get me stuck on trying to remember that.
Long story short, Hollow Earth Expeditions reminds me of that.
Nice.
Yeah, but it reminds me of Admiral Byrd. You know anything about the good Admiral Byrd?
Going down to Antarctica.
Antarctica, and he talked about going into the Hollow Earth
Yeah.
too.
Yep. Jared actually just asked, Dave and Brian, what was the first game you played besides D&D?
So role playing game wise,
That's what I was going to ask, if you meant like game in general, like board game or whatever.
I'd assume role.
I would assume role playing, yeah. And I'm trying to think.
I couldn't even tell you because like as a kid in the 90s, like I mean I knew there was Blood or Vampire the Masquerade. I knew that existed. I knew Shadowrun existed. I knew Cyberpunk existed, but I never. I mean, I was a kid. I couldn't afford anything.
I'm thinking Top Secret because I actually blackmailed my brother basically to get into role-playing games. I grew up in a very religious family that fully bought into the Satanic Panic, and my mom didn't want my brother having his D&D books anymore, and he of course kept them and hid them.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I was a little shithead, and I was like, well, if you're gonna have these books, I'm gonna play or mom's gonna find out. So that's how I learned how to play role-playing games. But I think it was Top Secret with my brother.
That's cool.
And I wish he was still around to do this with me.
Yeah.
But
that sucks.
Yeah. Yep. He passed away in 2003 at 39.
Oh, wow.
He had a massive heart attack at 39.
Oh, that's brutal. Absolutely brutal.
It was. And because I often wonder what like he would think of me doing this and if he'd be doing it with me or if we'd be writing adventures together now versus just playing games, you know? Cause he could draw too. I'll have to dig out some of his art and send you some pictures.
Hell yeah.
I've got one hanging up right here, actually, that he had drawn. But
wow.
He never finished it. Well, let me pull it back.
Yeah.
You know, he never finished it, but I love how it looks like misty and gray and everything. And I've got that hanging up here. I've got a bunch of artwork from my kids hanging up in front of me here. My streaming area is set up in a closet with my living room behind me.
Awesome.
So that's why I've got the screen set up so you don't have to see my messy living room.
Or like I'm just waiting for a katana to come through it.
Well, now that you say katana, we'll pull the pin out of Revenge of the Ninja and go.
Oh, speaking. Okay, real quick before we get into Revenge of the Ninja, before I forget. So you're originally from Maine, and you've like your whole life up in Maine.
Yep.
Okay, so have you ever heard of the Ghosts of Carmel, Maine?
No.
So
I feel like very non-Mainerish tonight between the radio signal and now the ghost of.
Do you like lobster?
I do not like lobster.
Oh my God! Yes.
Yeah, I am the most sacrilegious Mainer in the world because I don't like lobster because they're bottom-feeding creatures that eat off the ocean floor.
Yeah, but they're delicious.
I don't think they are.
Fair enough. I had a kid in the Army that was under me, and he was from Maine. I couldn't tell you where, but I would always just ask him like, "Oh, how's Derry, Maine doing?" Like I would always pretend like he was from Derry. But yeah, so Ghosts of Carmel, Maine is this internet YouTuber who lived. We'll be back. Don't worry, Jim Beam. We'll be back. We'll still be here probably.
Yep.
He's stepping away for a bit. He is a YouTuber that lives in this house in Carmel, Maine, that used to be a like a funeral home back in like the olden days, right? And supposedly it's hella haunted. So like the videos he gets are fun, like insane. The apparitions that pop up and stuff. To where the fact that it could possibly be a hoax, right?
Yeah.
Like they look too good, and then people have tried to debunk it and say like, okay, frame by frame, like this is where he clearly, like, because they're like they're weird shapes and they scatter, hard. Like, so there's one where it's always in his, like, a lot of times in his bedroom. Some of them are wild. Like, some of them look pretty legit. So however he's doing it, I mean, so he's like panning, and he pans to like the window in his bedroom, and there's like this like giant, like, kind of like a bat looking squirrel behind, like, it's just like a shape of it. And as he gets there, it like shoots down really fast, so you could think that he like pulls the cord and like
It dropped
he's,
or whatever.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting, like, just in the sheer fact of like the, if they're a hoax, he does a really good job at like setting it all up.
Maybe he's run one of those like themed haunted houses or
Houses.
something and knows what he's doing.
Could have been.
Or
Well, I
maybe,
mean, like,
as much as I don't believe in ghosts, maybe there's actually something there.
interesting. You don't believe in ghosts at all?
No. No.
Very cool.
I would have to actually like
See one?
tangibly touch something, like finding the librarian in Ghostbusters. That would convince me, running into something like that. But
I saw a ghost. I've heard some things. We went to, like, there's a Riskany battlefield up by where I live in the Revolutionary War.
yep.
Like, it went down, and then we would go out there. We would hear weird noises, and you'd hear the horses and like gunfire and stuff. Like, that's one thing. But like, I was in Saratoga Springs. We'll get to Revenge of the Ninja, I promise. So I was in Saratoga Springs. I used to do photography. I was like, the vintage pictures with the Tommy guns and
Yep.
stuff. I used to take those pictures for a long time. It was super fun to do. And then I was in Saratoga Springs doing it. I was at a bed and breakfast with like the people. I knew the people who were running it. So it was like, I had my iPod in at the time, like dating myself. Phones didn't even have songs on them yet. So I had my iPod in, listening to music. And I kind of, I was asleep. And then I, like, for some reason, I had the urge to wake up, right? So I woke up, and I was rolled one way. I rolled the other way, and right in front of me is a little kid sized, like, smoky apparition with just, I mean, it wasn't sleep paralysis because I could move, right?
Yep.
So like, I was moving, and I moved around, and then like, so his eyes were black, like just jet black, and then but they were smoky, so smoke was coming out of his eyes and making the silhouette of a child, and I could still kind of see through him. But then, like, I couldn't hear my own thoughts. All I heard in my head was screaming.
That's spooky.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this happened. And then finally, I got the urge to finally, like, peel myself away, and I threw the covers over my face, and I turned the other way, and I just laid there, right? And I knew at the instant the room I could hear traffic going, and I saw the street lights again. I knew that, like, it was
Whatever it was had left.
Yeah, whatever it was had left.
See, I just need to see something like that to make me believe, because I won't discount your story at all. I mean,
right.
It would just be ignorant of me to be like, oh, dude, no way you saw a ghost. But
yeah,
I would actually need to experience something like that to believe in them. But it is plausible to me because of the amount of energy that is stored within the human body.
Yeah, exactly.
Where does it go?
Exactly.
It's like, if it doesn't dissipate, it's going to hang around and be some kind of energy somewhere.
Right. So yeah, like, that's how I exactly how I perceive it as well, because there's always different types. Like, there's the hauntings that are like reenactments. It's just the energy going over it. Like, it's so traumatic. It's the scenes. Like, they don't interact with anything. It's like your quintessential, like not necessarily librarian Ghostbusters, because she interacts. So it would be like a cowboy, like, walking down a hallway or something. And every night that cowboy walks down that hallway. It never interacts with anybody. It's kind of like history rewinding and replaying itself. Ex-wife and I lived in an apartment before. We were married before multiple times. The temp would unexpectedly turn up from
Weird.
350. Yeah. So
about the time the Jiffy Pop starts popping on the oven with it not on, I'm out of that place.
Yeah. Or like eggs frying on their own on the counter.
Oh, wow. We found out later that the original building burned down and 2 people died.
Interesting. Jared's got the great stories.
Yeah.
He's a good, he should be on here too. He makes games. He's the hyper I can say it. He makes crazy games with names I can't pronounce. Hyper Sigil Games. He's done.
Oh, he did the
Yeah,
with
the
Jared.
signal test.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
What's
that's
up, Jared?
Jared.
I didn't even put two and two together in my head.
That's what I'm here for. So yeah, so he would be interesting on here too. He's prolific. Talk about prolific writers. I think he would definitely want to pick his brain too,
Yeah.
for sure.
We'll have to set it up if Jared's down.
Oh, he'll definitely be down. He's. I mean, I'm speaking for him like I'm his manager or something. But yeah, like I just know him pretty well. Yeah, I know him pretty well. We've done a lot of internet stuff together, so he's good for it. But anyway, back to Revenge of the Ninja, the quintessential, arguably the best ninja movie ever made.
I would agree. I think. Oh Christ, when did that come out? 85? Or was it 87?
Let me look. Revenge of the Sith? No, Revenge of the Ninja. 83.
83, wow. So I would have been 8 when that came out.
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing it on, like, I know up here we used to pick up one of the Boston stations. I think it was WSBK that would do like a double feature Saturday. And that was the first time I saw Revenge of the Ninja. And then I got it on VHS, and I think I broke the tape from watching it so many times.
Yeah. So, okay. What do you think? You ever see Pray for Death?
Nope. That's another one I'm putting down.
Okay, so Pray for Death is, personally, Revenge of the Ninja, I don't know. Pray for Death is really good. Really, really good. It's that same style, and there's some good, like costuming in it. Like, Sho Kosugi's still the main ninja in it. Which, by the way, if you're a Sho Kosugi fan, he has his own ninja t-shirt line now. And you could buy autographed posters by him as well, too.
No way.
Yeah. It's like ninja apparel or something. But, yeah, so you could get some sick Sho Kosugi merch now. But anyway, so Revenge of the Ninja. I gotta go. I gotta say it's Pray for Death is awesome, because Pray for Death is simple premise, right? So it's essentially Revenge of the Ninja's plot line too. So he comes from Japan with his family to start a business, and he buys a building from a guy who's dealt in like shady dealings with like this whatever. I think it might be in San Francisco or New York. I can't remember. Let's say New York, with the New York underground mafiosos, right? So the original owner of the building hides these jewels, they're gems, in the building, and sells the building to Sho Kosugi and his family to start the business, splits town, and they never see him. So then the mafia guys come looking for these jewels. Sho Kosugi has no idea what they're talking about. And of course, no for an answer from these guys is not what they're looking for. So then they start intimidating him and won't leave the poor Kosugi family alone, right? They end up like murdering, well, spoiler alert for an 80s movie, they end up murdering his wife, and like really like almost murdering his kid too. Like, it gets bad, like they just won't stop. And then so finally he just like unsheaths the katana, throws on like a shredder from Ninja Turtles looking suit, and just utterly dispense like ninja justice on these guys, and totally like, it is awesome. So like that, by that sense, Marked for Death, or I keep saying Marked for Death. Steven Seagal is always, yeah, Pray for Death. Marked for Death is always on my brain because Sensei Seagal is my my Xbox name.
Oh, nice.
So I love me some bullshitsu, like right here. So yeah, so Pray for Death, yeah, because that's what he tells him. Like, you got to pray for death. Like, it's not going to be swift. You're going to be praying for death, like to the mafia guy.
Nice.
Yeah, it's like a great revenge. Simple plot, great movie, but I gotta give it to my Revenge of the Ninja, because not only is Revenge of the Ninja considerably more deeper of a plot, because you got like the drug trade going on in the dolls,
right?
You got like the kid involved, and then like the his business partner is actually like with that sick like
That
silver
metal mask that he had.
the metal mask, and he's got all the ninja tricks in that like that skyscraper scene at the
Yeah,
end.
when
They
they're on
throw
the roof and everything, and they fight up the tower. If I
Yep,
remember right, he zip lines across from one building to the one he's in because of the goons on the ground floor.
yep.
And then his cop buddy gets killed, right?
You
Or
know,
does he
I
live?
I think he would live. I can't remember off the top of my head now. I thought I was a big Revenge of the Ninja aficionado. I'm pretty sure he survives. Cause no, he shows up in 3, right? Isn't he the cop in Ninja 3, The Domination?
I don't remember. Ninja 3 is the one where the spirit of the ninja inhabits the young lady, right?
Yep.
Yep.
So isn't the cop friend the cop that she is like kind of quasi dating in it?
I don't remember that one as well as I do. Like Revenge of the Ninjas, just like seared into my memory
Oh
from.
my dad, we watched. I have to rewatch both. I was totally into these films as a teenager. Yeah. So like ninja movies are phenomenal and definitely like one of the greatest things ever.
Yeah. Oh, I would agree. Like when I was a kid, that's all we used to do was like play Revenge of the Ninja and like running around, like falling and accidentally kicking each other in the teeth. And
There's the 9 Deaths of the Ninja.
I haven't
I
seen
highly
that
rec-
one.
I highly it's a Sho Kosugi one too. I highly recommend watching it just for the opening credit scene. It is over the top insanity. Not even in a good way. It's just like it's like a ninja dance scene with some like disco involved and stuff.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out just to see that. And
Yeah, just watch the intro credits, the 9 Deaths of the Ninja. It's a decent movie. It's Sho Kosugi doing Sho Kosugi, but his name in it is Spike Shinobi.
Spike Shinobi, nice.
Yeah, I stole that and I put it in some. It's in a thing I have going on.
Nice.
Yeah,
Spike Shinobi, I like it.
it's a great name. Like you can't beat Spike Shinobi.
No, you can't really.
Yeah,
What was the show
was
on Sunday mornings that played kung fu movies? That's what
Kung
I'm.
Fu Theater.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of. That had shown Revenge of the Ninja.
Yeah, it was Kung Fu Theater.
Kung Fu. That's why I couldn't remember. They would show two of them, if I remember correctly, back to back.
Yeah, that was the heyday of the horror movie host, Kung Fu Theater, and then like I mean like even down the line like USA Up All Night,
Yep.
Rhonda Shear. You a Rhonda Shear fan?
The name doesn't ring a bell, but it doesn't mean
She is the host of USA Up All Night.
I can't picture her.
Interesting. So she does some live streams every once in a while still on YouTube. And I jumped on a live stream and I said Neon Lords loves Rhonda Shear. And she said Rhonda Shear loves Neon Lords. And
That's
I clipped
awesome.
it. And I got a picture of it
That's
that I post. Yeah. I bamboozled her into saying that Rhonda Shear loves Neon Lords.
Now, when
And
you
you could
say USA Up All Night, you mean how they used to run the movies on the USA Network.
So they did a show that was called USA Up All Night, and Gilbert Gottfried was the host for a little bit. Rhonda Shear is mostly famous for it, and like they would show like Surf Nazis Must Die, and like that was the first time. So it's funny because probably talked about this on a Ravioli episode too, but like I was deathly afraid of Freddy Krueger like my whole like childhood adolescence. For a long time as a kid, I was so scared of Freddy Krueger, and he was all over the 80s and 90s.
He sure was.
So like I couldn't avoid him. So I was at a sleepover on the night before Halloween Eve, I guess, right? And USA Up All Night was playing all the Freddy movies, Nightmare on Elm Streets, and I ended up like I couldn't pretend like I was scared, but I couldn't say anything,
Right.
like so I remember that like it's ingrained in my memory of being like totally like, oh my god, this is like I'm like scared out of my mind right now. And it was USA Up All Night with Rhonda Shear, and I've found that exact airing of it, and I've rewatched the bumpers and stuff.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and it was yeah. I don't mind Freddy now. I'm a big Freddy fan now. He doesn't bother me. I have all the Nightmare on Elm Streets.
Well,
He's interesting.
that's like what The Howling did to me when I was a little kid. Like I said, I think I was like 6 or 7 when I watched
I
that.
wouldn't even. Yeah.
And for months after watching that movie, I'd be checking under my bed. I'd like put shit under my bed so no werewolves could hide under my bed. And I'd like barricade my closet because I was just so terrified of werewolves after watching that movie. But now it's one of my favorite horror movies of all time.
Yeah,
Like,
that's how it always is. That's one of those quintessential VHS box art that you would see at the rental store and be scared of. Just the box itself was a Howling box.
yeah, because of that,
Like
just
the
that werewolf.
ripping.
Yeah, the claws coming through, and
Yeah.
yeah, that
No
movie's.
thanks.
Fun fact about that: did you know that the guy that did all the makeup for American Werewolf in London was supposed to have done it for The Howling, but he left The Howling to go do American Werewolf in London. I can't think of
Oh,
his
really?
name. Yeah,
Interesting.
it's like
America.
when that one particular scene, again, spoiler alert for an 80s movie, where she's in the doctor's office looking for his records, and the patient comes in and starts to change. Halfway through where that scene happens is where the special effects director left The Howling and went to American Werewolf in London.
Huh.
Because if you watch how he transforms, it's kind of similar to how his transformation in American Werewolf in London was, of him like looking at his hand and it's stretching out and all that.
Yeah. Huh. Looking up his name now. I got the cast, produce, cinematography, editing, casting, art, costume design, makeup department. I couldn't even tell you then. Art department, second department, stunts. I don't see like an actual like. I'd be curious to know which guy it is.
I'd have to look. I can't remember his name. This will have to be one of the later updates. But Henry says, right now I'm doing inventory in a pizza place and I'm putting off counting the cold stuff just to listen. Thanks, Henry. And then Daka Flocka said, Stephen King's it for me. It was rated PG, made for TV, so my cousins, who was babysitting, put it on for my brother when I was 4 years old. Was that Silver Bullet or?
No, it.
Oh, it. Oh, Jesus, it. Jeez. Yeah.
Yeah, so because I know
Stephen
exactly.
King's,
So
I was reading it. Stephen King's it for me.
yeah, Stephen King's it for me.
Stephen King's
Stephen
it.
King's
I got
It.
you. I got you.
Yeah, so I remember when it was 2-part, one or maybe no, it was 4 parts maybe, right? Like
No, it was 2. I think you're right.
Was it 2 nights?
I think so.
I remember being deathly afraid of it as well, right? And then like avoiding it, and then accidentally staying up late for some reason for a minute and seeing like the bumper as it was about to start, and it was like, the last time on the it, and then it like showed Pennywise. Oh man, that was it for me for like months.
One of my favorite roles of Tim Curry's.
Oh, absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. Like the new one's interesting and it's cool, but like Tim Curry just nailed it, right? Like
I don't know though. I think Bill Skarsgård was an excellent.
Oh, I mean,
Pennywise.
freaky.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
the
he brought a
shit
whole
he can
new
do with his eyes and everything is just insane.
Yeah, he brought a whole new level to it. Yeah. Absolutely.
I was watching him on a talk show and everybody had thought that like all the weird stuff he was doing with his eyes was CGI.
Mhm.
And he's sitting there like moving his eyes around in all these positions. He's like, no, none of that was CGI. And it's like, damn.
That's crazy. But yeah, so what else? What else, chat? What do you want us to talk about? What questions do you have?
Yeah, my bullet points expired long ago. We've just been sitting here vibing. I can talk forever.
So can I. I can talk about anything that I'm interested in forever.
Let's see. There's got to be something that we're missing here.
Oh, I'm sure there's
still wide awake. This monster's kicked in for sure by now.
Oh, yeah.
So
I'm talking about. So we do have a lot coming. I mean, I could talk about some stuff. Hold on. Down the pipe.
Yeah,
So we
go
got this
for it.
Kickstarter. Yeah, so we got this Kickstarter in August 15th. So I could talk about that a little bit too because I didn't. So there's the two books, and then you'll be able to get the Total Carnage edition again because I got more copies to sell. I think I need a little swig left of this. Yeah. So
Moonshine.
yeah, a little bit of warp shine. Yeah.
Shit, that was a
So
total missed opportunity on my behalf on the warp shine. Damn.
that's fine. So yeah, so you get those, and then you can get a copy of Total Carnage Edition as an add-on if you don't have it or want another copy or whatever. You know, it's fine with me. But then I doing a mega hits collection. You know, how, like games like hit that like greatest hits collection.
Yep.
And so this was a project that I was planning. I've been working on. So like, damn it. Of course, Jared came up with a question as I'm talking. So Thirsty for More is the solo rules and adventure. It's getting the mega hits revamp, so it's getting added material, more content for your solo adventures, more solo gigs, and that'll be available as an add-on as well as a revamping of Last Outpost on the Left is like the free. It was a free adventure. It was like probably the most played Neon Lords adventure of all time because it was free forever and it was free in a bunch of books, and it's been around the block, right? So like it's the first. It's never been printed though, so this is going to be the first printing with like an actual cover and give it the Genesis cover look and everything.
Nice.
First time printed, and then a lot of content added to that too. So those will be available for add-ons as well.
You're gonna break my wallet, man.
That's okay.
You're like, that's fine.
Yeah, but that's it. So it's easy. So it'll be the two books. You can buy one or both. You know, of the Warp Shine Runners, Riders of the Burp Warp. If you need a Total Carnage edition, and then these two other books. So like 5 potentially books, but obviously you don't have to. You know, it's like you can buy one or you can buy 5. You know, there's a variance in between.
Gotta have them all.
Yeah, I mean, but if you already have the Total Carnage, you know,
Yeah.
it's whatever.
I'm a completionist though, so I'll have to get all the other stuff.
Very cool. It'll be worth it though, especially if like this will be the like. I mean, there is Thirsty for More's out there, but there's a lot getting added to it. Like I've really like hitting it hard and adding a bunch of stuff to make it worth the thing. And then like Last Outpost on the last Outpost on the Left never got a proper print. So just for the fans out there who need a print copy.
So I'm assuming that's a play on Last House on the Left.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So Jared said, what tabletop RPG would we love to play, but only if 1 or 2 things were changed?
That's an interesting question because like I don't play a lot of other games, especially when it comes to not like modern times. Like I'm dying to play games. I just unfortunately when I only have enough time to play, it has to be Neon Lords.
Yeah.
And then or like WHPA, I play, but I have to keep the momentum of the game forward. So looking forward to all those Kickstarters.
What's up, Tefsley? Tefsley is the fine gentleman that did my logo.
Awesome.
Yeah, he killed it with it. So
yeah, it's sick. I love it.
He even made him look like me, which is scary to have another thing out there that looks like me.
Oh no, it looks great. Yeah, Joe's a whale. He has to buy everything. There's like people I count on that I know are gonna be heavy hitters, and Joe's one of my heavy hitters for sure.
I'm the same as Joe. Like I even with like X Crawl, I'm like I got to go all in on this.
I did not back X Crawl. I wanted to. So the problem is, since leaving the army and stuff, I gotta be discretionary with like what I can buy nowadays. Trying to be smarter with my money when it comes to like books too, because if they just sit on the shelf. X Crawl I really really like, but I don't think I'll ever play it.
See, I could foresee it leapfrogging both DCC and MCC for me. because of like the whole Running Man vibe and Smash TV vibe, where I grew up watching those movies and playing that game and stuff. It's just, I don't know.
Well,
I can see.
fortunately for you, I also have a Running Man's Smash TV tabletop skirmish board game coming out.
Nice.
So it's more along the lines of 1 to 10 player deathmatch style Smash TV, where it's like it's a miniature skirmish game, but you only have one mini to worry about.
Nice.
Yeah, and then you just go around the board and pick up weapons and power ups and stuff, and then some D&D for Sean's game. Wanted to stop in and catch the interview.
Well, thanks for jumping in, man.
Very cool.
I appreciate
So like,
it.
yeah, when it comes to like a game that like I could take two things, I honestly don't have an answer because unfortunately I don't get to play enough to even know.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I don't know of any. I can't think of one right off the top of my head either. So we both fail you, Jared.
yeah. Do you feel like X Crawl is a bit? So X Crawl has a bit of Neon Lords vibe to it for sure, but like it's so fantasy based that like I don't really see like a. I mean, it's definitely got the feel and the vibe, but definitely not in a competitive way. You know, obviously there's no competition. They blew us out, like blow me out of the water 9 times out of 10, 10 times out of 10. Really, like I can't compete with that money. They're making serious cash on that game, and more power to them. Congrats. And X Crawl's been around for 20 damn years now.
Yeah, I think it was what, 99 that I heard Brendan say that he had started like thinking of it and
Yeah,
playing
so
it.
over 20 years
Yeah.
now. So like that's the thing. Goodman Games is an institution at this point. Like yeah, we'll get to that point. Like I was talking about it today with my wife. Like we're definitely like we'll see. Like I think we got a nice momentum and we're getting pretty popular. So like we'll get up there. We'll be smoking here soon.
I think you will too.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I think we have a nice work ethic and pack a lot of punch for your buck, and we have a nice IP that's different.
Yeah, it is very different, which is one of the things that I love about it.
Yeah,
It's just how
perfect. Thank you.
unique it is. Like, who's ever had a like unicorn, a brutal unicorn is a playable race.
Right, Bruticorn,
Bruticorn,
because like
yes.
yeah, so like makes sense, right? So a unicorn, but with two a bicorn would be a Bruticorn, right?
Yeah. Yep, and I don't
It's very
remember if it
interesting.
was on the stream or before I said it would give me a good excuse to go out and buy a unicorn head mask to wear at the table.
Yeah. So yeah, right. So okay, so yeah, so we got we got Escape the Murder Maze, which is simultaneously coming out with the rest of the stuff because it's its own game. It's gonna have, you know, minis, probably minis involved because that's the next topic I'm going to talk about. Total Carnage is a great deal as far as book games go. Yeah, I mean it's $50,
For
which
300 pages of awesomeness.
I'm not a huge fan of the price point because I'm a fan before I am a. I got a copy right here. It's got milk all over it from the kids spilling on it, but that's what makes it like my copy, right? So not a fan of the price point, but like with that being said, and hey yo, punishment in the chat. What's up, brother?
What's up, man?
Because $50, but that's the going rate. I mean, it's a game. It's the one book. You could literally buy this book and be done, right?
Yeah.
So you could like survive off this if all you had was $50 and it was like one game. This is all you need. And I mean, it's hardcover, and like it's got a dust jacket. It's fancy, and it's got the neon ribbon, so it's got
dude,
that going for
I
it.
think the price point is absolutely fine considering that there's another company out there that puts out like 150-page books for almost the same price that don't have ribbons and
yeah. But it's just like it just really comes down to as a fan of games, like what would I want? Right? So like I set out to make what I would like, and then price point it too, right? So like try to make it as cheap as possible as I could possibly can, because shit's expensive nowadays, let's be honest. And
Yep.
then but make and then like and then to where everybody involved, because I'm not trying to make money off it, I don't care, but I want the people involved to make money off it too, because it's only fair, right? So like, so that comes into the factor. But well, that's a boring topic. So then escape the murder maze is simultaneous. It's gonna have minis involved, and then it's like cards and stuff. So there's like the item cards, weapons cards, and then there's foobar cards that you could hit, and like crazy stuff happens. Like the crowd throws a chainsaw in the middle of the arena,
Oh,
and
nice.
like yeah, and you could get like a giant like sticky hand, like fling it, and then like grab weapons off of each other and stuff. Just over the top stuff like that. I know now they're talking about, yeah, Watsy selling them for 60, 70. You want the digital stuff with it. For both of you, we know a lot about where you got your inspiration, but can you talk about your thought process for developing ideas from conception to print? It's funny you say that. So twofold. So conception to print, I'm actually going to do a YouTube. It might be live. It's called Blaster Piece Theater, where I'm going to take a conception. I'm going to start with a conception with the audience, and we're gonna make something from conception to print. We're gonna do the whole process. I'm gonna do the whole process live with everybody.
Nice. That
Yeah,
sounds.
so that'll be interesting.
I'm in for it. So I have to keep my eyes peeled for when you announce the date.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be easy. It's just gonna be me and a blank Google Doc for the first probably couple episodes, but you know
And as for
maybe
me,
I'll.
that's like one of the things I struggle with. I haven't published anything yet, Jared. And that's where I'm hitting my issue, is going from developing the ideas and getting them onto paper. Like that's my
It's easy.
struggle. Yeah.
I'll help. I'll get you there.
Because I've got so many ideas, just
You
like
got to You
in
got to just do
Evernote,
it.
that I just keep, and that's what everybody tells me. But then I try to just do it, and my brain goes, duh.
I totally get it. So thought process for developing. It varies. Every book is completely different for me. So it could be like, it's like, okay, so Warp Shine Runners. So it was like I had a game. This is like how it always is. Like I had a game that night and I had no idea what I was gonna run for it. So I woke up in the morning and like I was still in the army, so I was shaving and I just look in the mirror. I'm yeah, Stargate, Portal Juice, Warp Shine running. I was like, okay, I can run with that. And then like, okay, so that's the basic idea. So then who's running this Warp Shine? Where do they live? What's going on? You
Thanks,
got
Jeff.
this, Dave. Yeah.
Thanks, brother.
You could definitely do it. It's
I need to
it's
see
not
my name on paper. It's one of
You will.
it's one of those like driving things with me, that I just want to open a book and see like my name. I don't know how to describe it. Like it's just this driving urge that I have.
Yeah, it's just keep the drive, like fuel that fire, right? Always have the burn to get it done. Even like I mean, there's so many times where I would be like, like F this, and then just want to just not do it anymore, right? So like it's like one time it was like I just felt like so overwhelmed, and like way before the Kickstarter, when it was right after a play test. Everybody left, and like I got in a fight with like a guy at the table because he didn't understand the rule, and he's like, "Well, this game's stupid. It sucks." It's like my buddy McTavish. Like we're okay now, but I was like, all right. And then I kicked him out of my house, and then like all this stuff, and then after that, it was just like all. It felt like all. I was just like, oh, in over my head. It was a jumbled mess, anxiety attack over it, and then it was just like I stepped away, came back the next day, and like I didn't delete anything.
Good.
Yeah, so like that's like, yeah, it was bad. So that was like the worst, and like it got better from there. Like, yeah, I mean I got days where like I literally can't think of anything, but those are the days where I just play some games and just hang out and just chill, and like just try to not think about it. Then when I come back to a doc and I look at it, it's like, okay, well, I don't like this. I'll change that. That was like I just finished. So I've been doing layout work for other games too, and I just finished up the Dark Places and Demigorgons Old School Essentials rule book for Bloat Games.
Nice. I can't wait to get my hands on that thing.
You just wait. That thing is insane. So like I was like the final days of finishing it, and then it was like it was like 3 in the morning, like working on it. I was like, I gotta go to bed. So then I see it in the morning. I'm like, I don't like any of that. So I with fresh eyes changed it, and it's for the better. Like I like how it turned out on that particular section. I think it was just the table of contents, but yes, let's see.
So see, Jared asked, well, even like the questions I'm going to ask in an interview, not necessarily print, but whatever the finished product is going to be. I honestly don't know how I come up with my questions. Like it's hard. Like I did like, in the instance with Brian, I chat with him a lot. And then I also went and watched all the episodes of Ravioli for Randy and all that stuff to do for research. And then I guess the questions just come to me from based off the research that I do.
It's funny, like I've interviewed some people, but I've never asked questions. I think it's just always just free form like this. And then I would ask questions like, oh, well, what do you think of this? Or like when I'd be like, oh, like because Caramel Maine came up, and I asked you like, well, have you what about Caramel Maine? Like, I like just like that. I'm not to like overstep what your questions and stuff. But
what we're doing tonight is what I need to be able to do with every interview, because I was saying to you before we went on air, excuse me, is I feel very robotic in a lot of my previous interviews because I've written down a list of questions that I don't delineate from. I'll just go right through questions 1 through 10, and it sounds so robotic to me going back and watching those interviews. Whereas tonight has just been completely organic and free form, and we're just asking questions like you said based off the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on the person too, because I know like some guys just can't free form, but yeah, I don't know. It's a hard one for sure.
It's hard to learn, like
yeah, exactly, because then you'd have to know if they're relatively unknown and they're coming to promote a game and you don't know anything about them, you're not going to know. It's just it's weird. It's a hard one. I would say interviewing people is pretty hard.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that.
Especially because if they're not, I don't know. I don't want to like, I don't know. Some people just aren't made for interviews. I guess you know what I'm saying. Like especially if you gotta like kind of like beat the answer out of them, it doesn't make for like a good show either.
Yeah, or like one thing I've experienced a few times with my interviews is I'll run out of questions, and then it's like, okay, now what do I do? Because I've pushed through the questions the way that I have. It's hard to explain, but I feel like at times there's no room for organic conversation the way I've done stuff before.
Yeah, that makes sense too. I mean, yeah, so I would just give it a shot, right? So be like, well, yeah, like what's your what's your favorite movie?
Yeah. My favorite
movie.
Well,
what is your favorite movie? I'm asking.
Oh boy. That is a tough one.
So like Dawn of the Dead original is my on paper answer because like it's so phenomenal to me. But like it obviously changes with the tides, right? So like it's all depends on what I'm in the mood for.
Yeah, I would have to say that is definitely a factor. One of my favorites is Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Mm-hmm.
Love that movie. But boy, it's hard to pin down one and say this is my favorite movie of all time.
It's realistically near impossible.
Yeah. Because like you said, it depends on it's like the flavor of the day type thing of like what I'm in the mood for. Like, right now after watching Attack the Block today, I had never seen it. And what's really funny is when you guys were talking about that, I'm like, Attack the Block, isn't that a dance movie? I just watched Turbo Kid today too, Punishment.
Attack the Block. Who are you thinking of?
I was thinking of Stomp the Yard.
Oh,
and it's like I
got
the two kind of crossed up in my head, and I'm like, John Boyega in a dance movie? That sounds really weird. And it's like, I pulled up Stomp the Yard because that's what I had in my head. And I'm like, that's John Boyega's not in this. What the hell are you doing? And then I'm like, Attack the Block.
It's really good. It like, excuse me, it did not. And then the alien design on it is so awesome.
Yeah, those glowing teeth and just that jet black like
It
fur to
reminds me
him.
of. Are you a video game guy at all? Do you play a lot of video? Ever play
I
any video
used to.
games? So, did you ever play Out of This World?
Nope, no, it doesn't ring a bell.
Okay. Well, there's like that's like the creatures in that. So it's like Rotoscope, the video game. So Out of This World, and I don't remember what it like is. It's called something else outside the United States. Out of this, I'm pretty sure Out of This World is the American name. And then they did Flashback. They did a couple of games in this rotoscope way that it's very cinematic. And then like it's kind of like an adventure. It's kind of like Prince of Persia style, right? So like it's like very like realistically moving. But then like the first thing you do, so essentially this like scientist falls to a portal, ends up on this alien world. There's a beast that looks exactly all it is jet black. Because I mean this is on like the Genesis and Super Nintendo, and it just has eyes and teeth, but they're not glowing. But like it just always reminded me of that.
Yeah, that's one of my. I've got to say now, it goes into my top 5 creature designs for movies.
Yeah, like phenomenal creatures design, awesome stuff.
And like
Like
the whole scene, like near the end with hi-hats, where he's like, "I'm going to kill you," and they're like, "Oh yeah," and you see the window behind him. Not to spoil this for anyone that hasn't
yeah,
seen it, but I was just like, "Oh shit."
yeah. Joe loves Flashback. I do too. I have it on Genesis right next to me. Still, I got Genesis. Oh, not Genesis, but the worst thing I've ever done was buy a video game on a family vacation, and we went to DC. We went to Washington D.C. and then we were at like a mall with an electronics boutique, and I bought Flashback with like my birthday money. So it was in the summer, and then I remember I stared. Another World was the name for it. Another World. So there's Another World in America, or I don't know. Anyway, okay, so we'll get into that second. So, I stared at that box art, the back of the box, read it, like read the book cover to like the little the instruction manual cover to cover for days and hours on the ride home, just waiting to get that game in the Genesis. Like it was always the worst. So, what is the kind of music you're into?
Ooh, I like a little bit of everything from. Oh boy, you could go back to Minor Threat for punk. I like John Denver. I've got some broad musical tastes. And then he says I should ask you about your gore grind collection.
Yeah. So generally, I'm definitely a heavy metal aficionado, I believe, maybe, but more along the lines of the extreme when it comes to like gore grind, grindcore, cyber grind. Like that's like generally what I listen to.
Nice.
Yeah, and like power violence and like fast core. Best. Oh yeah, the game looks phenomenal. So like I feel bad for my grandparents. So like I gave them this whole presentation about Flashback too. Like they had a Genesis, and I took it over and I made them watch the opening sequence and stuff. Like this is like the future of games. I love Flashback. It's a sequel to it too, Fade to Black, which came out on computer, and it's pretty awesome too. But yeah, just huge into I hate to say extreme forms of metal because it's such a dumb word when it comes to heavy metal. But yeah, most likely, like the faster the quicker the songs, the better. I like the good 30-second song.
Nice.
Yeah, and like Napalm Death and like all that.
There was a band that I used to like. What were they called? Nail Bomb.
Yeah.
There was a pretty hardcore. Biohazard was another one that I like.
Biohazard, Nail Bomb.
Yeah, used to listen to that a lot. Like I can still hear the first song on the Nail Bomb album. That was what Ogre from. Oh, who did Ogre play with before Nail Bomb?
Let's look it up. I know I can't remember. So there's a bunch of nail bomb people that are famous, like Sepultura,
Yeah.
Soulfly,
Sepultura is another band too.
and then like there's some Dead Kennedy guys who played with them, session musicians.
Yeah,
I
John
miss.
Denver and Minor Threat in the same sentence. I told you I've got some broad tastes. I also like a lot of disco, and people will like just be like, "Ew, you like disco?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I like disco."
Hey, I mean, like that's the best part about musical taste, right? So you don't have to please anybody but yourself. So like I learned it a bit later in life because you always want to sound cool as a kid. Like you had your guilty pleasures, and like you would hate, like you would pretend not necessarily you would hate something because you're not supposed to like it, right?
Right.
So like I learned like, well, probably in my 20s that like if I like it, I like it no matter the genre. I don't care about genres. If I like the music, I like the music.
Yeah. Yep.
So it's just like irrelevant. Generally, I do lean towards like like heavy metal most likely in the grind aspect of things. But yeah, I'm like but I could listen to anything if I like it.
Yep. Yeah, if I hear something I don't like, it's instantly hitting the double arrow to skip over the song.
Yeah.
But, and that's the beauty of modern day is you can just skip on to the next song with the push of a button.
Mhm. You can. And you can, like compile your likes into like your playlists and stuff and cure guilty pleasure movies. I like Roadhouse a lot, but I don't necessarily know if that's a guilty pleasure. That's a standard movie
The
anymore, right?
throat rip scene is the best.
Yeah. There's some questionable lines about some prison rape too.
I don't remember that, so.
Oh yeah, that's what the guy says. He's like, I effed guys like you in prison.
oh, the guy that he
Dalton.
takes his throat out. That's right.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, that came out of nowhere. I don't really have a guilty pleasure movie because one, I don't watch a lot of movies anymore, and then like I so I don't watch. So the big thing is I'm huge into like Ancient Aliens lately, especially with everything going on. So
Which
like
is crazy.
yeah, so when it comes to like when I get to watch anything,
The double
um
douche.
double douche, gotta love it. I'm watching a lot of stuff on like the Anunnaki and stuff. Go for some bolt thrower, Buck Owens in a heartbeat. Wife's always walks in and says, "What the hell you?" Yeah, I've gotten that plenty of times. You should
Yep.
see. I got a pretty nice gore grind vinyl collection. So I got that going for me when I die, I guess.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and I have a
Not you dying.
No, I know what you mean. I actually have a Celtic Frost album that I'm not really interested in that goes for like $200 online. I might just ditch it.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not huge. Like it's all right, it's whatever. Not gore grind and not grind whatsoever, so it's got to go. But I have like, but I also have Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 soundtrack on vinyl, and I have Dream Warriors and I had Dream Child. I gave my sister one of them. I don't remember which one I had. Oh yeah, Tiger by the Tail. Is that you're talking about Buck Owens there? Interesting. So yeah, so you're all over the place. But what's like so like what's a like a perfect album?
The perfect album for me, like, are you saying pick an album or what would define a
No,
perfect
so, yeah.
album?
So pick an album, right? So like if you had to let's say you had to pick one. Okay, two albums because I know my two albums. Two albums you had to pick for the rest of your life. That's all you could ever listen to. Like which two are
Ooh,
you picking?
boy, that is a very hard question for me. Trying to think of what I listen to a lot of, and I'm just so all over the place. That's a hard question, man. What are your
Hmm.
two?
So interesting. So the first one is this band. They're actually the same. They're in the same wheelhouse as the guitarist is the same. Is Agoraphobic Nosebleeds, Frozen Corpses Stuffed with Dope. would be my first choice because that record literally changed my life. It's like my favorite band of all time, Agoraphobic Nosebleed. And then Scott Hall from that band is also in a band called Pig Destroyer, and their album Prowler in the Yard is phenomenal, phenomenal grind, like it's peak. So Prowler in the Yard and Frozen Corpse Stuffed and Dope are my two go-tos.
This might have to be one that we come back to because that's my two favorite albums. Shit. One, oddly, I would have to say would be Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five.
Very cool. See, I like them too.
Just like I could listen to White Lines and stuff all day long.
White lines running through my mind, and all the while.
Ooh, Appetite for Destruction's a good choice, Jim Beam. I might actually, I could potentially put that as my number 2 because of
interesting Appetite. So what's Appetite got on it? So I'm
Welcome to the Jungle, Paradise City, Sweet Child of Mine, Mr. Brownstone.
November Rain's not on it.
November Rain was on Use Your Illusion 2, I think.
Okay. So like I'm not like a huge Guns N' Roses fan. I just so I don't know, like I wouldn't know like what's on what album. But like, man, what a great album name too. All of them. Appetite for Destruction.
Yeah.
Even Use Your Illusion 1 and 2, like awesome.
Yeah. And unfortunately now Axl Rose sounds horrible.
I don't know who that guy is anymore.
Yeah, it's like he couldn't hit a note like the high notes like he does in Welcome to the Jungle now
But that's fine though, right? So like why not just fade off into the sunset, right? Amon Amarth versus the World, Ice Earth Dark Saga. Lots of interesting choices going on. But yeah, so like Guns N' Roses. So I was never like a huge, like I was saying, like, but like, man, like if you, I've come to appreciate if you like put headphones on, crank them up, and you listen to Guns N' Roses, how awesome does that still sound? That still stands.
Oh man, that opening riff for Welcome to the Jungle.
Yeah. And Sweet Child of Mine too.
Yep. And it's funny to see, where'd Soundgarden get mentioned? It was Jim Beam and then Henry. The way I got introduced to Soundgarden was, you'll probably remember the Genesis game Road Rash.
Oh, yeah, I have
I ate, slept, and breathed that game for so long, but it has a ton of Soundgarden songs. And that's how I found out about Soundgarden, was from Road Rash.
Soundgarden is the Black Hole Sun song.
Yep, Spoon Man.
Some interesting choices of music. Fugazi, Dirty Mind by Prince.
Really, anything by Prince is amazing. Like,
oh yeah, I mean, like, talk about like a maestro, right?
Yeah,
completely like changed the game.
And it was like his style always changed. It's like no two albums sound alike.
This is very interesting conversation. There's a lot of all over the place answers.
Yeah.
Especially because
we've hit the eclectic musical taste moment. Like at the
so that's the one thing
point.
Right. That's the one thing me and Joey never talk about music because we're so different when it comes to music. But yet so alike because we listen to, like, we're huge Misfits fans, Danzig, and like stuff like that. But then like he goes like, I mean, I like a good Screamin' Jay Hawkins just like the rest of us, like, but like he goes wild. Like I was like we were driving, like when I drive like with Joey, I make him listen whenever I want, I'm always listening. But like I'm huge into the John Candy right now. They're like they use a lot of sampling from movies and stuff and sampling from other songs. And I mean 36 Chambers would definitely be on my list too. Like, I mean, massive Wu-Tang guy, like, I mean, New York, right? So that was like the epitome, even like 3 hours away from the city, like as growing up, like Wu-Tang was everything. Everybody was obsessed with Wu-Tang. If you're ever on Brian's audio chat, ask about Outshine. What that is. Oh, ask him about Outshine. Gotcha. Yeah, so like Joey goes wild, right? So I was at, like I was at his house when we were driving, and he played. It was like this random dude from like the '70s making music with like I couldn't even tell you. Never heard of the guy. Never heard anything like it. Just like this weird like outsider music, like total Joey, total perfect music for him. I love it. That's just not what I'm into. A lot of it, but his band, the Royale Brothers, have a banger of a song called Dudley Town, and then it's all over the internet. You could go check it out. And his rap album. I know it's like Night of the
Night of
Meat.
the Living Meatheads, right?
Yeah, Night of the Living
The Great
Meatheads.
Gabagool.
Yeah, the Great Gabagool. Great songs on that one too. Dude from Dud Milkman was talking about a gig in Midwest where eventually had some unexpected guest equipment. It was Prince and Sheila E.
That's funny. Who's gonna? No, Prince, you cannot use my guitar. That would be like that. Guitar would be blessed going forward if you let Prince use your guitar.
Yeah, yeah, this is interesting, very interesting chat. But yeah, so Joey definitely listens, and he's got his own radio show. I'm sure you've seen the radio.
Yeah, I've listened to it a couple times. It's great. Lord Blood's.
Yeah, Cryptic Cool.
Yep.
And I listened to it kind of once, but like, it's not for me, especially like at that time of night on a Saturday. If I'm not doing an interview, obviously, because we're here, but like if I'm working, I have to listen to something I want to listen to. Because if I'm already like stuck up night working, I want to listen to something good.
Yep. Yeah,
but to each his own. That's what I like about like all this everything. Like half of the stuff I'm never even heard of or listened to.
Yeah, but I've taken
like,
so many notes of bands and movies and books that we've all talked about in here tonight, and I'm going to be a busy boy over the next few days.
That's
checking all this out.
That's the best part too. Is like that's the biggest thing. That's why I wanted to do an appendix N, because so much of myself, like when it comes to my like where I draw inspiration from, is in the game, that like I want to share that information with everybody too. Check out this, check out like Lucio Fulci movies if you're into like Italian, like, if you're not into Italian horror and you want to get into it, like Gates of Hell is one of the best movies ever made. Like,
I got to write that one.
Well, Fulci, you never seen any Fulci movies?
No.
Zombie, ZOMBI.
Oh, I have seen that. Yes.
Yeah, that's his most famous. He's got the trilogy of The Gates of Hell, Zombie, and House by the Cemetery. Like,
yeah, I'm gonna have to check them out and watch them all again. It's been years since I've seen Zombie.
Zombie's fantastic.
Now I remember Zombie, and it instantly kicks my head to Fido.
Fido, interesting. I haven't seen Fido since Netflix sent you DVDs.
Yeah, I think that was about the same for me, but that movie just stuck with me because it made me
I need to rewatch
so hard.
it. Yeah, I need to rewatch it because Fido was definitely one. It was good.
It was because
it was funny.
It was like the zombie apocalypse. After it happened, they learned to train the zombies to do like
menial tasks.
Yeah, it was almost like the zombies were what we're trying to make AI into.
It's kind of like the end of Shaun of the Dead too. They do that.
Yep, he's got his buddy locked up out in the shed playing video games.
Yeah. Oh man, I haven't thought about Fido in forever.
I love that movie. It's legitimately like a Lassie knockoff mixed with the zombie movie.
Yeah, you can't beat it. Favorite Giallo. Oh man, so Giallo, I would say Suspiria for me. I'm a Suspiria Giallo fan. I know some people don't consider Suspiria Giallo, so then I will say opera then. For all you people don't consider Suspiria Giallo because it's not a killer. There's like a witch coven, right? Spoiler alert if you've never seen Suspiria. Opera, so generally it's like the you know what a Giallo is?
No.
So it is a specific genre of Italian cinema or book, because I know Giallo means what? Yellow. It was like these yellow covered, like pulp horror not necessarily, well, like slasher type movies, killer movies, but like you always, there's always a scene from the view of the killer doing stuff, and there's always black gloved. I'm sure you've seen
I've
like
pro-
New York Ripper.
I'm trying to think. I just had one in my head.
Let
Because
me pull up.
Hitchcock had to have done a giallo style.
I'm sure Hitchcock could have gone into the giallo genre of music genre of film. So let's see what the internet considers a giallo. Yeah, literature. Italian language giallo is a genre of novel including any literary genre involving crime and mystery. It's subgenres such as crime fiction. The term giallo, yellow. See, I know what I'm talking about. Derives from a series of crime mystery pulp novels that have a yellow cover.
Special delivery.
Structured. Oh, so jealous. My wife just asked me if I'm still going. She's not going to bring me anything. Giallo films are generally characterized as gruesome murder mystery thrillers that combine the suspense elements, detective films with scenes of shocking horror, excessive bloodletting, stylish camera work, often jarring musical arrangements. The, the archetypical, whatever, Giallo plot involves a mysterious black glove psychopathic killer who stalks and butchers a series of beautiful women. While most Gialli involve a human killer, some are also feature supernatural elements. Okay, so they're putting the supernatural twist, so Suspiria does count. Yeah. So let's see. Coming back, I get with Suspiria. Hitchcock probably inspired a bunch. Yeah, Hitchcock is like definitely inspired some giallos. I would say it's generally an Italian thing.
There's even, you could kind of consider parts of Psycho giallo.
Yeah, I mean, I would consider it, but then again, like I'm sure people yell at me for it. But like, there's a ton in the '60s. Like Bird with the Crystal Plumage. Dario Argento's the guy. He's like the main giallo guy. If you ever want to get into the genre, I'm not super into giallo, so like I'm only like surface level when it comes to them. So that's like Inferno, Tenebrae, New York Ripper, Blade in the Dark, House of the Yellow Carpet, stuff like yeah, like where I think it's Opera. Opera is Dario Argento 87. That's like that's what's awesome. So this guy's obsessed. I didn't even see the Suspiria remake. This guy's obsessed with this opera singer and he kidnaps her and then like kills people in front of her, but forces her to watch it by taping needles to the bottom of her eyes. So her eyelids are sitting on these needles so
Ugh.
she can't shut her eye. Crazy stuff. Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, like
It gives me the heebie-jeebies just thinking of that.
yeah. Yeah, so
So
it's very interesting.
I'm thinking of like giallo moments in movies, but is like Halloween 2, the original Halloween 2, the opening sequence of him going
I
around.
would that's very giallo like as far as I'm concerned. I'm
Because you
not, but
see
like I
everything
said,
from Michael's perspective at the
yeah.
opening of that
I mean,
movie.
even Halloween 1.
Yeah, with him putting the mask on and killing his sister.
Yep. Yep. And then they had to ruin it by making a Rob Zombie remake.
Ugh.
Michael Myers didn't need a stereotypical serial killer backstory.
No,
He was
not at all.
already awesome. Like that was the appeal to me. This is I talk about this. Yeah, Goblin soundtrack. The big thing was me about Halloween was Michael Myers was a kid who turned all of a sudden darkness in his eyes. He was never a kid anymore. He was just a
Evil.
like evil. Yeah, exactly. Puts the mask on, kills his sister, never the same again. There's no rhyme or reason. Like Dr. Loomis says, I saw the devil's eyes. Like,
Yeah.
that was it.
The
There's
blackest
no
of eyes.
yeah, spends his life's work trying to figure out why Michael Myers is Michael Myers.
Yeah, what
right?
flipped
So
the
like,
switch?
yeah, and they never know. There's no ever and ever an explanation. I know they get into like the supernatural cultist stuff
Yeah.
and all that, but that's obviously jumping the shark. But like when it comes to original,
Take care, Joe. Joe's
hey
taking
Joe,
off.
thanks for hanging out.
Thanks for hanging out with us and
Definitely
talking.
talk to you soon. So then, like, that's all you need. That's the mystery of it. Like, then you go and you talk to your friends. Like, what do you think Michael Myers You know, like that's like the conversations you have. But then Rob Zombie comes through and gives him the quintessential, oh well, he tortured animals, he was bullied and had a broken home life. It's like, really, that's like what you could come up with for Michael Myers out of, I know I'm already on my soapbox. That's what happens when you get me at midnight.
No, that's all
So
right,
like
because you know like, what Rob Zombie did is the same thing that George Lucas did with the prequel trilogy. He
yeah, exactly.
demysticized Michael Myers.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's like what they did to Bubba Fett. It's like, well, you like Bubba Fett? Well, here he is as a kid, and you can see his dad get up like murdered by Obi-Wan Kenobi, and then now he's like Bubba Fett. He's pissed off. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
It's like Anakin too. It's like we didn't need a Darth Vader backstory like that. We just needed like the little bits like we did talked about with like Clone Wars. Like,
Yeah.
like it's all we needed.
That little taste to get the questions ruminating in there.
Yeah, exactly. So like use little hooks to like you could come up with more stuff in your brain than Rob Zombie could come up with clearly because he was the lightning in a bottle. House of a Thousand Corpses is one of my favorite movies of all time. It is amazing. Like Devil's Rejects, just up there too. I love Devil's Rejects. You know, I'm a Lords of Salem fan. It's a little bit of a slow burn. I know people don't like it. It's got a little bit of quirkiness to it. And I love Haunted World of El Super Beasto. After that, Rob Zombie is crap. Rob Zombie has been on a downward hill trajectory ever since White Zombie split. Oof. Oof. That's a hot take. I'm a Hellbilly Deluxe fan. I do like Hellbilly Deluxe. We don't need everything explained. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Jim asked a question a few back up there. It says, for both of you, if you could get the rights to any IP to make or remake as an RPG, what would it be and why?
You can go first because I got a bunch.
Mine would honestly be late 70s, 80s horror movies like Halloween, Friday the 13th. There are plenty of games out there like that, but I've got a great idea we'll need to discuss after this for a Halloween-based game that I think will be super fun if I could make it work. But yeah, I would have to say if I could get any IP, probably Halloween, because the very first Halloween movie from 1978 is one of my favorite horror movies of all time.
Interesting. So yeah, you got the Myers plague as I do then with the Rob Zombie.
Oh yeah. And like, you know, the 2018 Halloween I thought was okay. Halloween Ends, the last one that I think, that was Ends, right? I think Michael Myers should not have even been in that movie. Like that whole case, like character study of.
I never saw them.
They were decent. They weren't as good as like the originals, and they basically canceled out Halloween 2 to make these movies as if it didn't happen, and it erased all the lore surrounding that of like Laurie being his sister and all that stuff.
So for me, this is a loaded question because I have some like any remake for a IP into an RPG. My number one pick is possibly, it's a good chance it's happening. So like there's that side of it to where I'm potentially being able to do my favorite my most sought after RPG IP, which I've been working on trying to get it for a long time, and there's been some updates on the movement in that field. So I mean,
you obviously can't talk about it.
I mean, it's not necessarily I couldn't talk about it because it's like it's in a weird state. So like I've been animate and vocal about clashing with their management about stuff, and like I don't think I got hooked up with some people that are closer to the people I need to get to, and they have like my back, and they're like helping me get it better than going through their management. And like I'm not gonna say names, but like, you know, it's a 4-letter word that rhymes with war. Well, not, I guess war is in the name. If you get what I'm saying.
Interesting.
I mean, if someone just types in those 4 letters in the chat, you know, it's whatever. So there's that. That's my number one. That's I would say it's pretty damn close to possibly happening. Like I'd say, hey, I don't want to jinx myself because you never know. There's always
No.
stuff happening, and like, but it's a better prospect. I'm not wearing the shirt. That's trauma. Trauma. I could talk about my problem, like my trauma experience, because I did pitch a Toxic Avenger RPG to Trauma, and they wanted $2 million for me to do it.
Wow.
Yeah. So it is not Trauma, unfortunately. So that is not on my IP list anymore because I can't afford it. Which I did get to talk to him though, so that was cool.
I'm
I
not going
got
to
to
say it. I've got a pretty good idea based off
someone,
of
yeah,
what you said.
someone will say it. But so if it's out of the blue, which it's going to come back to Trauma anyway for my IP. So I want to take. You ever heard of the Alma Mater RPG?
No.
So it was this very controversial high school role playing game that got banned from Gen Con. You're not allowed to play it at Gen Con because it's very, very risque. Some of the artwork is very problematic. Obviously, we changed the very racist kind of. I know I'm already starting off to a great start. So it's like the artwork on it is very problematic, which obviously we change. There's like drug use for like kids doing drugs and promiscuity. Obviously, like clean up all that, but I want the name Alma Mater, change it for a modern audience ish, and mix it with Class of Nukem High,
Nice.
and do like a starts with G and ends with in war. Yes.
That's what I was thinking too. That would
Yeah.
be sick as hell.
So it's midnight. I don't know. Let's just talk about it a little bit, right? So I got hooked up with the guy. So the guy who's doing, I was going to talk about. So the guy Saul, who's doing the minis. I don't know if you've seen like the minis pop up.
Yes.
He is also working on minis for the Guar tabletop skirmish game that is kind of in the works. And
Nice.
so that's I'm kind of like working my way in, hopefully, fingers crossed, right? So I got hooked up with the right people, and that's generally a lot of times what for that kind of thing is what you need, right? It's more about who you know than anything.
Yep.
So, and he's very impressed. He's a neon maniac through and through, and he thinks it's a perfect fit. I did get the best quote of my life. He did say Dave Brocky would love this game. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, that made my millennium, so I could die a happy man.
Nice.
So yeah, so that is on the horizon. Hopefully, I probably shouldn't have talked about it, but I'm very excited about it. So, and it came up, and I'm sure they won't see it. You know,
yeah,
they're very busy touring.
That, and they'd have to sit through 3 hours and 45 minutes of interview just to hear a minute and a half snippet.
Even then, so what's the big deal, right? So it's faux pas to talk about stuff like that, right? But why? Like, what is the big deal? Like,
yeah, if you haven't signed an NDA or anything, then
there's no NDA. Like, I'm pitching Guar PG to Guar. Okay, I said it. Like, what does it matter?
Yeah, I don't think it does. But I know what you're saying. It is very faux pas to talk about stuff that you don't have like locked down.
Right, I don't have it locked down, and then there were some shady dealings with the Core of Time. You ever see the Guar card game?
No.
So there is a Guar card game that got put out in the guy Splitsville, and nobody got paid for it. So they have wait, I have a secret that may or may not involve a sequel prequel to Goonies. Interesting. Wait, so then okay, tell us the sequel prequel to Goonies story. So yeah, so the guy who made the game like kind of had his life, like he had some very unfortunate events in his life I won't get into because I don't know him personally, and he split and like didn't pay a lot of people, and there's like a lot of part of the Kickstarters that weren't fulfilled. So like Guar has like a bad taste in their mouth about stuff like that, but the guy, like I'm in good hands. You know, it's not like I'm like just some duder off the street, which I was for a bit. So that's why I kind of got like stonewalled at management for like a few months because I did pitch it to him. I did pitch it to the management, and like we got down to like negotiations of money, and then it kind of fell through. And then so it like I kind of like put it on the back burner. but that Guar PG has always been in the back of my mind. And then like I just fell in with the right people, and then now it's like it's back. I mean, I've never stopped working on it.
That just shows you why perseverance pays off.
It 1,000% does. Like it's just that project that like I can never let go, and it's just like keeps popping up in my life.
And it's crazy, as we approach the witching hour, we've actually picked up a couple more viewers.
Interesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
see, like that's the great thing about a Saturday night, like late show, right? You never know who's gonna come around, drunkenly talk and spill their secrets.
We are 10 minutes away from 4 hours.
Didn't even seem like it was 4 hours.
No, we said we'd probably hit 5, so we'll
You
see
think
if
we can hit 5?
Oh, I think we can hit 5. I'll probably have to call it. Oh, we just lost 2 people.
They're like, oh my god, we didn't realize what time it was. Thanks for reminding us.
No, I think we can hit 5. I may start to get kind of punchy at that point, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm game for it, because this is already my longest talk to date by like an hour and 40 minutes. So.
I don't think you're ever gonna top this.
No, unless we do this again.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, yeah, so we'll do 5. So we'll keep it to 5, and then the next time we'll try to do 6. Like, then we'll do an 8-hour stream of just talking like one night. Well, we got to get you on a game with Neon Lords. Let's talk. Let's sell some books. Oh wait, so dude was drunk and made me promise not to talk, but said because it was my birthday, he'll tell me. There is a Goonies thing in the works. Apparently, he was a writer on it. It's called Copper Pot.
Ooh.
Interesting.
That could be interesting. Of good old Chester Copperpot.
Yeah, well, here we go. That falls in line with the Michael Myers, Darth Vader, Boba Fett.
It kind of does.
Do we need a Copperpot story?
Probably not, but it's a cool sounding concept.
So let me see. Thing. So I have a
Punishment says he's in for the long haul tonight.
We'll see. I have a Legend of the Forbidden Temple adventure that I'm twerking around with, and the guy in it has a good name. Come on now. Oh, Lester Boiling Pot.
Nice.
Original Goonies grandkids apparently are kids with flashbacks to both Chester Copperpot and One-Eye Willie. I mean, I'm interested. It's gonna be like a movie, because that sounds like a TV show premise to me.
That could make a fun if they made it long enough, like a 9-episode little thing on like Hulu or whatever.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. So then it'd be kind of like akin to Princess Bride, right? So it's like Sean Astin telling his grandkids stories, which it probably is good. That's probably what it is. Especially we said Goonies grandkids apparently are kids with flashbacks. So like Sean Astin, because I mean like his dad was the head of the historical society,
right?
So like he would know, and he was the most interested in the history. He knew like a lot of the history. So yeah, so he like is telling the stories, and he talks about Chester Copper. It's kind of like Young Indiana Jones Chronicles.
Yeah. Yep, that could be interesting if they did it that way.
Yeah, I'm color me interested. Will I watch it? Probably not, because I don't have time. But I'm interested. Count me down. I want to see the Mario Brothers movie. I still have yet to see that.
The new one. Yeah, I haven't seen that either.
Well, yeah.
I think of the most recent movie I've watched.
The recent movie I've watched was Love and Thunder.
Let me think. I could probably pull up Voodoo and look, but I would probably end up having obnoxious noises go over the stream that I don't want to.
Yeah, we got a mission now. I'd rather really graphic nonsense. Yeah, but then you got like Tales of the Black Freighter. Interesting take to drop Tales of the Black Freighter in there. So are you trying to say to interlace a Tales of the Black Freighter, One-Eyed Willie style into
a graphic novel?
Yeah, but what would the graphic? So like, or like a standalone, because like Tales of the Black Freighter is the comic book the kids reading in Watchmen.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Pirate misadventures with a darker tone. I could get down with that.
Yeah. All right. So, how would you recommend a new Neon Lord go about writing an adventure for NLOTTW? Is there any vague framework for perspective use? Yeah. So, what I do is I pitch myself an 80s style movie. 80s style, well, any kind of movie. I do it as a movie pitch, right? So, like, let's see. Or I'll come up with a name, right? So, Legend of the Hidden Temple, Neon Lord style is Legend of the Forbidden Temple. And then I write like an elevator pitch, right? So, this is like talks about carnage jungles. There's an ancient temple where worshippers, unspeakable horrors, unholy, blah blah blah. I just give myself an elevator pitch for an adventure, and then I flesh out that elevator pitch into something. That's one way. A lot of it depends. It's where the inspiration comes from is the problem. It's like I'm just so all over the place. I don't have like a perfect answer for a an adventure writing. So I just wrote the Festivus Maximus Slaughterfest yesterday for the stream yesterday. So I ended up writing it like an hour before, and it was just a pitch. It was like it's essentially Sega Gen. Well, they're called vector boxes. It's like the hottest toy. It's Festivus Maximus Eve, and then the outskirt Shrapnel City doesn't have boxes to sell the kids to open on Festivus Maximus. So you are hired by the company to escort some 18 wheelers full of the video game machines down, and you get attacked by mutant cyborg ninjas, and wildness ensued. I know Punishment played in it last night. We did. We did the Neon Lords Christmas special last night. Yeah, Festivus Maximus is the Neon Lords Christmas. I
Christmas in July.
did. I did it last night.
Nice.
With no one knowing what I was doing, because I flipped the script on them, because I'm notorious. They all know. They all play in all of my games online, so they know that it's generally kick the door in. What ridiculousness is in this room? Kick the next door in. What's ridiculousness is in this room? So I switched it up on them, and they all were in charge of a rig, and they were never together. So I split them up intentionally. With if they wanted to get together, they had to jump rig to rig and potentially fall off. Yeah, so it was hair raising for him. And then the best thing ever. So Father Goose Jeremy was a cyber skin with a machine gun, and like he told me earlier. So I'm like, oh man, how am I gonna do this? Because he would just mow down everything I would send at him, right? So I enticed him with so there was the 3 rigs, and they had a Jeep. It was a Scorpion Jeep, I called it. They had like a Scorpion tail laser that could only shoot forwards. And he jumped on that to jump in that. So he was out of the fight for most of it, trying to negotiate the turns and like get around the rigs to shoot this laser. So I took him right out of the fight off the bat. He didn't die, he just couldn't do anything that he wanted to, but in a good way.
It sounds fun.
Yeah, it was a wild ride. I had a blast. I hope they had fun. Only caught a couple minutes last night. Had no idea what was going on. Yeah, it was like it was crazy, because then there was a rest stop there was killbots in a rest stop, and then just like it was wild. We couldn't even do most of it because of time constraints, because they were just taking a little bit longer, because there was a lot of internet issues last night. I think because of the weather.
Yep.
Everyone was having nasty internet issues, so like it was just constant. So we didn't have a nice rhythm to the game, but we got through it. So it's cool. It's a big help, actually. Do you feel the game works well as the long-term campaign? I'm curious, as I've only seen one-shots thus far. So I ran a campaign as like during the playtest. I did it as a campaign to learn. I'm not a campaign guy. I'm a one-shot guy, just because the nature of the beast. I know people have run campaigns, because I've gotten text messages from the Neon Lords running it that they've run campaigns, and it works. There's plenty of stuff to do a campaign with it. I feel like it does hold up for campaign.
Nice.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Oh,
Tell Goose he owes me a nickel because I'm calling his gun Nancy. Oh, awesome. Yeah, he called his gun Nancy, and then like it totally, like he was so he and like I wasn't even anticipating him being the gunner, and then he's like, "Well, I want to gun it," and I'm like, "Yes, absolutely," because you have no idea what's coming down the pipe.
Nice.
So like, yeah, because like it's hard to deal with, especially like a cyber skin with a machine gun because they don't affect recoil, and so like they're just killing machines. Like I played one in a game because I know the combo together is very deadly, and then knowing that going in, I was like, damn it, he's gonna just mow everything down. But
So we have officially crossed into midnight, and we're 30 seconds away from the 4-hour mark.
excellent. Like I said, it did not seem like 4 hours.
Dude, I have had so much fun. It feels like it's been like an hour, maybe hour and a half.
Yeah.
And
that's the biggest problem is with all these. Like I always want to keep going because I feel like it's only an hour, and then when you're on an hour show, I don't feel like you get enough information out for an hour. You know?
No, I would agree. And it's tough too. Like, again, going back to how I've done my interviews up until like tonight, it's been very hard to hit an hour for me at times because of how, again, robotic I feel like I've been in some of my interviews. Like this has just been going with the flow for 4 hours. Now we're 4 hours and 23 seconds. Excellent.
Yep, and we got plenty of people to chat. Yeah, last night they got to the murder bot in the rest stop, and then they thought they were like dumping everything into it, and I'm like, it's pretty funny. You think this is the end boss, but they were supposed to fight a giant mutant overlord named Bone Picker, but I had to cut the Bone Picker out. I had him. He died pretty easy just to get the game going faster. So, Punishment 90 Neon Lords works well as a campaign. As someone who has run some connected adventures, as far as super easy to connect series where each adventure can have its cast return. Yeah, so generally, I like to think about it as like a sitcom, right? Or like, to where like you can have like a stable of characters who can come into that episode, and then like the best, Saturday morning cartoon with overarching storyline, but like also you can have like somebody die, come back the next episode, never explain like why they're back, right? Like like so like more along the lines of making it an episodic, or like even taking it and like, so like if I did Slaughterfest Maximus Slaughterfest Festivus Maximus Slaughterfest, the next time I do it I would do Festivus Maximus Slaughterfest 2, like I would do it more along the lines of that personally, like the Sat morning cartoon analogy. Yeah, it's definitely Saturday morning cartoon style campaigning for sure.
And we helped Daka Flocka paint 12 orcs.
Managed to do most of the fine details basing for a dozen minis so far during the stream. I'm jealous of his he posts a lot of pictures in the Discord of all the minis that he paints and stuff. One, he's very talented, and two, I'm jealous of like he manages to find time with like a life to be able to paint minis too.
Yeah, I actually have about 60 Hot Wheels that I need to paint for Gaslands.
Oh, awesome.
They're just sitting down in my basement, my airbrush compressor sitting there crying, wanting to get used, but I have so many other things going on that I want to do that painting unfortunately falls off to the wayside.
Saturday morning cartoons. Oh, that's sick. You better watch out. That's a great name. Yeah, I know, that's the thing. Like I have tons of stuff I need to paint. Like I got arcade machines, vending machines, like all this stuff to paint for terrain for Neon Lords and stuff. I don't even have time to do that, let alone, minis for games and stuff.
Yeah.
Sucks. I'd love to. I'd love to just sit and paint. Just have it like a couple days of painting. and then that would be awesome. And then like yeah, like Gasland. So like this adventure, because I'm gonna take it on the road with me. I'm gonna do like the grasslands. I'm gonna have a couple like 18 wheelers out so they can position everything around.
Nice. And
So yeah, so
thanks for the sub punishment.
there you go, boom.
I
So I
appreciate it.
definitely want to get the Mad Max style vehicles and like do like kit bash some 18 wheelers.
Yeah, it has been a fine art for me learning how to disassemble a Hot Wheel and make it go back together without it looking like shit. Because you got to
Yeah,
drill out the little posts on the bottom, and I can't remember the size drill bit that I use right off the top of my head. But for a while, I was using one that was too big. So I was like making it so the top and base of the car wouldn't quite connect right. And then I figured out I was using the wrong size drill bit. That solved the problem.
interesting. I never even thought to even pull it apart. I was just gonna paint them as is.
Oh, man, people will take and like, one of the things I did buy, I bought 2 splatter guards that you'd put over a pan, stop like grease from splattering out. And they're metal, and I want to snip it down to make so it looks like cages on the windows and
Oh,
stuff like
cool.
that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
people will go all out and use like some of the craziest stuff, like, for spikes, like the War Boys had on their cars. People just
Mhm.
use toothpicks and cut them down to the right size, and like stuff I never would have thought of that I've
That's
seen in a
old school
lot of it.
Games Workshop.
Yeah. And speaking of Games Workshop, they've actually got a box of skulls that I want to get for making cars. So I can put
Yeah,
like skulls on the hood and whatnot of the.
that skull box. There's a ton of skulls in it. Drilling out the bottom is a pain in the ass. I destroyed my first car because I pressed too hard, blew the car apart.
Yeah, I've
Skulls
done
for the
the same
Skull
thing.
Throne. Are you a Games Workshop fan?
Me?
Yeah.
Nah, not really. I think a lot of their stuff is very highly priced. Like the
Mm.
little box of skulls I want to get is literally like a 4x6 box. It's maybe this thick, and it's $40 for the
Oh yeah, I know
skulls.
exactly the box. I got a buddy who has it. There's a ton of skulls in it though, but $40 for skulls is obnoxious.
Yeah, but Daka Flocka is right. It's probably their best value kit that they have because $40, I think, is kind of lowball for Games Workshop. With that, yeah, all driver and passenger minis. That's pretty cool. Are they
I'd be
3D printed
interested.
punishment, or he said
I'm
they even
sure.
make super small driver and passenger minis you can put
Who
inside the
makes
car?
Gaslands?
It was one guy.
You should probably
I
just
don't know
look it
where
up.
I have the book. I
You're
can't.
good. I can look it up.
Like Michael Hutchinson, I want to say is his name.
Oh, so it's not an actual
No, he's
like
put it through
a
a couple publishers. There's the book that I have is like a second edition, and there was like it's not really called second edition. It's like Gaslands Reloaded, maybe.
I'm on it right now. I believe it was called. I just saw it. Yeah, like refueled or
Refueled,
something.
yes, that's what it is. Was I right with the name, Michael Hutchinson?
I can't find that. I know Osprey Games looks like they put it out.
Yep.
Interesting. I should probably look at the cover. It might have the guy's name on it. Mike Hutchinson. Yeah.
I'm surprised I actually remembered that.
Yeah, it looks cool. I mean, I know about it. I've heard about it, but like, I never was interested. But now I'm interested because I'm in the middle of writing the road rules. Yeah, Gasland Reloaded. Interesting. Oh, Oscar, I should have just kept looking at the jet instead of going on my own, all nimbly bimbly into the darkness. It's cool. I don't know. It's interesting. I don't necessarily know if I would play it.
That
Is this?
I don't remember who asked the question earlier of what game do we like, but we've never gotten to play. Gaslands would be one of them.
I know a lot of people talk about it. I see it everywhere. People talking about Gasland. So I'd be interested, but it's another game I would probably never play. When they did some zine rules for it too. Yeah, I saw that on the website. There's a bunch of free zine stuff.
That sounds really cool, like Grav Wheel.
Yeah, I mean, when are they going to have motorcycles with chains so you can relive your road rash rules on the table?
I know they incorporate motorcycles in the game. So you might be able to pull it off.
So what's the rule? Like, what's the object? Is it like a race?
It is. It's like basically like Death Race.
Oh, okay.
Blow the
Gotcha.
shit out of your opponent's vehicles and win the race. So they have different gates you got to pass through, like checkpoints.
So did I read somewhere that vehicle rules? Yeah. So Riders of the Burp Warp has a class in it that is vehicle dependent. So I had to shit or get off the pot as it came to the road rules because I needed them. So I started writing the. I have the vehicle rules. I used them last night actually. So they're coming along, and then for Warp Shine, I'm adding them because I don't remember what I needed them for. Because there's something in the adventure that needs them, and so I'm adding them to both books for like to start. And then when the vehicle supplement comes out, obviously, like from there, it'll expand way more into the basic rules. So like I'm kind of like in this world of this Gaslands head state right now as I'm getting all these rules together. But I've been looking at the Games Workshop Dark Future game. No, you're good. Warp Shine. I'll bring some cars and the book. I'm sure you could bring it, but we still got to play that Judge Dredd board game that's sitting around that I got. Hell yeah.
My
Marathon.
fiance just woke up and came out here kind of like, what the hell are you still doing on there?
Talking about miniature cars.
What's that? Yeah. Oh, still interviewing, I guess you would say, but we've mostly been talking. We're still live. Love you. We decided we're cutting it off at. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. Just getting pictures of models. They're getting sculpted. Yeah. Is that the move you mentioned, that ninja dodge? Yeah. So yeah. Well, the dirt bike dodge the ninjas have can ignore a missile attack coming at them. Since you own Hull, let me know when you want to play that. I'll never play Hull. Actually, I tried to get a reprint of Hull. I actually talked to the guy who wrote it and who made it, and he has no interest in ever making Hull again, and he only ever played it once at a con.
That's too funny.
Yeah, wild stuff. Because I was like, "Have you ever played it?" He's like, "Yeah, once at a con." I was like, "Oh, okay." Because like it's deemed unplayable is like the whole point to it. Because
Gotcha.
it's like a parody, like it's a parody of like the 90s role playing game where it's like let me see. It's just like the rules are over complex for the sake of over complexity, right? So like there's like the damage table is insane. It doesn't even make sense. I don't even know how to read it. I'll find it. So let's see. Hype for the Neon Minis. Yeah, Neon Minis are gonna be awesome.
Yep.
That's like when you're playing a video game and the significant other comes in, gives you that look.
Yeah. I think my fiance was just more shocked that I'm still awake at midnight because usually I'm sound asleep by now.
Yeah, generally I have you heard of the something motorcycle RPG? I have
Moto
not.
Bushido. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, I'd be interested. Experience points, so I'll get there eventually. Moto Bushido sounds really cool.
It
But
does.
yeah, so we tested out the things. But yeah, well, the big thing is we do have like the Neon Lords like minis coming. That's like another. That's like after the Warp Shine books. I'm gonna do like I don't even see it now.
Punishment says it was just a gigantic rib on every popular game at the time.
Yeah, and comic books too. It's in here somewhere. And then like the big thing is in this main book, you can't. There's no character creation. You just have to pick a character that's already in it.
Huh,
But
interesting.
then
So it's all pre-gens?
yeah, all pre-gens. But then the second book has actual. Oh, here we go. Oh yeah. So there's the anguish factor.
Interesting.
Damage multiplier charts and
Holy
ridiculous.
cow.
Yeah, it's just like complex for the sake of complexity.
And that was
It's
a
cool.
thing with some of the 90s games was the crunch.
Oh yeah.
It was like a competition to see who could make the crunchiest game at times.
So publishing adventures for whole would be a bad idea. Then you could. I'll ask them. Actually, that's probably a good idea. Let's do a whole adventure. That would be awesome. I'll ask him. I talked to him. I sent him the Neon Lords. I was like, "Hey, people say this is very holy. So what do you think?" He's like, "Yeah, it's awesome."
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, I'll send the book to anybody who wants to listen. So don't call it whole, right? So call it something else, like human occupied landfill. Just call it troll. Like trash, overfed. Something.
We've picked up a couple more viewers again.
Hello, viewers. Welcome to the midnight hour, the late show on the YouTubes. They're probably like, "What is going on? What are they even talking about?"
I know.
Well, you name it. We're talking
what are we
about.
talking about? We're talking about everything under the sun.
Yeah, we started with the sun, and now we're on to whole human occupied landfill again. You could do an adventure for it. I don't see a problem with that. Just it's I don't know. It's interesting because maybe it's a weird legality issue, right? Because you couldn't put the name whole technically on it unless you got their express consent.
Right.
I'll ask him. Let's see if he's up. And I'm not going to ask him right this second, but I don't remember his name. I'll have to look it up. Yeah, I mean, I had to hunt them down, and I looked at the names of the guys, and then I found one that we had mutual friends in the business. Oh, he was active 4 minutes ago. I'll ask him. Fuck it, who cares? That's what I always say. Like, it was like, so yeah, I like literally like found all the names of the people. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, and then I was just like, hey, like, are you the guy who made Hole? Like, out of the blue, he's like, "Yeah, what's up?" And I was like, "Oh, you ever interested in reprinting it?" He's like, "No, not really." I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, thanks for your time, sir." But yeah, no, he's a cool guy. Be interested to see what he says. I'll do a whole adventure. Jared, you want to do a whole adventure together, or were you just joking? Because now I'm already committed to it. We'll see what he says. I probably won't get anything back tonight, unfortunately, but we'll follow up on it. So yeah, so then so the big thing is we do have the minis. That's going to be interesting. I've never done minis before.
I might actually have to go get a resin printer so I can.
Oh, we're printing them.
Oh, you're printing them? Oh, that's cool. I thought
Yeah.
it was for the STLs.
Oh no. I mean, I think we're going to offer the STLs after. Poncho, welcome. Yeah,
Welcome, Poncho.
idea. Poncho's another awesome Neon Maniac. Idea: starter set box, revamped quick start rules in print with 4 classes instead of 3, and a set of black rainbow dice. Now you're speaking my language. I would be interested in that actually a lot. So like, and the minis, yeah. So that's not a bad idea. So I would consider maybe. So what do you think the price point on something like that be? $20
For a box set?
Yeah, 25.
Yeah, I'd say maybe 25. Maybe even 30 if you're throwing in the minis and stuff.
Yeah, there you go. Wipe Wasteland Incident Probational Explorers.
I like it.
Yeah. So so you say maybe 30 because it does have dice included.
Well, the dice and the minis.
Dice and minis. Yeah, I'm gonna look into that. That's something I'll actually probably consider for the D&D. I think the D&D one is 25. Yeah, but that's not made out of in a room in upstairs. Like I don't have the D&D means of production. So like I was just looking at at boxes too. So I know you can get a lot of different boxes at fairly cheap prices printed, but because I mean obviously, I'd want like the back to look like the back of Hero Quest.
That'd be sick.
I already got the photos. I had my Gideon Stargrave take pictures of them playing Neon Lords for like that kind of situation.
Nice.
Yeah, so he's got like the old like sharp edged sunglasses, starter kit, and wipe. I'm here for both.
That's the spirit.
Yeah, a starter kit. Yeah, I'm interested because that would be cool, especially see like at a table. So like you're not all in, and then you could get them for $30 and $50.
But now you can wipe.
I would do, if especially not to get sued, I would put that as the tagline for wipe, and then put it HOL capital with the E at the end, like lowercase.
Yeah. Yep. Well, that's a brilliant motto. You've seen the hole, but now you can wipe.
Yeah, now he's gonna say, "Yeah, cool, do it." And then we've already been like, well, we're gonna do this instead. This is a better idea. Wipe. So let's see. Wasteland Incident Probational Explorers. What about? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about explorers though. Interesting. Something to think about. I like it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, we're coming down to the final 30 minutes. What do you got for us, folks? What do you want us to talk about? I mean, I'm really interested in that box set. That's something I'm going to consider.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
Because, like, I don't know what, so the guys who bought everything, even you, Dave, would you buy a box set even though you've already have the books?
Oh, hell yeah.
All right. So something that
I'm a completionist, so like I was telling you earlier, so I would be all over it.
Okay, cool. I'm interested then. Let's think of what else we could add to it. Make it flavorful.
Ooh, what about a world map?
We have a world map.
Well, you could put a color version or something in the box, like a.
Yeah, I already have some, so I can already do it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that was one of the original Kickstarter stretch goals.
You have them up on Etsy?
I do.
I'll have to nab one.
They might be sold out. But I have a ton of them. I got like thousands made.
Nice.
Just in case. I'll look real quick. I know I have like I got people with I'm overdue on shipping people's spins because people buy spins and I don't have like a spinner die set up. So then it's like, do I just put them in a box and ship them out without a video? Like that's the whole point is a video. But then like, do I just do a video of 3 people? You know, it's like a weird flux that I'm in. So like I was thinking about doing a spinner die tomorrow. Yep, they're up. There's 2 in stock, but there's technically more.
Cool. I'll have to hop on later and pick one up.
I appreciate it. So yeah, so that's the weirdness of it. Oh man, what is chat saying? Doing yeah, a second book is usually pretty handy when running a game. Yeah, so the quick start rules with 4 classes, some pre-gens in there. Be kind of cool to do a half box size too.
Like zine size?
Yeah.
That could be fun. I like Jared's idea. Throw in some 3D glasses and maybe throw in some just random art pieces that are done in 3D and maybe do some pages in 3D. That could be fun.
Yeah, it's always an option too. Always an option. So then that, yeah, I mean, like even though break the price point down, make them zines, make them the zine size, and then have like the quick start, 6 start rules, right? Have the quick start rules, and then an adventure, and then do it, and then make it look like the BX edition.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth of what I was.
Yeah, and then just make it smaller too. Make it a smaller box. Throw in some dice and the minis, and then like make half like smaller
like postcard size character sheet.
Yeah,
4x6 or something like that.
Maybe not that small. I'd have to see how low you can go with it. You know, size wise, just because my eyes are so bad.
Yeah.
So like, that's a lot of people say like, "Thank you for the big print," and I'm like, it wouldn't be made without it. Trust me.
Yeah, I was actually, to show my age a little bit, I was supposed to have gotten cataract surgery done on an eye last week, but with everything else I've got going on, I had to cancel it because, yeah, because Lyme disease is awesome.
Yeah, I know all about it. We were talking about it.
Yeah.
So instead of the official minis, some quarters to get some quarter machine toys. Hell yeah. I have to do some research to figure actual numbers, but I remember silk screening t-shirts for like $3 to $4 a shirt. One color. An screen t-shirt in every box, but in advertising.
Night of the Killbots fits right in there as an extra adventure since it was a timed exclusive.
Yep, Night of the Killbots was a free comic book day adventure that I had out.
Dude, that's badass. For free comic book day.
Yeah, because I did a free comic book day event down in my hometown, and anybody who bought something, I gave them. It's like, so it's a zine size. It's my first actual zine size adventure, so I made it look like a Game Gear game instead of a Genesis game.
Nice.
Yeah, so it worked out. I think it looks awesome. They're just not. I just don't have them up available for sale because I give them away for free.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't do Night of the Killbots. I'd probably do something different because I don't want to like backtrack. I just want to keep making new stuff. So like, yeah, it's probably economically feasible to do one that's already done, But why do that when I could make something new and be
Make more.
ridiculous
Yeah.
and give myself extra headaches? I'm like hell bent on this box. Like you have no idea. Like I wish I didn't know about it at this point because now I'm like obsessed over it, and I think it would be like sick,
I agree.
especially the short size. Because like, let's see.
It would be like the OSC box sets that they just put out.
Yeah, so I got like so there's like the like Garbage Pail Kids style box like that. That's too small. I have the OSC books. I don't have the box set.
I jumped on the Kickstarter as soon as that one went live. I think it was like a year and a half ago now.
So it's Slay 'em All been printed. Could swap out Last Outpost with that and other smaller adventures. Yeah, I mean I'll make something brand new for it. Why not? You know, if like rather than just giving old stuff in a new box, why not put an adventure in it to make people FOMO, right? To make them want to buy it.
Ooh, you know what could be even more fun? It may be in the book. I haven't gotten through all of it yet. But would be a deep dive into the lore of Lord Randy. Like a little...
So, yeah, we do have a Deities and Demi-Bros book on the horizon.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it goes into Lord Randy and all the other wrestling gods, as well as the chaos gods, the primordial gods, like more classes that are more religious based and all that stuff, like a luchador class,
Nice.
a wrestler class. So yeah, that's a huge book. That's like 250, 300 page book.
Holy shnikes.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big one. The sound the box made when you think you should get actual Blastoid candy chunks made. Will you guys stop with these weird ideas? Like that's not gonna happen. What do you think? I made of money? I have no money. I'm broke. I can't afford my own candy. Plus, I'm always afraid to throw candy in things if people are allergic.
Oh, Jesus, wouldn't that be...
That's why I don't do it.
Yeah.
Because what goes better with because I do the gumball machines, and all that stuff. Like candy would be like the best thing to just throw in, right? Like as a fun little thing, but I can't because I'm afraid of someone being allergic or someone's kids choking on it, getting it. That's my biggest fear as a parent.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
I don't blame you on that.
So I stay away from
edible dice.
Yeah. So Magic Blaster candy chunks being like the old Altoid sour, so they are more in line with I can't even. So there was a fruit snack that were kind of like dinosaur rocks. Dino Rocks candy. Yeah, it was a candy. So that's what I thought of. Dino Rocks candy is what I thought of when it came to Blastoid candy chunks when I wrote it. If that's a little in deep lore cut for midnight. But I did think about doing like an actual candy box to go with, so you sign up to get candy. You're getting candy.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I know there's a lot of people with that would want it, and but
you got to read punishments. I went into anaphylactic shock. Best
RPG ever. So because there's troll earwax candy and all this cool stuff that I want to sell. Because I thought about opening up a brick and mortar store and having it like the Neon Lord's Mecca, sell games and sell candy and just have fun, but I just don't have time. I don't have time to even do that. I wanted to. That was my post-army idea, but I just don't have time to get it all together.
You know what could be cool for candy is picture the old Flintstones vitamins.
Mm-hmm.
Do different characters cut in.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Neon Lord
Neon
Jelly
Lord
of the
Jelly of
Month
the
Club.
Month. I'm gonna have you president of it, Jared, so you can come up with the gross ass flavors. Like we'll do like olive loaf jelly.
Oh man, I actually like olive loaf.
I've never had it. I didn't know this. Do they still make it?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Interesting. I hate olives.
I love olives. Kalamata olives, Spanish olives, you name it. I love them. And the look of disgust is
I hate them. I can't stand it. So like my biggest upset was plutonium nibor candy would be awesome too. I mean, I don't know how to get into the confectionery side of things. I feel like that's a whole nother license you have to own and stuff. But I'll find it. All right, I'll look up custom candy. Don't worry, guys. I got you covered. So we did. I like I was saying, I was in Germany for 3 years, so we went all over Europe. Went to Rome, and like I was like, finally, like get some. This is my first time in Italy. I went there a ton time. Loved Italy. Ate tons of pizza, and I went to Rome. Rome pizza sucked because all I could taste was the freaking olives, like in the sauce and like on the crust and stuff. It's like
you're like,
it was overpowering. Overpowering.
Jared, I'm an Amish country bro.
Let's see, custom candy. I mean, it's not going to happen, but custom candy bar wrappers, custom candy boxes. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, you can get some kind of custom candies made. Custom tins with small candies. Custom. I mean, yeah, everything.
I don't think this day and age there's anything that can't be customized.
No, not necessarily, but outsource some work to the maniacs. Delegate, bro. Okay, so come back with some candy information, Poncho. Let me know. Hit me up. So yeah, this day and age, but like I was saying about the scratch and sniff, it's a very strange business because it's very hard, it seems like, to find. So like the people I'm going through as of right now until I cold email the people with the license, they're generally for like candles, like the stickers on top of candles and stuff like that. But I mean, everything has its use, right? Like who
Yep.
cares? Like the art is still going to be my art on a sticker. It's just they're probably not used to that.
Yeah.
And then they're just on a roll, and then for day one backers, just
Cut
and
one off.
I'll probably add them as an add-on to, might as well pay for themselves. $3 a stick, scratch a sniff sticker. Just day ones, get them for free. Get one for free. Yeah, you can literally get customized text put on M&Ms. Yeah, I know. I'm aware,
No
but
matter
I want
what,
like
they're not going to be as cool as the.
I know the Munchie stickers. There's only 50 in existence, and it's only gonna stay 50. I'm not ever gonna print them again.
I love those stickers. I got to find a very special place that I know will never be disturbed to put Munchie.
So an interesting concept that I kind of came up with for the next Neon Lords Extreme, back to that, is the end papers of the book. You know how a lot of people are fancy and print on those now.
Yep.
To do it, make the front and back look like they're out of a old sticker book, to where you can have spots to put your Neon Lord stickers.
Oh, dude,
in
that'd be
that.
rad.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect idea, right? I actually got it. I actually got the idea from, I was at a like a con or like one of the setups, and a guy brought his book to get signed. And I mean, I didn't know who he was. He brought it to get signed, and I opened it up, and he had his Neon Lord stickers on the inside.
That is a brilliant idea.
Yeah.
I think one of the Munchie stickers might be going in the book.
There you go. See? I mean, that's a perfect place for it.
Yeah. I was thinking my laptop, but eventually it's going to die and just get tossed to the wayside, and I can't have Munchie get tossed to the wayside.
No. Munchie, glug check, scented, scratch, and sniff. And you guys like, yeah. Yeah, so the sticker, yeah, so probably even before Neon Lords Extreme, so probably the next printing of these rules, because obviously Total Carnage Edition is not going to last forever. I'm going to have to reprint them. Like DCC does, right? The bigger we get, the next edition of the book, I'm gonna put those in the end pages.
So here's an idea for the box.
Yeah,
A small sheet of stickers.
yeah, like the die cut.
Yeah.
Like yeah.
Yeah, of like 5 or 6 stickers that you can peel off and put into the cover.
All right, I like it.
Could have Lord Randy, a Bruticorn, all kinds of cool stuff.
Yeah, the best part is I could just use the. Yeah, so the 4 classes that go into the book just have a like them on the sticker sheet.
Yeah.
With like obviously like other stuff too, but yeah, it's not a bad idea. I like that because that'll fit. You know, make it look a little more fancy.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, man, it doesn't even feel like it's 1 o'clock either. Like
no, like I'm surprised I'm still upright and I'm not like snoring and having my like forehead.
Oh my god, when I did last Halloween on Halloween's Eve, I ran House and Sweet Home, 2 Japanese haunted house movies on Twitch. I just like played them.
Nice.
Like just yeah, so like I mean whatever. Like and nobody stopped me, of course. So then like I fell asleep in my chair, like right here, just like I fell asleep and like woke up like to the end of Sweet Home just in time to switch the DVDs over.
That's awesome.
And then I fell asleep in House and I forgot that there was nudity in it. And then like the nudity popped up, but it was like probably 2 a.m. and I was like, oh well, whatever. I was waiting for like the strike or whatever to hit, but nobody ever saw it.
Wow. That's funny.
It's definitely something I want to do more often is like stream like some B movies over Twitch. House was the best movie I've seen in quite a while. House, you were there, right? I think because like Daka Flocka is one of these like I think he works overnights. Yeah, so he's always on the weird hour ones that I do. I'm pretty sure you were like Daka was in the chat. There's still actually people like some Neon Lords troopers that with me to the end on it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was a fun time. I'm definitely gonna do it again on Halloween Eve, but I definitely want to do it before that too. Just I don't want to do it only on Halloween. I want to like because I don't think anybody like is there any like horror movie host? Yeah, he was there. Like Twitch horror movie host.
Not that I can think of.
Yeah, I mean I've never seen one. I would watch one if they had it. Thanksgiving Mall of America game 12 hours. Yeah, so I did do a 12-hour stream.
We're gonna have to beat it.
It was 2 12-hour streams. I tried to do 24 hours straight, but no one wanted. It was a game. Like we played a Neon Lords game in 2 12-hour sessions.
Damn.
Yeah, it was for charity. We raised like I think $500 or something.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah. And then I'm doing the Crawl for the Cure again this year.
Is that the one at Gamehole Con?
Yeah. So they do 2 things. They do the Gamehole Con Crawl for the Cure, and then they do one at the second Saturday in December where it's like it's online. Where I played in Lualu's Mutant Crawl Classics game last year, and we're trying to get it to where Lualu is it's a late night double feature. So Lualu's game, and then I'm gonna do a Neon Lords midnight movie style.
Nice
adventure. Hopefully, he's like trying to coordinate it all now.
People are super afraid of copyright.
Well, of course they're super afraid of copyright stuff. But I did get some interesting information on some copyright stuff from some people I was just talking with. And it's like, I won't really get into it on this, but it's like the right people have to see it. Like the lawyers literally are like, have to see it. And most of the time, they're not going to even know a lot of this stuff existing.
Yeah. Yep.
So there's always that. The right person has to see it for you to get it, and then you're just gonna get a cease and desist letter. That's it.
Yeah, and as long as you comply with that, you're not going to get sued.
A lot of adventures have been based on or reference horror movies. What is one you haven't done yet that you really want to do? Oh, I mean, like, Hal Zoltan. Yeah, Garrett was in that 12-hour, 24-hour stream. They end up being a Zoltan cult, pretending to be. That's a long story.
That's
Midnight
awesome.
Master Slash. So, Poncho. So, definitely. So Texas Chainsaw Massacre is showing up in Beggars Ridge and the Warp Shine Runners. Predator is something that I would love to do a Predator reference actual adventure, other than like the references I've done, but like a straight up one. But real actual horror movie wise, I don't know. I think I've done all of them I want. Street Trash would be really cool. I know me and Martin, we did like a little taking out the street trash adventure, but like a full on street trash adventure would be awesome. Um, I would love to get into some kind of ghoulies, critters type adventure. I think would be super fun.
Critters would be super fun. Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna put maybe that would work for the box
Yeah, that could work.
for an adventure because that would look for a 6 sticker. Do like our own critters and put that on the
Yeah.
sticker sheet, or get like a mini critters. Oh, I mean like even like the ball of critters mini.
Yeah, that would be super cool.
Yeah. Boom. Hey, thanks, Poncho. I'm gonna work on that with the box. So yeah, Die Hard would be great for a solo adventure, not horror. Just saying, Die Hard's always on my list because if
Yippee-ki-yay.
uh because there's like I forgot there is like a Die Hard reference somewhere. Like I mean, there's a lot of Die Hard references, but there's like an actual just in time so it releases around Halloween. I wish. It's not gonna make it that far. This box is gonna take me forever to make because then I gotta get Moose to draw up all the art. I have to convince him that this is a good idea to do the art for it and all that stuff. And then I mean, it'd be cool to kickstart it with the minis, as one of the tiers.
Yep.
And then I'll just get a bunch made and have them. Or if there's a rich benefactor out there that wants to front the money for the boxes, I'm all for that too. If anybody's got any rich relatives that need a tax break.
Man, I cannot believe we've been going for 4 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's been a blast.
It has
Thanks for having me on, Dave.
Oh,
I
man,
appreciate
thanks
it.
so much for coming on. This has been so much fun. I
Yeah.
definitely was not expecting to go 5 hours. Initially, I was thinking like an hour and a half, maybe 2. And then we're like, fuck it, we're going for 5.
Might as well
Yeah.
get you going. I mean, the chat's been a flutter, so you might as well.
Yeah, and thank you everyone in the chat. This has been so much fun, like interacting with everyone, answering questions, and
I've been very lucky, especially the times where I have to do streams by myself and I have no one to bounce off of. Chat helps out because I'm headed out. Thanks for the combo. Have a great night, fellas. Later.
Have a good night, Jim.
Jim Beam. He's in the Discord. You don't do Discord at all?
No, I do. I just didn't know there was I didn't know there was a Neon Lords Discord.
It's been going off. Like I've been hearing it
on there.
Call up the death saves, dude. Oh, Joe Manganiello. I've been trying to get him. I had a campaign for a while to get Joe Manganiello to even look at Neon Lords, but he ignored he swerved all my ats on Twitter.
Boo.
I know, but I've cold messaged Macaulay Culkin to try to get him on to play Neon Lords with me, but he didn't answer me either.
Who else could be fun?
Sean Astin and Macaulay Culkin are my number 1s and 2s to play Neon Lords with.
That would be badass.
Because I wanted like a celebrity to come on and play because we're so enriched in 80s 90s like culture, especially when it comes to movies. Like how cool would it be to have like a 80s 90s
Star.
like star come on and play the game? Like
Yeah, that'd be pretty sick.
it's just like I don't understand how to do it because there's this there's this card game out there that has like endorsed now by uh, Danny Trejo is like all over this trading card game. And
Hmm.
like, how'd they get Danny Trejo? And I got like a better following than they do, and nobody returns my calls.
You'll get there.
I know. I'm not worrying about it. We need that. We're at the cusp where we need just like one. Um,
Like
yeah.
a
I mean,
Belushi speedball would be.
yeah. I mean, that's the role playing game band that me and Joey are working on. Is Belushi Speedball is the band.
Nice.
I'm sure that was part of the like when I like talked to them about like because they're like what do you need from me from Belushi Speedball? I said just promotion and coming on and playing would be awesome. They said yeah, let's do it. So there's an idea for a stream. Get a Neon Maniacs together in the chat. Call minor celebs. They get a huge fan base. Oh yeah, they definitely have a huge fan base. I'm literally in the writing. I'm almost done with the beta test for the Belushi Speedball role playing game. And since you brought him up, I'll give you a little lolly on that game because it's midnight and they don't care. They're super cool and I know they wouldn't care. It's called Cash, Trash, and Thrash, the Belushi Speedball Beat 'em Up RPG.
Nice.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. It's definitely interesting. The Cormac, it's all about so the beat 'em up rules essentially is everybody starts off with 4 quarters. So we're gonna get like pressed plastic tokens, and then like you gain more quarters as you play. But if you die, you could spend a quarter like as an extra life. But
Oh,
you can
neat.
like spend a quarter to like crit, and you could spend a quarter to like avoid a fumble and like all that stuff too. So there's like it's an in-game currency that you can use not only just for your lives, and you can obviously give them to like people who have like who need them who don't have them, but you can find more when you like smash open barrels and crates and dumpsters. There's more quarters to be found.
Nice.
Yeah, so I think it'll be a fun, especially because like if Belushi Speedball, because you're gonna get a lot of Belushi Speedball fans who are gonna want to buy the game but have no idea how to play a role playing game. So I feel like making it a little bit more simplistic on that end to make it easier to get more people into the hobby is always good too.
Yep. One thing you could do is, have you ever checked out Mothership?
I have, yes,
How they have the flow chart of how to build the character and all that
yeah,
stuff. That could be a good way to.
that's not a bad idea, especially. But the big thing about the Belushi is it's all pre-made just band members.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. You can still kind of do a flow chart that went through like the basics of the turn,
Oh yeah,
stuff like
yeah,
that.
yeah, definitely. I'm always down for a good flowchart build. I haven't built one yet, and I've always wanted to for a game.
Same here. Like there are a bunch of games out there that I think are a little more complex than they need to be that could use a flow chart, guide people through the basics to get the game going.
Yeah. Yep. And then like the best part about the Belushi book is the beginning of it. The front half is all easy mode, and then the second half is bringing everything into like the Neon Lords rules to where there's building a character from there, like for the more advanced setting. So then like it intertwines the games. So then like the Belushi Speedball game is compatible with Neon Lords, and then like the RPGs compatible with Neon Lords, and like all that stuff.
Dude, that's going to be so sick if you get Guam
Well, I mean
RPG. I love the name.
it's a no brainer.
Yeah. Yep.
So Well, I should know something sometime. Well, at least like my contact has a copy to give to Guar. He's presenting it to him rather than just me mailing it. He's gonna be like, "Look, this is Neon Lords. This is like all Guar. Like this is what we want to do for the Guar PG."
Dude,
Like,
doing it
yeah.
that way is going to be so much better than just mailing them a book.
Yep, I agree. So that's why I'm just letting him take care of it. He's taking care of that section of it, and then as all I need is the green light. That's why I keep telling him. Like we've had a couple meetings and stuff. I'm like, all I need is Guar to say, "Yep, go." All I need from them is to help me promote it, do some videos, talk to me on here, give me a tour of the slave pit so I can get some inspiration, and then do some video promos with me. I'll film it, and then other than that, I'll do everything. I'll put it on Kickstarter for myself. I will get the funding. I will, I'll do everything myself. Just give me the okay. That's all. It's free money. Like, why wouldn't you do it?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, Super Savage Cinematic Universe. Yeah. I digress. I don't want to end on, we got 5 minutes left. I don't want to end on my hopes and dreams. Hopefully not getting crushed again. Trauma was pretty upsetting to hear. Like, cause like, I was like, I pitched it. I sent an email and I was like, hey, like, this is what I do. This is my game. I was interested in making a Toxic Avenger. I'm still a fan, obviously. I still love Toxic Avenger. So, and and then Michael Hers hit me back and said, like, I'm interested. Like, what do you got? Let's set up a meeting. So I set up a meeting. I had like Joey was involved. Joey was going to write it with me. So we sat down with a video conference with Michael Hers, and we pitched the game, and he was interested. And we sent him stuff and said our numbers were too low. They're looking more along the lines of 2 million. So it's like, well, I can't guarantee you're going to make $2 million.
That is steep.
Very steep. Most of the people in my play group have never played any TTRPG, and they got it. I think the BX Skeleton is way easier for new people compared to 5e. I think so, because it's easy. Because that's like, so I got some Warriors in the game already. If you've seen the promo with Humongous Orungus.
Yes.
So he's going to be playing Neon Lords with me and a couple other of these Warriors that they're like not actual band members. They're just mega fans that got like the permission from the band to make characters.
Nice. That's badass.
So yeah, so he is actually an unlockable character class in the new book himself personally. And then he's never played a game, so this is perfect. I'm like, literally, like, you get a set of dice. I will tell you to roll this dice, and you tell me that number, and I'll do the rest. You just be you. Tell me what you want to do. You don't even have to roll the dice. I could technically roll the dice for you, but it's more fun if you roll the dice. Like that. And then that's the best part about the BX, too, because it's like, okay, these ones you roll under this number. These ones you roll over this number.
Right.
That's it.
Yep. About as simple as you can get.
Yeah. So like it's super easy. Rather than 5e, I don't want to get into 5e in our last 3 minutes.
No.
But yeah, you got another 5 hours to me bitch about it. But yeah, so that's like, I love BX. I love everything about it. It's elegant. It's simple. It's to the point. It's the perfect system.
Yeah. It's hard to disagree with you on that one too.
Yeah,
so.
I have no qualms with BX, and it's the perfect skeleton for anything you want to make.
Yeah, it really is.
Because like everyone says, oh well, like because there's a lot of games for 5e, like you can't do like exploration games and stuff. Well, you can do it with BX.
Yep.
It's easy, and then it was even easier to add in subsystems that I wanted onto the BX without making it too crazy or go like or not like functioning as well.
Yeah.
So
there we go.
No, it's all good. So yeah, so I just love BX. I wish I should bring like some more RPG stuff because I have all my RPG stuff on this side. I have like movies and stuff on this side. So like I do have the magenta and the blue box right there. Like you just can't see it.
Yeah.
So like I do have my BX love and all my first edition books and stuff. I mean, like, still like Dungeons and Dragons. It just 5e is just not for me,
Yeah.
really.
I've got a group I play in on Sunday nights that we're actually rotating through games now that we've been playing 5e the last 2 months, and we're switching it up coming up soon. I'm quite excited to be doing so.
Very cool.
There's maybe
Who
a
do you?
game where I can actually die in.
You know what's even weirder is like the guy who's sculpting is in Maine, and the Guar guy's in Maine too. I don't know what's up with these Maine guys.
It's just where the action's at, man.
Yeah, never thought about it like that, but I guess you're right. Yeah, Maine is where it's at.
Yep. We were rated the #2 place in the country to live.
Just not in the winter.
Just, you get used to it. There's
Yeah.
30 and 40 below wind chills. And I mean, I'm sure you get
Yeah.
the same thing where you are.
Yeah,
so.
we do. We got like over 12 feet at Christmas.
Holy shit. We didn't get
I-
anywhere
yeah.
near that.
I
Are
couldn't
you
even.
closer to the
I would.
lakes or?
Yeah. So I'm by a Great Lake, and then I'm right on the St. Lawrence Seaway.
Oh, yeah. So you just get hammered.
Yeah, it's like statistically, where my little town where I live gets the most snow, even in the area.
Wow.
Yeah, it sucks. Well, I don't mind. I like the snow, but it was Christmas. I didn't leave the house for 3 days. We were snow. We could not, like, I couldn't even get off my porch. Like, it was like up to here.
Wow.
So like over 5 feet easily on that part. But yeah, cumulative of 12 feet we got in those couple days.
Yeah, we haven't gotten a snowstorm here like that in quite some time. We're due. Mother Nature is going to punish us one of these winters.
Yeah, I mean, we're all due for a punishment, I guess.
We have
So
broken
let's
the
see.
5-hour mark. I'm good to
Yeah.
keep going for a few more.
Yeah, we can go for a few more.
Yeah.
Kind of just say our
I'm definitely starting
phone's
to get
gonna
punchy.
die. Yeah, phone's gonna die. Still watching on the, but peace out. Great interview. Thanks, Jared, for hanging
Thanks,
in
Jared,
there.
for hanging out with us all night.
Yeah, so 5 hours. Now we got to do 6 the next time.
Yep.
But I mean, like, it was more than just an interview, you know? It was just like a snow adventure. Yeah, so we do have some Canadian adventures in the works with my Canadian brethren.
Nice.
So yeah, snow adventure's gonna happen. Quest to turn off the snow. Yeah, like from the Cobra weather machine.
Yeah. What was that like through the pyramid? Was that the one where they made the pyramid, the dark pyramid?
I don't know. I'm not a G.I. Joe fan.
Oh, I am.
I'm a little too young, I think, for G.I. Joe. Like, kinda. It's weird. I'm in a weird flux because I know a lot of guys around like love G.I. Joe. I appreciate it.
It's so corny. That's what I loved about the cartoon.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched the cartoon as a kid, and I've had some G.I. Joes. Like, I own G.I. Joes. A Weather Dominator.
Yes.
I've owned G.I. Joes, and I've watched the show, but, like, Joey is, like, Joe obsessed.
I need 1 second. Hang on just a minute.
Yeah. What's up, chat? We're still hanging in there? Everyone alive? Very cool. We're probably going to wrap it up, I assume. Let's see.
All right. I am back.
All right. So, I mean, yeah, we could wrap it up. We don't want to go too crazy.
Yeah. We could. I'm just having so much fun. I'm just getting.
I know, me
I'm
too.
Getting punchy too, because this is like 3-4 hours past my usual bedtime. So I'm like a little old man.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna go crash now. Still here. Yeah, of course you are. You're an all-nighter Street Fighter. I can't handle that. I'm just afraid I'm gonna have to wake up with the kids at 5.
Yeah. It's gonna be
Driving home.
short rest.
Yeah, I'm used to it. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm good to call it. I appreciate you having me on. It's been a long time. But we had to make up for all the lost time.
Yeah. It
It's
was an
all the
hour
snow
for
in your
each month that
Turksdale.
we had to
Yeah,
wait
wait.
to get on together.
Yeah,
So
that's
that
very
works.
accurate.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I'll be back on, and I want to get you in on some online games with us.
Oh
Come
yeah.
over and
I'm in.
play some Neon Lords, and then get you in the Discord because it's popping. Just like I'm very proud of the Discord community. Like, if you're in the chat and you're not on the Discord, jump in over there. I'm pretty sure everybody in the chat's on the Discord. Honestly, I don't know if Punishment's on, but yeah, I'll send you the link to the Discord right after this, so I
Oh,
don't
that'd be
forget.
awesome.
And then come on in and then hang out and have a good time.
Sounds like a plan.
Yep.
Well, everybody in the chat, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight and listening to us ramble and asking so many awesome questions. And Brian, thank you so much for coming on and your patience over the last few months with trying to get you on.
Not a problem. I appreciate it.
And folks, we're at 5 hours and 4 minutes on the nose. We will catch you next time for our 6